Good afternoon. Sir. I will call the meeting to order. Good afternoon. Welcome to the April 24th, 2024 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we are on traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of Council and City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing, video cameras, microphones off when speaking, video cameras, and microphones on. And also, Council, there will be some delegations that will be attending through teleconference today as well. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the list of registered delegations? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Findura. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. At the call of the chair, after consideration of the consent agenda, the agenda order will be changed as follows. We will do public hearing, public notice bylaws, the tabled item, CR 24-32 Vision Zero Road Safety Framework and related delegations and communications. Tabled item CR 24-30, Regina Traffic Bylaw, 9,900 amendments. Item CR 24-39, Regina Accessibility Plan and its related delegations and communications. Tabled item CR 24-33, Amendments to the Code of Ethics Bylaw, 2017. Tabled item CR 24-42, Nomination to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM Board of Directors. And then following these items, we'll resume the agenda order as it was published. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from April 10th, 2024? Thank you, Councillor Statichuk, seconded by Councillor Moll. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. Item CR 24-39, the Regina Accessibility Plan, is automatically deemed to have been removed from the consent agenda as delegations registered to speak to this item. So the consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items. CR 24-36, Payroll Audit Report. CR 24-37, the 2023 Preliminary Year-End Financial Results. And the CR 24-41, Municipal Land Development Delivery Option. I'll ask if any member wishes to remove any of these three items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Seeing none, can I have someone move a motion to approve the consent agenda? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, and a seconder, Councillor Findura. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Sorry, I'm just going to ask, is anyone opposed? Seeing none, carried. Just one moment. Yeah. We'll now consider bylaws that require public hearing, public notice. Before I ask Councillor Hawkins, Deputy Mayor Hawkins, to do a first reading of the following bylaws, I will ask Councillor Bresciani to go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. I would like to recuse myself as my son has currently has an application for housing. I do not know if it affects the project at all, but I just want to make sure that I recuse myself just in case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. We'll come get you for the bylaw for 1602 Winnipeg. We will now consider bylaws. 2024-2022, the Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw, 2024. 2024-23, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw, 2024, number 4. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, may I ask you to do first reading of the bylaw?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Stanichuk, the bylaws number 2024-22 and number 2024-23 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerks to start the vote. I vote in favor. Currently not connected.
Mayor Masters' first reading passes in a vote of 9-0 with all members present voting in favor. For the record, Councillor Bresciani has recused herself from this consideration, and Councillor Stadnichuk was not, or Zakidniak, I apologize, was not present for the vote.
Thank you to the clerks. Councillor Stadnichuk can't catch a break on this one. I will call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of this bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Council is now considering two bylaws which require a public hearing as outlined in legislation. Those bylaws being 2024-22 to amend Design Regina, the official community plan bylaw, and number 2024-23 to amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019. Both proposed amendments are to support the provision of diverse housing options in all areas of the city in alignment with the city's Housing Accelerator Fund action plan. If there is anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on these two bylaws, I would ask that you stand and indicate your interest at this time. And should there be interest, the mayor will be calling upon you to come forward at her discretion. There appear to be two members of the public who wish to speak. Mayor?
Thank you to the clerks. I will call upon the gentleman in the blue shirt, please, to come forward. As you're walking, I'll ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have questions for you, and you'll have the opportunity to respond to those questions. Welcome, sir.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Brian Black, and I'm representing Whitmore Park Community Association and Hillsdale Community Association, and I speak against approving the official community plan and zoning bylaw amendments 2024, 22, 2024, 23. I'm a residential property owner in South Central Regina. I serve on a local board as Director of Community Issues for the Whitmore Park Community Association, and I also serve as a liaison with the Hillsdale Community Association since we're neighboring subdivisions. I'm here today as a delegate for these organizations, as well as representing friends, family, and neighbors that live in various parts of the city. We want this council to promise that this proposed building initiative will not be allowed to reduce the quality and livability of healthy residential areas, but will instead be focused on areas of the city that actually need development for affordable housing. The world is changing. We have a serious affordability issue in Regina, so some changes do need to happen in order to provide safe, affordable homes for all our city's residents, plus those that decide to move to our city. It's natural for people to have concerns about neighborhood change, but change is part of living in a growing city, and there's a whole group of people who are priced out of the housing market. Our concern with your current plan is that developers wanting to maximize profits will build in established neighborhoods, resulting in expensive gentrified areas, while lower income areas in Regina will not acquire the affordable housing they need right now. There are likely grants from various sources that could assist the construction companies to make a profit and place homes where they are most needed. Have you allowed residents and community associations to be involved in how the Housing Accelerator Fund will roll out for Regina? Have you conducted any surveys to determine if the residents support your current amendments to our development bylaws? No public meetings were held prior to the council's voting on January 31st, 2024 for half phase 1 and none since. Nor was there a chance to have these amendments explained to taxpayers before this public hearing today. Why not? Councillor Robert Hawkins told us at the last council meeting 2 weeks ago that the city's various subdivision land use plans were the gold standard, and we can't manage to do that anymore. We have an urgent housing crisis. You sure do. With over 700 Sask housing houses vacant, boarded up houses identified by the media, and many other boarded up vacant houses and buildings, plus many rental properties converted to short-term rentals in Regina, resulting in a substantial reduction to the number of available long-term rentals. Why don't you deal with those housing units in partnership with our provincial government, whose responsibility is housing for its citizens? Plus, develop effective rental licensing policy to increase the affordable rental housing for the ones who need it. Seems like a much more rapid method to deal with the crisis and a logical way of using the current infrastructure in our city. Plus, it increases the safety and attractiveness of the neighborhood and encourages area homeowners to look after their homes. So what standards are you using now with the mad rush to quickly push through the 3 phases of the Housing Accelerator Fund? You're changing many of the previously agreed upon plans and bylaws to make it very, very profitable for the speculators, property developers, lobbyists, and foreign entities. Putting very few obstacles and minimal regulation in their way to allow them to maximize profits in our established neighborhoods and devalue people's homes. Now we know who has been given the golden standard, Councillor Hawkins, and it's not most Regina residents. There's a higher probability that City Council's decisions may result in a style of housing affordable only for higher income residents. For example, the city has decided that the large parcel of land where there are now rent-subsidized fourplex buildings in Gladmere Park along the main transit route of Broad Street on the east side of Wascana Park will be eligible for 20-meter high or 6-story buildings. The 200-meter, or better yet, the 800-meter distance from Broad Street will surely be high on the developer's to-do list. What do you think the condominiums or suites will be rented or sold to? Where will the current residents be able to find similar housing that's affordable for their families? On behalf of all the people and organizations I represent, I'm asking Council to pause and stop these official community plan and zoning bylaw amendments. Instead, have a plebiscite during this year's civic election on November 13th, 2024. Plus, hold community meetings before the election to allow our citizens to have a say in what they need and want for future housing development. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Folks, I warned you last time, this is it. That's the one warning. We'll maintain decorum, cell phones off, no clapping, no cheering. There's to be no participation other than if you've been recognized to speak. So no more outbursts. I'll clear the gallery. I have a question for you from Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and your passion in your presentation. Can you just repeat, you spoke briefly about the value of your homes going down, or the value. Can you speak a little bit about that and what you're feeling from the community as to that, through the chair?
You wanted to know about the value of homes?
Yeah, you had mentioned in your delegation or in your speech that you had said that the value of our homes will decrease and so on. Just give me a little bit more of a detail of what you're thinking and what you're saying.
Well, it's kind of, I'm not the one that's the expert on that topic at all, but I can make a speculation or an opinion on it that, and there's probably some, information that backs me up on the fact that if you get a 6-story building next to a single detached family house, wouldn't that house next to that big building change in value? I mean, it's kind of logical that it would. Is that answering your question, or?
Yeah, I was just wondering what your opinion and how you felt about it. That's not asking for an expert's opinion. I was just asking what you had felt and what you were saying.
Right, and there's not just the house value, but there's other elements within that community that changes as well that likely aren't as positive as they were currently or could be. The fact that the city has decided with these accelerator fund changes that parking is going to be recommended for builders and it won't be a requirement. So that would suggest that there's less land on that lot that's going to be used for parking to encourage people to park on the street. And as we know, in some neighborhoods, my area included, that those streets aren't very wide. I live down near Campbell Collegiate, and I get a number of students from Campbell parking on our street. We also get Massey School parents and other people parking there. So essentially, you've got one lane of traffic. So with people parked on both sides of the street, it's just something that would likely occur with more people moving into an area and putting more pressure on that type of thing.
Thank you, and that's wonderful. I just wanted your opinion and how you felt it, and that's great. So thank you, that's all I have.
Okay?
That's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stanachuk has a question.
I have received, quite a number of emails and calls, both against and in favor as well, from the leaflets that were distributed in the Hillsdale neighborhood. So my question, I guess, is, like, there are some people who think this is a good idea in the neighborhood. There was one person who said that that she lives in an apartment already, and that when she walks around, she sees a lot of houses in rough shape. So she sees this as a positive, that it will improve the neighborhood. So I just wanted to ask if you thought that there might be some positives to this, or you see it's only as a negative kind of developments that will happen.
Well, I'm not sure what houses she's talking about. Most people seem to take fairly good care of their homes. I'm not really sure what, I know we do have a diversification of different types of dwellings in our neighborhood. We're not just single-family homes throughout. As you can tell from being close to the university, there's a lot of apartment buildings over on the east side of Hillsdale. There's lots of condos on the north side. There's apartments on the Albert Street side. So there is a variety of different housing for people, and they can live in that neighborhood their entire lives, right from birth to goodbye.
Yeah.
So, that's what we have there. We have a variety of different things. We have lots of different services there. I did look at some of the impacts that will occur in Hillsdale, and we seem to be harder hit in our neck of the woods there than most other places in Regina, because we're close to the Wascana Parkway on the east and Albert Street on the west. You've got Wascana Park in the north. You've got the Wascana Height overlay, which is going to allow really high buildings, 6 stories, we've been told. Similarly, that 800 meters, if you go from the Regina bus hub right over by the Golden Mile, you do the 800 meter measurement, you're pretty well covering most of Hillsdale. So that allows 4-story tall buildings. I don't know if we really want to go that route, That's why I'm suggesting that we maybe rethink how this strategy is going to happen in Regina, and look at the areas that do need affordable housing, the people that are really having a little tougher luck in life than we are. So that's what I would suggest, and I have in my talk here today that look at these other properties and get the provincial government involved and try and make some decent housing for people to live in that they can afford.
And through the chair, I guess this would be a debatable point, but I'm going to ask you, we don't, I'm not a developer, you're not a developer, we don't know what developers are going to do. Do you think that they're going to want to take what's going to be the most easy? So they're not, like, rather than building a 4-plex in the middle of a residential area with no back-out lanes, and where it would be difficult to have parking available for people who live in that 4-plex, don't you think that they would want to find areas that are going to be the easiest to build in? So
I guess you should
either
ask the
empty lots?
developers that. Has the council talked to the developers to find out what their
Well, apparently
strategy
you're not
is for
supposed
the
to ask
city?
questions,
I haven't heard
but
anything at council
yeah.
meetings, so that
Yeah.
would be beneficial, I think, for the city to tell the residents of the city what the future plans are, because we're kind of confused about this. We were told
Yeah.
one thing here a few years ago, and now it's a complete 180 what we're hearing. And I think we all want to be part of this. We have to live in this community for
Yeah.
many years, and my family and my grandchildren live in the city here too. I want a good future for them, and for other people too that live in this city.
And through the chair, You are aware that we do have incentives for particular neighborhoods as well. We also have housing incentives for Heritage,
Right,
the downtown
and that's what I'd
North
like to see
Central.
the developers line up for and provide some of that housing. We have a low vacancy rate in the city apparently, and housing crisis. We have some money from the feds. What about the province? Where are they? I don't see them sitting at the table. I haven't seen any evidence of that, other than they've got a lot of vacant homes that are boarded up. I think the province needs to answer for that and get busy. Train some people how to build houses or fix up houses, give people some jobs, help our economy.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
A question that really becomes important to me when I'm holding this position and making decisions. I try to balance providing equity and safety for mature residents and attractiveness for young residents. Do you think that's heart in the right place on where to put values?
That's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Do you think a person, mid-20s, 25-year-old, starting out right now, has the same opportunity as you or I would have to step into things like home ownership or satisfying bills, buying a new car? Do you think that they have an even keel to get into that mode of operation?
I'm not really sure. I'm not an expert in that area, but I know from my own experience as a 20-some-year-old that I had to work sometimes 2 jobs. I had to spend a lot of years building up what I have right now through hard work, and I've taught my kids to do that too, and they are good tax-paying residents of the city. And I would suggest that there needs to be some programs available for young people to encourage them to stay in Regina, to make a home here, and hopefully I know the interest rates on mortgages are a factor in whether people can afford properties, and I understand that's going to be going down here in the summer, is what we hear in the media anyway, so that hopefully will encourage people to purchase homes.
Yeah, looking reflectively on the architecture within our city, do you see different areas with, different borders between houses for how much land space they use, and maybe the type of houses they build, like over in Regent Park by Martin High School with all the wartime homes that really resemble each other but don't really look like the rest of our city? Are those kind of reflective of a sign of the times of what society was going through at those times and kind of come out later in history? Sure. Would that be a good way to put it?
Yeah, I think that's probably sort of looking back in history and recognizing there's different ways of doing things over time.
Yeah. Look in the economic times we're in with all the reports and the pandemic we've been through in the last 5 years of what's gone on. Do you think this is a hard time or an easy time for all of us as general?
I don't know. I think it's kind of tough because people are paying more for food and for rent. The cost of living has gone up. You look at the inflation index and how that's really affected especially lower income people's ability to look after themselves properly. A lot of us are affluent enough we have a buffer there, but I think like I'm speaking today that we need to look after the less privileged people in our society.
Totally. As a municipality, which municipality in Canada has the most manicured park space per person?
I don't know, you know the answer to that.
I do, because I'm pretty proud of it.
It's
Regina,
right?
It's Regina. And so that means within our city, if we had to build a subdivision to tap a water main and a sewage main, to put up an apartment building, as opposed to reusing some of that park space we have within our city, which do you think would be more equitable for the residents I represent for how their tax dollars spent, as well as for using assets we already have and making it affordable for people in our city? Which method do you think would be
Well, I'd like to see some of our
more
assets
successful?
that we have already, the city assets and the province's assets.
But which would you think would be more successful and more of an equity position for people to buy in, just by numbers?
I don't know. I would think probably, if I understand your question right, you're asking me, should we use areas that already have water and sewage? I would say those are the areas that you should probably focus on. That's where your best bang for your buck is.
Appreciate it, and I'm not a counselor for your ward, so I appreciate your information, because once again, thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Mr. Black, I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much for being present
Okay,
today,
thank you.
and
Have a
ask you
nice
to return
day.
to the gallery. second presenter, please come forward. I'll ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to speak, and there may be questions from council afterwards. Welcome.
My name is Aurelie McPherson, and I'm a resident of the City of Regina, and I want to show my gratitude before I start. I want to thank Councillor Stanichuk for her really good questions that she asked at the SUMA meeting about water quality and water quantity going into Buffalo Pound. On April 10th, we had 12 delegates that were present to City Council. Of those, 9 were members of the community. At the time, we did not know each other. But the message was consistent, and we each of those 9 representatives asked that the Housing Accelerator Fund would be paused to give the community a chance to have their input. At this meeting, we heard comments from the councillors such as we have to do everything we can to get this $35 million. Communities need to understand that change is very important. We were told we were NIMBYs. The questions the council members asked us, I would say, were odd and lacked professional compassion. I want to share the work that the communities have done since that last meeting. Transparency and openness are vital to building a sustainable community. On April 11th, we approached 11 community associations. These include Hillsdale, Whitmore, Lakeview, Albert Park, Harbor Landing, El Ritchie, Boot Hill, North Central, Cathedral, Heritage, and downtown community. Tonight, we are hosting an information session for those community associations to give them background on the grant. I want to share that when I talked with Cathedral and Heritage, they had very little knowledge of the grant or the impacts that will be from the OCP. On April 15th, we began reading what's going on in Calgary and Edmonton. We reached out to the Better Infill group in Edmonton, and they shared with us that this is a massive win for developers on the backs of communities. We are watching Calgary, and they're now having lawsuits. On April 19th, we learned about this meeting, so that was on Friday. Over the course of 4 days, homeowners in Hillsdale and Whitmore distributed 1,000 letters about the 800 meters impact. We worked all weekend layering maps to see what would it look like. On the city's website, there is no information that we could find out about the 800 or 200 meters. We are asking our friends and families to send questions into the City of Regina's Be Heard. I want to share that I sent 8 questions on Saturday and have not heard back yet, but yet the rapid pace that this is going forward does not give us confidence. Our goal when we meet with those communities is to work together. We believe in Regina. We want to ensure safety, inclusivity, resiliency, and sustainable by sharing knowledge that we have about how our communities work at the grassroots levels. We are not NIMBYs. We are not afraid of change. We are friends, and we are your neighbors, and we're here for Regina. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McPherson. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to address the fast pace, and I'll tell you, my ward felt that with the federal government when they gave money out to housing, and we were in such a hurry to get it. We ended up putting a 29-unit second stage complex up beside what will be now a 4-unit school.
Question, Councillor Nelson?
Yeah, I sure do. So my question is, for us as councillors, we now are seeing behind closed doors the mistakes that we made with the other federal money that was given to us. Can you tell us, in your words and the people that you've talked to in your community, how you feel about, and the concerns I understand, but maybe voice the concerns a little bit more as to, you're not asking for this not to happen in your yard, you're just asking for better consultation. Can you explain to us more personally what you've heard from the residents through the chair?
Thank you for the question. We've heard, when we go out and start knocking and talking to our neighbors, they have the same reaction. They're surprised and they're angry, and they're not afraid of development, just like you said. We understand the world is a different place and we have to do things differently. but our voice is being ignored. And so it's a very top-down approach, and they are not happy. And so to get 11 community associations to say, in a week and a half, we'll be there, kind of explains that they want their voices to be heard. And the same thing is happening, Councillor Nelson, in Calgary and in Edmonton. And I'm not kidding. It's not a pretty sight. They're 6 months ahead of us. And just read the articles. They are not happy. So we have an opportunity to do better here in Regina, because one of our assets is we're small. We know each other. We can pick up the phone and we can meet and we can work together to make sure that that we deal with the gangs and the garbage in North Central. That we because I've talked to the developers, they are not going anywhere near North Central until those issues are dealt with. And so we have a lot of work, but we have a lot of value, we have a lot of knowledge that we're willing to share.
So, in that answer, what are you asking for? What do you need? What are you asking for? 6 months to put a freeze on it? Are you asking for, what specifically it would make the people that you've talked to in a better state of this, either moving forward or not moving forward, or how it's visualized, how you feel and how the people you've talked to feel this moving forward through the chair?
I think people are very engaged, and I don't think it would be very hard to mobilize very quickly. We need a big round table where we have really good, the best and the brightest here, from the university, our planners, our architects, our engineers. We need people who are skilled on building decarbonization, and we need the community. We need them all at the table, and we probably need to serve donuts.
Homemade donuts, I'll add. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you
That's all
very
I
much,
have.
Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, and through the chair, you mentioned that you're hosting a community meeting tonight with the community association. Who do you have that has expertise in these issues that is going to be there providing information? Do you have anyone from from city administration? Do you have someone like Dr. Vanessa Matthews, who's an urban planner?
What we're going to do, Councillor Stanichuk, is we're just meeting so that we can give the backstory, because nobody knows what's going on. We've been rushed into it. There's a lot of backstories that are not true. And so tonight is just about getting to know each other, building relationships, and then goal setting. But we think one of the big goals is to work with council, not against council, which is what is happening in Calgary and Edmonton. We want to set this Regina up for success by working together. And so we're going to be open, transparent, and once we get going, then it's up to the group to decide.
Through the chair, just to clarify, so if you haven't invited anyone from city administration, who provides the background on this then?
It will be, the group is just getting to know each other, and it's based on the knowledge that we've learned to date from attending these two meetings will be shared at the meeting. If there's somebody from the city who wants to join us, we would love that.
Okay.
But we didn't know which door to go to or how to open that.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. I just wanted to clarify that, and okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make two statements and ask you to clarify or confirm whether they're accurate through the chair. The first is, you've invited 11 community associations to this meeting. And the second is, only 2 community associations, Whitmore Park and Hillsdale, have currently publicly expressed resistance to what we're voting on today. So 2 of the 11 have said they're opposed. The remaining 9 of 11 have simply been invited to gather information. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think so, Councillor. I think 9 of them don't know what's going on. They don't have any knowledge of what's transparent.
Sorry, I'll ask again.
Okay.
9 of the 11 have not said they're opposed to what we're voting on today.
They don't know what you're voting on today.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much, Ms. McPherson. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
By Councillor Stevens, the bylaws number 2024-22 and 2024-23 be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Clerks, can you start the vote? Oh, I apologize. I apologize. Does any member of council have any questions? I apologize. Seeing none, clerks, oh, we'll call apologies. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, what happens if we delay passing this bylaw 1 month?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say that would delay clearly the implications for any developments that might be waiting for some of these adjustments or changes to move through, and it would continue to delay our additional next steps of work.
Thank you. Through the chair, will the proposed changes in these bylaws, if passed today, have any implications for the 2024 construction season? Or is it likely to have any implications?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, I believe it will.
Thank you. I don't have more questions.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Mancinelli.
That just triggered a question for me. What is your timeline in working through this? I understand it's a fairly tight timeline. How tight is it?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, Deborah Bryden speaking. I would refer this question to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, the timeline that we have committed to in our Housing Accelerator Fund application was to have the initiatives related to official community plan and zoning bylaw done by September 2024. We have phased the approach provided to you in presentations, and so we are in second phase. We anticipate 2 more reports before you before September.
So if I understand the reply properly, there's 3 phases of implementation. You're in the second phase right now. Your timeline ends up in September. You have 1 phase left to implement. So would that be a tight timeline for finishing phase 2 to get into phase 3, or does that mean you have a whole bunch of time till September, or how does that actually mean in real life?
Through you, Mayor Masters, right now we are needing a decision on the main transit routes, which is in the report before you, primary intensification areas, which we're calling them. If that decision is not provided to us, we're not able to continue with the subsequent phases of work because it relies on those primary intensification areas being set and established for us to carry out the next phase of work.
Okay, so that leads out to skin to the teeth, step-by-step timeline, working aggressively at it, if I understand, correct?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, I couldn't hear the question.
I said, so that would lead to a real tight timeline, step-by-step, very important to keep the steps going. You don't have time for a misstep.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we are on a very tight timeline, and I would just say that we've been active on our Be Heard page and responding to information requests, as well as providing research and data for you in these reports.
Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So just to make sure I heard correctly, there's 4 phases, right? We're on today is phase 2. There's 2 more phases to be wrapped up by September. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we actually called it 3 phases. We're breaking phase 2 into 2 reports.
Okay. And so, okay, I see. So there'll be 2, aside from today, there will be 2 more opportunity, or 2 additional times that you're coming to council with recommendations for changes prior to September. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so, as you mentioned, what we are voting on today is in relation to the main transit routes. Can you just give some clarity about what specifically is going to be changed in relation to the Housing Accelerator Fund today?
Ms. Dawson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, Autumn Dawson speaking. Thank you for the question. So the work before you in the report is to establish the primary intensification areas. Along those primary intensification areas, we are looking to establish 6 stories as of right for development along those areas. And that is part of a specific commitment that we've established in our application for the HAF initiatives. And that is essentially the work that we're putting forward to you. There's additional stuff in the report related to adjusting the Wascana Center overlay and those types of things, which we discussed during the report review.
And so aside from the Wascana overlay, it is the main transit, like this primary intensification area is focused on main transit routes at this time. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what I heard, and I guess if communities are having meetings and want to continue to discuss these changes as they're being rolled out until September, would administration be open to engaging and continuing to engage in conversations and attending meetings and providing information to residents who have questions about these changes?
Absolutely, through you, Mayor Masters. That is something that we are committed to continuing to do, is providing accurate and clear information about the changes. We've been invited to community association meetings, which we've attended, also committing to provide updates regularly through our Be Heard page, and again, respond in timely manners to any requests that we receive. So we've been busy doing that, and we will continue to do that, and we see that as part of our job, absolutely.
Great. So I heard that a request for more community engagement and a commitment to continue to engage with the community as changes roll out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Skidniak. I see no further questions from council. Now, Deputy Mayor Hawkins, could you please do second reading of the bylaw?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws number 2024-22 and 2024-23 be read a second time.
Thanks very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, second reading has passed in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws at this meeting?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that council hereby consent to bylaws number 2024-22 and number 2024-23 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerks to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent required for third reading at this meeting has been achieved with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, could you please do final reading of the bylaw?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaws number 2024-22 and number 2024-23 be read a third time.
Thank you. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, third reading has passed 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. I will ask that we go and get Councillor Bresciani back for the next bylaw. Welcome back, Councillor Barchiani. We'll now consider public notice and public hearing bylaw 2024-24, the Regina zoning amendment bylaw 2024 number 5. I will ask Deputy Mayor Hawkins to do first reading of the bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Nelson, that bylaw number 2024-24 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you please start the vote?
In favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barchiani.
Mayor Masters' first reading has passed 11-0.
Thank you very much. The clerks, I will call upon the city clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of this bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Council will now consider the public hearing required for proposed amendments to the Regina zoning bylaw 2019 to facilitate commercial development at 1602 Winnipeg Street. Again, if there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on this matter, I would ask that you indicate so at this time. There appears to be no one, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that bylaw number 2024-24 be read a second time.
Thank you. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters' second reading has passed 11-0.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you please do consent for third reading at this meeting?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024/24 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thanks very much. Clerk, can you start the vote, please?
Mayor Masters' unanimous consent required to proceed to third reading at this meeting has been achieved with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Mole, that bylaw number 2024-24 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters' third reading has passed 11-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Council will now hear from delegations, CR 24-32, that was tabled from April 10th, 2024 City Council meeting. I would like to call upon Delegation Jonathan Larink. I will ask that you state your name for the record, where you reside, the organization you represent, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to present, after which there may be questions for you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is John Lawrence. I reside in the Cathedral neighborhood. I am here representing the Cathedral Village Community Association. High-speed traffic has long been a concern in the Cathedral community, not only in regards to 13th Avenue, but also from residents on Victoria and 15th. Even 40 years ago, as part of the 1986 Cathedral area parking and traffic study, neighbors endorsed the need to moderate or reduce the volume and speed of traffic through the neighborhood where possible to improve pedestrian safety at major crossings of high-volume roadways and to improve intersection safety. If there is a long outstanding issue that affects the entire neighborhood, it is high-speed traffic. 13th Avenue is a community street with many amenities. We have around 40 businesses in the interior of the neighborhood, 3 schools, a library branch, several parks and churches, including the cathedral from which our community gets its name. These amenities attract pedestrian traffic and contribute to the beauty and vibrancy of our neighborhood. And for that vibrancy to continue sustainably, residents must feel safe and comfortable enjoying those amenities. High-speed traffic, among other infrastructure issues, are barriers to community members feeling safe, and therefore the Cathedral Village Community Association supports the adoption of the Vision Zero framework and the establishment of the community safety zone. While the 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit is the most drastic change mentioned in the report, it is the additional traffic calming infrastructure like curb extensions as well as enhanced lighting, road markings, and signage that makes a complete system which enhances community safety while minimizing impact on drivers. While the 1988 traffic calming project in Cathedral focused on traffic calming through diverters and other vehicle access control mechanisms, under this plan, drivers still have all the same access as before, albeit at lower speeds. Commuters' access from Albert to Louvain remains, customers' access to community businesses remain, and vehicle access to the park facilities at Les Sherman remain. This proposal will keep travel speeds consistent so that drivers don't have to transition to lower speeds in school and park zones. And with that, a mere 70-second extended travel time through the neighborhood is a fair compromise to increase safety for kids that cross 13th Avenue to go to school at the Crescents or Connaught, to increase safety for seniors who may have mobility issues that prevent them from crossing intersections in a timely fashion, especially during the winter months, and to increase the safety and comfort for those who support our financially productive small business community, and to better accommodate cyclists and the city's popular scooter program. This is a plan that keeps all road users safe while minimizing impact on drivers. In 1988, the Cathedral Area Traffic Task Force made a series of recommendations to address traffic safety in the neighborhood, and since then, traffic safety conditions have only worsened. Development in the west end of the city has induced additional cut-through traffic along 13th Avenue, and with further development planned, traffic volume will further increase. At the time of the report, in the 1988 report, the recommendation was to encourage the use of arterial roads such as Saskatchewan and Regina, or Saskatchewan Drive and Regina Avenue. We echo this recommendation. Along with additional development, driver behavior and preferences have also changed. Drivers and pedestrians are increasingly distracted by, in the case of drivers, infotainment systems, and for both cell phones. Vehicle preferences have also shifted towards taller, heavier vehicles with larger blind spots and longer braking distances. This changing landscape requires a re-examination of how we design our streets, and the proposed framework does just that. Overall, the Cathedral Village Community Association affirms and supports the passing of the Vision Zero plan in the community safety zone. We believe that this plan will address the ongoing challenges of high-speed traffic and will bring many benefits to the area.
Thank you very much. I have a question. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Lawrence, community associations often hear from the community about all sorts of issues. You were also at the public forum that was hosted by the City of Regina. Can you comment on the kind of feedback that you've received, pro, con, neutral? Maybe you want to talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think it varies. Like any kind of project that's put forward with, 1,000 people commenting, there's always going to be a variety of opinion. I know there's definitely a contingent of folks that have always had concerns regarding traffic safety around Connaught School. It has long been an issue, and we have heard comments even long before this process was even started regarding safety there. There are, of course, some folks that don't see this as like a necessary or a need, but yeah, I would say overall the opinion has been varied.
If I could, through the chair, could you comment on the kinds of conversations that you've had with city staff about the short-term measures specific to 13th and the long-term investments we might see in the neighborhood, which aligns with the community safety proposal before us?
So yeah, sorry, could you clarify that question?
Has there been a dialogue between the community association and the city about what kind of traffic calming measures are being considered in some of the high trafficked areas?
Yeah, so there was a consultation done with the City of Regina where they explained the process. They explained this as a layered process. So starting with the 30 kilometer an hour safety zone, just as a, quick to implement measure to kind of, at least get started on the process. That to be followed by temporary infrastructure that can be installed in the short term. So stuff like I had mentioned before with the road markings, as well as the temporary curb extensions, and then further pending long-term funding, trying to transition some of those temporary calming measures into permanent traffic calming measures.
Thank you. Through the chair, you cited a study that was published when I was 7. It seems to be, and rightfully so, it's been talked about in the community. Would you say that it's compatible with Vision Zero and the community safety zone that we're discussing?
I would say so. I think a lot of the implementation details that were recommended in that quite old report, maybe the opinions has shifted on whether or not they're effective, but I think the overall concerns are generally the same, and the Vision Zero framework addresses those central concerns.
Thank you. Last question. Back to the consultation component. You might have nothing to share. There's a vibrant, walkable business community there. Is there any evidence that you could present that would suggest that some of the businesses are in support, they're opposed, is there reasoning? Anything you can share about the actual economic zone on 13th, but even on the north side of Cathedral?
Yeah, so I've talked with a handful of the business owners along 13th Avenue, just through kind of, I like to walk down 13th Avenue and, patron our businesses, so I get to know the business owners. And in talks with them, generally their support for the 30 kilometer an hour zone. There's quite a few businesses that, they are attractive for specifically families with young children. So anything that makes that experience safer for them, they enjoy. And however, there are some that, would prefer other measures put in first. But when I explained to them that those were, something that were coming down the road, they were quite pleased with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead. Sorry, I go.
Thank you. Through the chair, how long have you been engaged by administration about the 30 kilometer an hour zone?
I'm trying to remember back to the date. I believe it's been a month or a couple months.
Okay.
But that might just, my memory's not great, so.
Appreciate that. You seem quite in the know about what's going on. You're quite engaged in the whole matter. This is the first neighborhood of Regina that they're making this recommendation for. Are you under the same understanding?
Yes.
Do you think we can recreate this in other neighborhoods as it stands right now throughout our city?
I think so. I think each neighborhood will have different factors that affect how it should be implemented and in what the priorities should be. I think Cathedral is somewhat unique in that 13th Avenue forms kind of a central vein where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic. We already have narrow roads where 30 kilometers an hour isn't that much different from how people already drive, because especially in winter, the narrow roads only get narrower, so most people are already driving at that speed. So I think similar neighborhoods with similar builds would be probably higher in priority, but that's just that's my personal opinion. Cool. Whether or not that aligns with the opinion of city staff is, I guess, another question.
Just to make sure I'm seeing things the same way, North Central, Regent Park, DF, they would all kind of fit the same standard you talk about reasonably?
Yeah, and when I asked city staff regarding that question, because I had a similar, just kind of high-level wonders, like, what does this look like? There were comments specifically around North Central, where they might have more concerns around traffic in alleyways that might affect how the framework gets implemented.
Yeah.
But
so if we followed the same line of thinking, if we made all of these neighborhoods 30 kilometers an hour, You mentioned 70 seconds about Cathedral being. Do you have any idea what type of a timeline that would have on from someone's commute, say from Normanview to downtown, where we have an office policy where 40,000 people work every day?
Yep, so,
Would it be 70 seconds, or would it affect bus routes, commute times? Would it cause a lot of different things in our city to happen?
yeah, so it'll depend on how traffic is prioritized along arterials. I don't see this being something that's implemented along arterial roadways. So that'll be definitely, I guess, something to be measured by city staff to say like, okay, how do we best manage traffic
Especially
from the
through
arterials? So
Yeah.
in the case of something like Normanview, like I don't imagine this being put in place along long stretches of McCarthy or Louvain or even Dewdney is another matter. I mean,
Yeah,
I
well,
have,
just
like,
looking at
personal
Victoria
thoughts.
Avenue,
Yeah.
to get the conversation at hand, you know, it's one of the 30-kilometer streets as well.
Yep.
Dewdney is no different than Victoria. All neighbors should be equal is kind of the point. You mentioned arterials. What are the arterials through the Cathedral area for when things like Saskatchewan Drive are under construction, or maybe a Louvain construction time, or Albert Street construction for people who have to get through our city? Are there any arterials through this plan?
So I don't believe so. I believe 13th Avenue is currently classified as a collector. The east-west arterials would be Sass Drive, which forms our northern border, and then below that would be Regina Ave, which I believe is in Lakeview.
Okay, appreciate it. Here again, if my language is improper, you kind of compared Dewdney. Would Dewdney comparing to Victoria not be two arterials that kind of should be like in 50-kilometer-hour zones for the kind of situations I mentioned, such as construction or, you know, other non-Louvain traffic? Would that be a fair, like-minded neighborhood comparison for use of our land?
So could you clarify which segment of Victoria you're referring to? Because the classification differs.
I'm going to propose that we keep streets like Dewdney, Victoria, Elphinstone at 50 kilometers an hour for transportation routes still throughout every area when this gets recreated, including Cathedral, to have equity and fairness in decision. Just wondering your thoughts on that.
So I believe that Victoria is a weird one because it does have a median, but in essence, it's still an residential street. So I guess that's just my personal opinion there, that it's still primary residential and would have any of the, I guess, traffic, like speed set as if any other residential street.
Just to the point, because I'll be discussing this later, could I not say the same thing about 4th and 7th as I could about 15th and Victoria, that they're necessary travel streets for people to get through our city and traverse our city?
I think that starts to get into the conversation of kind of, I guess, a matter of opinion on what is, I guess, a balance of moving traffic quickly versus keeping people safe. And that there's a balance there, and which of those priorities should take priority in that case.
And a balance through the city equity for how we use our streets and who's entitled to safety. There should be a balance between that for everybody to be treated the same as well, I would say. Would that be fair?
Again, I guess that's a matter of opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura?
You got me going. Okay. Mayor, through you. Mr. Lawrence, question. This has been debated quite a bit. Discussion not just from, I mean, when you hear folks from the outside of what we're debating, it could be varied. I heard quite a bit of comment directed to me from residents at Cathedral. So the first question I would have to you is, as a community association, have you discussed having 13th Avenue to be the only street that is marked at 30 and leave everything else alone?
We have not had a discussion on that particularly. I know prior to the Vision Zero framework being brought to our attention, just based on prior fatalities, I know that was a common theme in concerns from residents, just regarding lowering the speed on 13th Avenue, just in response to those fatalities. But since then, the 30 kilometer an hour zone has seemed fair kind of for the reasons that I had mentioned before. I guess one thing I'll add to that is that the lowering the speed limit only really becomes effective because it's a zone. If you start layering in certain streets that have higher speed limits than others, it just transfers traffic onto those streets as people try to avoid the slow streets by traveling along those higher speed, the speeds with the higher limit, or the streets with the higher speed limits.
Okay, thank you. Through Mayor, I believe in your, I think it was question asked, is 13th Avenue speed limit is the number one priority? That's the question. I believe you mentioned, your answer was yes, it is. Is the 30 kilometers on 13th Avenue is the number one priority? There's no other things that you need to do first? That would be the number one thing that Cathedral Association is or the community in Cathedral is asking to do?
It gets into a bit of a complicated kind of answer, but I'll try and answer it as best I can. I believe that the 30 kilometer an hour speed limit kind of enables the building of further traffic calming infrastructure, right? The calming part of traffic calming is saying like, hey, we need to, bring speeds, either reduce speed or reduce volume. So setting the speed limit first allows us to get a quick win, so to speak, in that we can reduce speeds immediately and then start layering in all of the additional infrastructure that, would further keep people safe and I guess help with compliance on that 30 kilometer an hour speed limit.
Okay. Mayor, through you, 15th Avenue from Elphinstone, I can picture what the speed limit is. It's right beside the park. So from Elphinstone to Pasco Street, I believe there are two three-way stop signs. I think one is on Princess and one is on King. So I'm not sure, if you don't know, then I'll ask administration, what's the speed limit there? And how would that work with putting a kind of a stop somewhere in between? So if you have a long street, no any kind of stopping, it causes problems. So did that do anything for that particular, by the park, by the street, in your opinion? Or?
So I believe it does a reasonably good job for those that follow compliance. And this is why I kind of had mentioned that it's the 30 kilometer an hour speed limit is a good first step. I believe that zone, because it's next to a park, that it is a 30 kilometer an hour zone. Okay. I could be corrected if I'm incorrect on that.
That's what I'm thinking too.
However, there are some other, infrastructure deficiencies that can induce speeding. I know that that is one of the roads that, for some reason, starts to kind of widen up a little bit. So there have been some concerns from residents regarding speeding around that, along that stretch. I believe there was a Leader Post article written about it 2 or 3 years ago. And then also concerns of just around visibility on the intersection between Elphinstone and, Pasco and 15th Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mayor, one more or so. Just by reading and listening to or getting emails from residents of the area, the comment was pretty, it looks at the calming, the street calming thing that we're doing, plus those comments about looking from Albert Street to Elphinstone, there's nothing there to interrupts or intercepts the speed. One you just go. There's nothing that stops anything. Had the association looked at traffic? I know there is a crosswalk light, but has the Cathedral Association looked at a traffic light? Because you have Safeway, you have Brandy's, I think. There's a lot of things that are going on into that area, and it's so traffic, foot traffic, bike traffic, scooter traffic, car traffic. There's a lot of activities. Has the association looked at talked to city administration about a traffic light?
We have not. We trust in just kind of the recommendations of staff. We're not traffic planners, so should that be proposed as an alternative, I mean, we wouldn't be against it. I think a signalized intersection still provides some degree of safety. However, it provides a safety at that intersection and not necessarily between all of the other intersections. It has been demonstrated that folks will kind of stop at a stop sign, but then immediately speed up after it. So there is some effectiveness there, but in the case of a traffic light, no, we haven't particularly, I guess, lobbied specifically for a traffic light at that intersection.
Okay. Mayor, one more. The last meeting I spoke of streetlights. Streetlights illuminating a street, illuminating an area. Right now, I think, I'm not sure how bright at night the 13th Avenue is. When you introduce light into the area, we always talked about light. Have you discussed that with, I believe that would be SAS Power, but administration, to look at what would that be, feasibility study, what that cost to, I mean, if you're looking at safety, I believe safety is light. Have you discussed that, or, I mean, I could ask administration for that, but.
Yeah, so we have discussed that as part of our, one of our meetings. That was something that we brought up. That is also one of the other concerns is there are specific patches of 13th Avenue that have a good amount of light. However, that doesn't extend the entire business district or even getting into some of the residential zones. The lighting can be lacking, and that was a concern that we brought forward, and that they had said that they are in talks with SAS Power to get addressed as the process permits, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that, John. Okay, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bandura? Councillor Bresciani? Got it. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. Through the engagement that was held, was there any feedback from business owners that attended, or anything that you heard from the business community there? To the chair.
So in that particular engagement, we didn't talk to a tremendous amount of business owners. There were a handful that I recognized and did engage with. Like I had mentioned earlier, the attitude was generally positive. I mean, a lot of those businesses rely on foot traffic. 13th Avenue doesn't have a lot of parking, so people are generally walking there, either, parking out in front, parking further along the road, or walking from their homes. So anything that makes people feel safe, patroning their business, they seem to be very much for. Is that attitude universal among all business owners? I don't think there's anything that you could get a universal alignment on, but generally the attitude was, we support it, yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hornick, you mentioned your concern for the safety of children around Connaught School. What's the current speed limit around Connaught School?
30.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Sir, I see no further questions. I thank you very much for being with us today and ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you for your time.
I would call upon delegation Dr. Vanessa Matthews. Doctor, as you approach, I'll ask again that you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council. There may be questions afterwards for you. Welcome.
Thank you. Vanessa Matthews. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies at the University of Regina and a resident of Ward 1. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of Regina City Council. I'm here to express my support for the adoption of the Vision Zero road safety recommendations to be discussed today. While I support all components of the recommendations, I wish to focus on the potential advantages of adopting the implementation of a 30 km/h speed limit in the proposed community safety zone. The implementation of this zone will have a direct impact on improving safety conditions for pedestrians and cyclists. This is an important step in moving toward a more sustainable and accessible city. The data contained in this report offers information on collisions taking place within Regina for the 5-year study period outlined. In this period, there were 384 fatal and injury collisions involving pedestrians and 211 fatal and injury collisions involving cyclists in Regina. These two groupings are considered vulnerable road users, given their high risk of injury or death when involved in a collision with a motor vehicle. It is clear that lowering the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour will lower the potential for major injury and death. This relates to reaction time and braking distance at various speeds. When vulnerable road users are involved in a collision at 30 kilometers an hour, according to the World Health Organization data, which has been adopted by the City of Toronto and City of Edmonton, they have a 90% chance of survival. At 50 kilometers an hour, this is basically flipped and the survival rate drops to 10%. The implementation of necessary infrastructure, crosswalk signals, curb extensions, etc., at key intersections will add to the creation of safer streets and sidewalks for vulnerable road users. The data supports how the community safety zone reflects a higher rate of collisions taking place in Cathedral. Lowering the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour sends a message to drivers that streets are shared public spaces. This shift will have a measurable impact not only on collisions, but also on the perception and conditions of safety for people living in and visiting this community zone. There are many residents of Regina that express a preference to engage in active transportation, but a reluctance to do so given current safety concerns. There are many who worry about sending their kids to school by foot given current speed limits and behavior of drivers. We must shift the understanding of streets to protect all road users and to ensure that as a city, we can reach the goals that we have set out in our Energy and Sustainability Framework, Transportation Master Plan, and OCP. This starts by making space for pedestrians and cyclists safer and considering their movements throughout the city. For those worrying about the effect on businesses along 13th Avenue and surrounding streets if the traffic speed is lowered, I would state rather simply that cars do not make purchases, people do. The adoption of the community safety zone will shift 13th Avenue into a destination area as opposed to a thoroughfare. Research demonstrates how improved safety for pedestrians and cyclists has a positive effect on businesses. We learned this during the shutdown of streets into pedestrian zones during the early stages of COVID-19. Analysis of cities in Canada and the United States that closed downtown streets to vehicular traffic found evidence of growth in new customer base and increased revenue. Creating spaces that pedestrians and cyclists feel comfortable visiting can have a positive effect on creating a public life. After learning at the executive committee meeting that the decrease in speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour will add only an additional 77 seconds to someone's commute, driving west to east or vice versa, it's clear that drivers have little to lose in the adoption of this safety zone. I would personally welcome any inconvenience that can save lives and create a vibrant community space. Thank you.
Done. Thank you. I have questions. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. First introduced to the 30-kilometer-hour theory speed limit back when we did the school zone issue. At that time, I was informed that that speed limit was recommended due to the skeletal repercussions of being hit. Basically, that's the speed that the human skeleton can still withstand and the organs inside and still have a chance for survival. Do I understand that correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
In your delegate statement, you mentioned about the increased safety of the slow driving. I don't believe the slow driving is an increased safety. I think it's recommended by that last point of impact of a car and a person and the heightened survivability of it. I'm just confirming that once again. That's correct, right?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you. You were talking about the data that for 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. I mean, I'm just throwing this out there. Would you happen to have the data for somebody being hit at 60 kilometers?
I mean, it's very,
Yeah.
it would be below 10% for survival rates, so it's quite low. I don't have it off the top of my head,
okay,
but it kind of has that pattern.
Okay, so at 50, it's 10%, so it would be obviously more than that. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson. Counselor Sikiniak.
Okay. And following up on that question, you said at 50 kilometers, there's a 10% survival rate. At 30 kilometers, a 90% survival rate. What was you gave us the source, I believe. Can
Yeah,
you
it's
repeat?
the World Health Organization data, which was drawn upon by the City of Toronto as well as the City of Edmonton and their discussions.
Toronto and Edmonton. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Counselor Sikiniak. Counselor Findura.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So one question I asked before. Is the 30 kilometers an hour on 13th Avenue is the number one issue, or in your opinion, that would be number one issue that you would start with, nothing else around that, and everything else will follow? Is that in your opinion?
I mean, I feel like I should say at the outset that I don't represent the interests of the community. I think that, seeing the increased collisions that have taken place there, and the effects that will have on that community. I mean, it's a community that's very much more walkable, and people move around to access the retail spaces that are there. I'm not going to weigh that against other things. I think as an issue, it is an issue and it should be addressed, but I don't want to rank it in relation to other things.
Honest answer. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Professor, you mentioned the concern for the safety and protection of pedestrians and cyclists. We have an education moment here. What things would you suggest that pedestrians and cyclists do on 13th Street to improve their safety?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's hard to compare vulnerable road users with cars that are technically machines. So, I think that creating infrastructure that supports safer crossings for pedestrians is probably the most important measure, and for cyclists, that we can create infrastructure to actually create their increased safety. I think that, we can get into a discussion around whether people need to be more aware. I think all people have human errors, and we're trying to create a system to decrease the potential for major injury and death within a particular area that we know is an area that pedestrians and cyclists use frequently. I think that when we talk about creating road safety, though, we're also creating road safety for drivers. Nobody wants to be in a collision with a pedestrian or a cyclist, or has to live with that consequence as well. So, I'm focusing on pedestrians and cyclists in some of those comments, but I think that, it really does work to protect all road users, and we tend to focus on the most vulnerable ones, because creating increased safety for them creates increased safety for everybody.
The question focused on what pedestrians and cyclists could do to improve their own safety. Any suggestions there?
I think that, we need to create the infrastructure. I'd kind of go back to that. I think oftentimes when you have busy streets, like is the case on 13th Avenue, and you've got retailers that people are wanting to frequent, I mean, that street is busy in the daytime. It's busy when I drive past or walk past at night. It's a really popular space for people to collect, and anytime that you have spaces that are popular for people to collect, you create more of a potential for injury or collision. And so the infrastructure really works then to protect all users of that space.
Would it help if pedestrians didn't jaywalk?
I think it would probably help more if drivers were not as
That's not my
distracted.
question. Yes or no? Would it help if there was less jaywalking?
If we can create safer crossings, perhaps. If there's a problem and we know that jaywalking is happening because of a lack of safety for those crossings, then that's a great thing that will need to be addressed as part of that extra kind of infrastructure to coincide with these changes of the reduction in speed limit.
Would it help if pedestrians didn't talk on cell phones while crossing the street?
I think distracted movements are probably part of all road users, but it's different when we're comparing.
The answer is yes, isn't it? Are you prepared to answer?
Am I prepared to answer whether people should not be on their phones?
Would it help if pedestrians didn't use cell phones when crossing the street? You won't answer. Thank you, Mayor.
point of order.
Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
We're not to engage in debate with delegates, and I think that that line of questioning was debatable. Councillor Hawkins.
Mayor, it wasn't debated, it was just a request
Councillor,
for...
thank you. Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, thank you. Did you wish to ask any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Just the point of order.
Thank you. Doctor, I don't see any other questions, but I have a question for you. So, you referenced in terms of some of the speed data that both Edmonton and Toronto were using, and both of those cities implemented in residential zone a 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit. Can you speak to that?
I mean, I don't know enough to kind of speak to that. I was just pulling data about the actual stopping and braking speed to try to understand the rationale for a 30-kilometer kind of zone. I mean, having lived in Toronto, the streets can be wider, so, I mean, the narrow streets do make it difficult to traverse, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, and even somewhere that I don't think has more pedestrians than perhaps the City of New York. City of New York adopted a 40-kilometer-an-hour zone as well. The data from the National Association of City Transportation Officials, which of course is an American one, shows that it has produced different data, but you're not familiar with that at all?
No.
Okay, all right. Thanks, there's no further questions. I really appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Council, just before legislative break, let's receive and file communications. There we go. We have communications on item CR 24-32, so I motion to receive and file the following communications. CP 24-35, 36, and 37 from Denise Stevens of Regina, Nicole Strandlin of Regina, and from Troy Corbett of SGI. Can I have a motion to, thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Council, we have a legislative break at 2:30. It's 2:28, so why don't we take 15? We'll be back at 2:43. Welcome back, Council. We'll now consider item CR 24-32, the Vision Zero Road Safety Framework. The item was tabled April 10th, 2024 City Council meeting, and I just want to note for Council that Sergeant Shannon Gord and a consultant Reza Omrani from CIMA will be attending virtually to answer any questions of Council. Councillor Stevens, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
You bet, thank you. So this report passed Executive Committee in a split vote. Administration has proposed a strategy that contains long and short-term objectives aimed at advancing the Vision Zero goals of reducing pedestrian injuries and fatalities. This approach was pioneered in Sweden, guided by the principle of safety, and by association we reject claims that residents who walk or bike are inherently to blame for their own deaths at the hands of vehicles. And what the evidence shows is that this framework works. Another element of the plan is the Cathedral Community Safety Zone, which puts before us the option of reducing the speed limit in a neighborhood to 30 kilometers an hour. This was prompted by a variety of factors, not least of which are pedestrian fatalities on 13th Avenue, as well as speed concerns on 15th and a variety of other side streets. One of the victims was a young man named Dundre Thunder Lonechild. The other was a gentleman who was crossing a crosswalk where he should be, as one vehicle stopped for him, but another did not. Similar concerns have been raised by residents across Regina. Matched with Vision Zero, the strategy involves not only reducing speeds, but also changing the built environment to calm traffic and making a community more inviting to pedestrians. I might add that it's being proposed in a neighborhood that prides itself on hosting an annual festival defined by the absence of vehicles on 13th, as well as countless block parties that shut streets off to traffic entirely. Several weeks ago, administration hosted a come and go forum. Several councillors were in attendance. Feedback received by phone, email, and social media is representative of the engagement reports we've seen in almost every other community and on other initiatives here in the city. Some residents are completely in favor of both the safety zone and Vision Zero. Others support Vision Zero but oppose the lowering speed limits or believe 40 is more appropriate than 30. There are residents who don't believe lowered speed limits will be effective without traffic calming measures and proper enforcement, which is already addressed in Vision Zero. A small number expressed belief that pedestrians and cyclists are inherently at fault of injury or death should they challenge the supremacy of cars on our road. One cyclist reported that they were bribed by a motorist that struck them for not reporting an incident. Another resident talked about avoiding 13th altogether already as part of their commute because of congestion and their fear of striking pedestrians. All of this is pretty routine. Similar themes are found in a Cathedral traffic report from the 1980s, which has been cited by a delegate, which aimed to reduce speeds and improve pedestrian and vehicular safety. That included additional measures like stop signs to slow traffic. One of its objectives was to discourage entirely non-local traffic from entering the neighborhood. I might then pass it to administration if they have anything to add, and specifically if they could comment on the feedback from the town hall.
Ms. Anderson?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say you summed up everything absolutely perfectly. As far as the specific feedback from the town hall, I was there, so I would concur with others who are saying that it was mostly positive, but of course not 100%. And then I will turn it over, actually, Mr. Doney has got some additional information on the town hall.
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll just give you some information about the town hall as far as participants and what we heard in writing afterwards as some clear information. So we had about 80 participants show up at the in-person event on April 3rd. We had 55 comment cards submitted and 2 comment cards submitted through Be Heard in the recent weeks. 39 of those comment cards expressed support for the overall Vision Zero framework. 27 expressed support for the 30-kilometer-an-hour zone throughout the neighborhood, and 21 expressed options other than the broad 30-kilometer zone community safety zone.
Thank you. Have someone please move the report. Councilor Mancinelli, your light's on.
I'd like to move
Oh, sorry, I need a seconder. Thank you, Councilor Stanishuk. Please go ahead.
I'd like to move it, and actually with an amendment. I would like Victoria, Pasqua, Elphinstone, and 15th to all remain at the posted speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour.
Sorry, Councillor Mancinelli, Deputy Clerk is asking Victoria, Pasqua, Elphinstone, and 15th.
Correct.
Okay, got that? Okay, please go.
I guess in speaking to this, appreciate the work done on Vision Zero. I know that that's been many years in the making. A lot of those recommendations apply to every municipality that we come across, so I'm sure that they apply to Regina. Knowing that this was devised in European cities, I know that we have to use a couple workarounds to make it apply to a city built on automotive transportation, and I think that that's just a little bit of a challenge we can overcome. Being that the 30-kilometer-hour neighborhood was added on within the last month of Vision Zero, I don't want to sacrifice all the work done, and I also deeply want to respect the community for how they want to use their streets. In using a common sense point of view on this, I don't think that any of my residents expect anyone to be going 50 kilometers an hour down Ald Bay. It's not somewhere you should drive 50. So, you know, one of the side streets on Garnet, I can use the same lens. But on the flip side, we're a city. This isn't a village. We need a transportation network. In the report, it says lots about data, but I don't see any data for future years for things like construction on Luvan or Sask Drive. Once again, we have traffic counts, but we have no projections on traffic changes given to us with this report. And as always, everything seems so timely and has to be pushed through. So that's why I suggested the amendment. I hope it's a good middle ground. The people I represent in Northwest Regina and other councillors throughout the north and the west have to worry about like-minded neighborhoods being put to 30-kilometer speed limits and to match their expectations. But I don't think we can go 30 kilometers an hour all the way from Kestrel to Scarth Street in our city and expect people still to commute. So if we're going to implement a plan, it better be a rational plan that looks on transportation network throughout our city and not just trying to satisfy one boss, as in safety. It also has to look at how we use our city, and that's why I've made this amendment and suggested it. Thank you.
Councillor Stanichuk, you originally seconded it. Would you like to withdraw your second?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli requires a seconder on his motion. Councillor Bandura, thank you. Council, we have 3 minutes on the amendment. Oh, sorry. It's a main motion with an amendment. Sorry. And so it's 5 minutes. All right. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. So, yeah, just to be clear, that we're not talking about that change because it's already bolted in. Okay. I would like to propose an amendment that will require a vote. Amber has it. I'll wait for it to be put up, and then I'll request a seconder. Thanks. So I'll need a seconder to speak to this. Basically, what I'm looking for is a reflection after, should this go ahead, what the effects were. We know this is a data-driven system. I just need an amendment before I can speak to it, please. Or sorry, seconder.
I'll second. No.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk.
I would, in a second, ask administration if they could provide a comment, but again, the rationale is the 30-kilometer zone and what we're proposing and the discussions that have happened with the community and the city are important. There's a lot that we could learn from this and then start applying to other parts of Regina where residents or the community or the local road conditions demand. So I would then ask administration, first off, if you could comment generally on this amendment, and secondly, if you believe the time frame and the ask is acceptable and meaningful.
Mr. Doney, like to take this one? Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair, so the reporting back in Q4 of 2025 is reasonable. I'll just flag one thing, is that we typically get data from SGI and SHA yearly data, so we would be able to come back with kind of the fall of 2024, but we wouldn't be able to come back with the 2025 data until Q1 or Q2 of 2026. So if council wants that full look, I would recommend that gets bumped out to about Q2 of 2026 but if you're okay with partial data, then we could come back in Q4 of 2025.
I'm amenable to a more comprehensive data set if there's value, and so if the seconder permits, I would adjust it to be sort of Q2 of 2026.
Councillor Stanchuk, on the record, would you
Yes.
be amenable to that? Okay.
Yes,
You
I
just
agree.
turn your light back on. I'm just going to turn your microphone off.
That's all I have to say about the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stanchuk.
Okay, so,
Great. Did you want to speak to the amendment?
well, yeah, I'm just confused now, so,
The main motion
the
is as
main
it
motion
exists.
is what I wanted to speak to,
Okay, so amendment's on the floor. You don't need to speak to it. You've seconded
Right.
it. You're good. Okay, anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Excellent. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
I just have a procedural question. If the amendment passes and the main motion fails, does that mean that then there would just have to, we'd start from scratch? Is that accurate?
Great question, Councillor Zakiniak. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. If the amendment passes, Councillor Zakidniak, but then the main motion is defeated, you start from scratch because the amendment would have nothing to attach it to. Because when the vote finally comes, you are voting on the motion as amended. So it would fall off as would everything.
And so there would be the opportunity someone would just have to move a recommendation and then reintroduce the amendment in that scenario?
You would, it's something, yeah, if it was, the amendment was passed and then subsequently the main motion as amended was defeated, you'd be starting from scratch, so somebody would have to start with some new motions.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Is any other member of council? I'm just going to complicate things further. Oh, no, Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
I'm going to oppose the amendment, not because I'm opposed to data, but because as one of the delegations, the first delegation said, what is being proposed here is a drastic change. And before you do a drastic change, normally you examine in depth what that change is and what the likely consequences will be, what best practices have shown, et cetera. I don't believe we've done that. I think if you implement a drastic change without having done our homework in advance is a mistake. So I don't think you should do drastic change and then do studies to see what the effect is. I think you should do studies and then do change based on the studies. So this is it upside down. I'm opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I don't see any other, I'm not going to complicate it now. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
I just need some more clarification. So we have the main motion on the floor, amended by 3 blocks being, or 3 rows being 50 and the other one staying 30. And then we have Councillor Stevens saying, let's bring back the report. So are we bringing back the report based on the change of the 30 to the 50 and those, like everything's all together?
I think regardless of how the main motion goes, if you're in favor of data for whatever happens on the main motion, you would vote for it. You heard Councillor Hawkins' remarks, but essentially the question is that whatever happens, we'd be looking for the results of the implementation of whatever changes are.
Right, so we're looking for the results of the main motion or the main motion as amended?
Yeah, please go ahead, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Should the amendment pass, Councillor Nelson, it's then kind of put aside until you determine the remainder of the initial main motion. And if that main motion passes along with this amendment, then the information and data coming back in Q2 of 26 will also contain information respecting the 50-kilometer zone on those 4 main roads.
Okay, so I think I have this straight. So the main motion, as amended with the few roads that are going to be 50 kilometers and the study coming back, that's what's on the floor.
What I'd like to clarify is, don't refer to it as the main motion as amended. The main motion is the first 4 points. There is no amendment to it. Councillor Manson only moved the motion and he changed the last part of it. So it is now the main motion.
So that is now the main motion.
That's right. And this part from Councillor Stevens is the only amendment on the floor. It's just a procedural twist.
Yeah, love your procedural twist. Wrap it around my brain. Okay,
Is that clear as mud?
yeah.
Oh, please. Counselor Stevens, did you want to
Sorry,
explain?
it was just going to be side chatter.
Yeah.
But what I would say is, this analyzes whatever we approve in
Whatever we
the
approve.
long run.
Whatever
Yeah.
we approve, okay. All right. Counselor Nelson, you're good?
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Okay, you're in a side chatter. Okay, side chatter away. Counselor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this amendment. I note in the original report that Division 0 is the first recreation of this, Cathedral being the first neighborhood it's being applied to. It's supposed to be applied to the city as a whole. I think with that in mind, everything that's asked for in this amendment has to be a given, because they have to look at what they've done to this neighborhood with the drastic change they've put out there. They've already talked about Hillsdale. North Central is another place with high pedestrian problems. This is supposed to be how our city looks as a whole. This is a little glimpse. So I can't see how they would do the rest of their work and need this amendment to do it, knowing that there's only one administration. Looking at the docket of all the reports coming back to council all the time and how much work it takes to create those, I don't think we have to double up the work administration needs to do, because it's already bolted into their job to do the study and report back to us as they bring this forth for other areas. So I won't be voting in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Counselor Mancinelli. Counselor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mayor Masters, so I just would like to ask administration. So I understood that there was going to be a report come back with some analysis of this. Can you clarify if there is, there was even talk of it, if you wanted to deem it a pilot? Again, how does that, the work that you are going to bring back, and if, please clarify if there is or isn't, how does it compare to this piece that Councillor Stevens is asking for, through the chair?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, through the chair. So before this amendment, we would go and proceed with Vision 0, and depending if the community safety zone passes or not, we would implement that. And we are always analyzing the data and making recommendations and decisions. And if a council approval is required, then we would come back to council for that approval, whether it's budget, whether it's changing the community safety zone, reverting back to the original, or expanding it, we'd come back to council for that decision. But if council decision is not required, we would continue to proceed with Vision 0 framework implementation.
Thank you. So what Councillor Stevens is asking for, how does that differ than what you were going to actually do? Because it's asking for, is it just more data? Or were you going to present this, some of this anyway? Like, I actually thought there was going to be a report, and maybe I'm wrong with that, through the chair.
Through the chair. So what this motion is asking is for us to come back with an official council report to report back on the data. It might be a receive and file, it might be a decision depending on what we're analyzing, but without this, there's no need for us to come back to council and have an official council report. We would do the work ourselves, we would figure out what's working, what's not working, and if we thought changes needed to happen, then we would come to council. But if things are working well, we wouldn't come back to council for approval or updates.
Okay, so this just pushes administration to come back to council for the feedback. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadnicek, please go ahead.
Thank you. And through the mayor, a question for administration as well. How much, I'm assuming that you would be using, a lot of the information would be coming from SGI or the Saskatchewan Health Association, Health Authority, that's what it is, Saskatchewan Health Authority. So would this be just getting information from others, or would this require administration to do significant work?
Mr. Doney, your microphone is still on. Please go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. So this does not require significant more work than administration would be doing. We are going to be collecting the data. We need to collect that data to see what's working and what's not working. So this is just really putting it together in a public council report. So it's not significant amount of work to do this. It's just that final step to have council review it and approve it. So all the data collection would be the same regardless if this succeeds or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Nelson, I'm going to have your earlier question as just a clarification. So if you have questions of administration, please go ahead.
Thank you. What would be the significance, or what would be actually a challenge? I'm not even sure how to ask you. Implementing 30 in those certain zones and then 50 in the other zones, through the chair.
Sorry, are you on the main motion, or are you talking about the report back on the amendment?
I'm on the main motion.
So we're on the amendment still.
Oh.
There you go.
So on the amendment, all that you're asking is, like I said, you guys are just gonna come back and tell us what happened, what the significance, but what I'm trying to understand too is, we adopted this net zero from previous council, am I correct in that? Like, where did this come from, through the chair?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, the Division Zero
Yeah,
framework.
yeah,
So it's a standard that's being implemented across the country and across the world. The council approved funding for this a couple of years ago, and we worked with the consultant to do the data-driven analysis, and that's why we're bringing the Division Zero framework forward to you today to approve the overall framework. One aspect of that framework is the community safety zone that is really the key of the debate here today.
So council's already asked you to go and start implementing the zero framework. That would happen a long time ago. So it's not like this is all of a sudden new. That's what I'm trying to understand, because I was, thank you, through the chair.
Through the chair. So council provided funding approximately 2 years ago to hire a consultant to build the framework for Vision Zero. And so we've done that, and now it's before council to either approve or not approve the Vision Zero framework.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm not now. We directed you to take a whole bunch of money and start implementing this and start seeing how this would look like and what it would do. So you're bringing back to us a report saying this is what we should do. Am I correct in understanding that?
Through the chair, that's a high level correct statement.
Wow, that just makes...
Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I think the only other thing I'll say is, so yes, this was funded through through council. So we're bringing forward the two things. So the one is the framework, and then we tried to tie an actual action to it. And frankly, if you're going to approve a framework, tangible actions that actually progress it forward are important. And so we brought forward one that seemed timely and frankly highly supported through the Vision Zero framework.
Councillor Nelson, any more questions?
Yeah, so this is where I'm struggling with, because we've already asked you to do this. You came back to tell us this is what'll work. So we just spent a whole bunch of money to ask administration to do this, and then now we're questioning whether we should do it or not.
The line of questioning isn't as much around the overarching strategy as it is around the action that we are tying to the strategy.
Yeah.
One of the things that is embedded throughout anything you see or read in Vision Zero is that it is meant to be implemented, is not meant to just be another grand strategy with great ideas.
Yeah.
So if you're going to accept the strategy, you have to take actions as well that move you towards it and actually advance that vision.
Right, so we asked you to do it, and this is what you brought back. It kind of reminds me of the noise bylaws and the roads and all those tests that we do. We spend a bunch of money, but we're not going to implement sound barriers. So this would be the same kind of thing, but we should be implementing this. Okay, I got it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Skiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the amendment proposes that administration report back to council. I believe I heard Mr. Doney say that you're going to be gathering this information anyway. And so is it the case then that compiling it into a report and giving it to council, like how much extra work would that be for you through the chair?
Thank you, Councillor Skiniak. Before anyone answers, clerk gave me, or deputy clerk gave me a heads up. Administration or council, if you're going to speak into the microphone, get your laptop out of the way, because it's muffling and people are having a hard time hearing. So thank you for the question. Who from administration wants to ask the question? Thank you. Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair, so and this is Curtis Doney speaking. I'm going to try to do that for the rest of the meeting. The question about how much effort is it to create the report. So it is effort, I'm not going to lie. It takes effort to put a report together, to make sure it's framed the right way for public input, but the data will be collected. It's also part of our job to come to council and to share reports. So it is effort. I have tried in the past to quantify that. I have not been successful in that, so I'm not going to give a number, but there is effort in putting a report in front of council.
Okay, now this, what I'm thinking is that this, us being able to see this data would be helpful as administration is continuing to move forward with Vision Zero, whatever main motion passes today. And so, because like there has been questions about, well, what's going to happen in other residential neighborhoods throughout the city. So my perspective is, yeah, I'd like to see this data and be able to make an informed decision of how to continue to proceed with Vision Zero, whatever we decide to do today. So I understand that it's effort, but I think it might be valuable information for us to have. Do you disagree that it could be time well spent to compile this report and report back to us so we can make an informed decision? And if you do, that's fine. I'm just wanting to get your perspective through the chair. Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I think it's time well spent for council to understand the data and to make an informed decision. It's tied to budget around Vision Zero, so I think it's time well spent.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do support this. I think we will have more decisions to make in relation to Vision Zero. So getting this data, I heard I think it's an important part of the process. I heard the concern that some of this work should be done beforehand, but obviously we won't have an analysis of the results of implementing a community safety zone before we do it. So I can understand that as a concern, but some of this information, we have to do something in order to analyze it. And I do think it's important that council receives that information and then can make informed decisions about how to continue to move forward with Vision Zero. So I think it's a good amendment, no matter what happens with the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillors Zakidniak. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess at base, my question is, would it be possible to get valuable data before Q2 of 2026? So could we get valuable data, say Q2 of 2025, based just on 2024 information? Through the chair.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, so the data that we can collect that we don't rely on external agencies would be things like traffic count data. And I'm just going to ask the team, Mr. Warren, when that is done on a yearly basis and when that could come forward. Maybe not in the council report, but somehow just provided to council. Mr. Warren?
Mr. Warren, you're into the fray now.
Thank you. This is Chris Warren, through you, Chair. So yes, Mr. Doney is correct that the city collects data around traffic volumes, pedestrian volumes. We can collect data on the speeds, and we can collect data on the if the speed reductions are diverting traffic to different corridors. So these are the types of things that we have within our control and that we could bring back earlier than 2026. The collision data from SGI and the injury data from Saskatchewan Health Authority would be the particular data sets that we would have to wait until well into 2026 to get that for 2025.
Thank you. Through the chair, I might just put a suggestion and then ask for a response to it. I guess the suggestion is, if this is looking pretty good in Cathedral, we might want to think about implementing it in other neighborhoods before Q2 of 2026, and we might want data before then to know whether that's a good idea. I guess I'd put it to administration, does that seem accurate? That if it's looking good, we might want to expand this to other neighborhoods in 2025, as opposed to waiting to 2026. Through the chair, any feedback on that?
Through the chair, I will start and ask Mr. Warren to give some more information. So this is Curtis Doney talking. I would say that yes, there is data that we can collect that would indicate things are moving in a positive direction, but it's important to get probably the full data set before a decision is made. But I'll let Mr. Warren just maybe has a different perspective on that.
Mr. Warren?
Thank you. This is Chris Warren here, through you, Chair. So as part of the Vision Zero framework and the corresponding countermeasures that we put forward before council, that really underscores or outlines some of the actions that we were planning to take over the next 5 years, we had identified the community safety zones as an opportunity to expand to possibly up to 3 different locations in the 5-year plan. So as part of the process as mentioned, administration would be already, for our work, analyzing the data, and as you can see throughout the plan, there are many metrics that we are going to be analyzing to determine whether a particular action was successful or not. So that always has been the goal, and that we would use the data and and what we've found from any particular countermeasure to determine if it was successful, and then utilize that moving forward. So, yeah, we will be anticipating to be collecting this data and using this data to learn and adapt as we move forward.
Great, thank you. Those are useful answers. I think in light of them, I'm not going to move an amendment to the amendment. I guess my assumption is if you folks are collecting that, I'll call it internal data, in any event in 2024, if something really surprising, including shockingly good surprising, comes up in Q2 of 2025, that's probably going to be on council's plate in any event. And so I won't move an amendment. I think gathering this sort of data from external agencies, Health Authority, SGI, and so on in 2026 makes good sense to me to formalize that and bring that back to council. So I'm happy to support the amendment, proposed amendment as it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Is there any further questions? I have a few on this particular issue around the data and the analysis of the results and the implementation of a community safety zone, however that looks. Sergeant Shannon Gordon, you're on the line.
I am, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. So in the time frame within the framework that's been presented to us from 2015, 16, 17, 18, and 19, there's 5 years worth of data, 26,254 collisions, 15% of those had injury collisions. 0.5% were major injuries, and there were 0.07% or 19 fatalities in that 5-year time frame. So from the police perspective, in terms of the enforcement of speed-related issues, the 2015 to the 2019 time frame, what are the statistics within Cathedral area itself?
That is a very good question. I don't have those statistics at my fingertips. I can certainly do some digging and get that back to you, but I don't have it right now. My apologies. Through the chair.
Okay. Mr. Doney, Mr. Warren, do either one of you have those statistics from the report itself?
Through the chair, I don't have that. I'll ask Mr. Warren if he has any details, and if not, we can ask the consultant if they have that level of detail available.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Mr. Warren.
This is Chris Warren here through Chair. So we do have some pedestrian collision data in the Cathedral neighborhood specifically. So over the last 10 years, there have been 25 pedestrian collisions in the Cathedral neighborhood. And that is up until 2022 data, because as we mentioned before, we do not currently have official data from SGI for 2023, but we are aware that there were the 2 pedestrian fatalities in 2023, so that would add, that would be on top of the 25 that we have. I don't believe at the moment that we have the collision data specifically, like overall collision data for the Cathedral neighborhood, and I would maybe ask our consultant with SEMA if they had that. But we may not have that information at the moment.
Mr. Omrani, are you on the line?
Yep.
So there was a period of 5 years, 2015 to 2019, that were looked on to create the framework. I understand the systems approach. I totally understand that. But we're looking currently at Cathedral. So as it relates to the framework for those 5 years worth of data, we've got collisions and categorization of them. So my question again was, what does the collision data for the 5 years relative to how the framework was developed that would highlight Cathedral as being the area? Meaning, what is it about the data that says Cathedral should be the one to go?
So through the chair, the data that we have looked at as part of the framework does not really necessarily talk about this particular neighborhood. We looked at the entire city, and the analysis was done for the entire city for the 5-year period. And the framework itself and the actions that came from the development of the framework came from the analysis of the data for the 5 years. So I don't know if that answers the question, because again, as part of the framework and the report that we have prepared for the city, where we didn't have the breakdown of the data per each neighborhood. That was something that was discussed early on through the course of the project. And at the time, the SGI data was not geocoded to the roadway network. So we couldn't really dive in and delve into the analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Amrani. I guess I would ask you then, sir, as the consultant hired to do this, when we mapped out those 5 years worth of collisions that caused major or fatal injuries, so the 134 major and the 19 fatal, or even, frankly, the 3,918 injury collisions, which aren't necessarily tied to pedestrians. Some of those are vehicle on vehicle. When we mapped out those 5 years worth of collisions, was there, I understand 83% of the majors were, a lot of them are happening at intersections, but when we mapped out those, were there any areas of particular concern? Even if we didn't do Cathedral specifically, when we went citywide and we mapped out the collisions, can you describe the areas or the intersections where the most significant amount of these major and fatal injuries occurred?
So through the chair, as part of the Vision Zero framework, again, the issue that we have had was we didn't have the data mapped to the city. We had portion of the data, and we went through this exercise with the administration at the time that if we map a portion of the data and we make any kind of conclusions from that data, it will generate some skewed conclusions. And because of that, we stayed away from looking at a specific neighborhood or a specific area. In hindsight, if we had access to the SGI data, complete geocoded SGI data, yes, I think it would have helped to identify neighborhoods or areas, and some of the actions could have been tailored for that specific area. However, as part of the Vision Zero program, and we have developed for around 13 or 14 municipalities across the country, it rarely happens that the data is geocoded. So for the purpose of the framework, all of the analysis and all of the actions, we try to stay away from looking at a specific areas or neighborhood. However, I think the city staff have better insight of this particular neighborhood that we are talking about today. I can only speak about the overall collision analysis for the entire city. If you had access to the geocoded data, yes, we could have delved into a little bit more detail and draw some conclusions from that.
Thank you, Mr. Amrani. I apologize. Go ahead.
I was having a bit of problems hearing. I don't want to misstate. Just for the sake of simplicity, did I just hear them say they just did a data-based report without using actual data to feed it? Did I mishear that?
I'm not sure, Councillor Mancinelli. Mr. Amrani, did you hear the question from Councillor Mancinelli? I think they're just trying to get some understanding around the data that was used to create the framework.
No, if you can repeat the question, that would be great. I have some technical difficulties. I cannot really hear the discussion as well.
Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you. My apologies. I don't mean to sound rude. I was having problems hearing you. In your reply, I thought I heard you report back that we have a report in front of us that's a data-based report, but when assembling it, you didn't have actual data to base your recommendations on pertinent to our city. You based it on general data at large. Did I misunderstand your explanation?
Mr. Amrani?
So through the chair, no, we had access to the data. So we had access to the collision data from 2015 to 2019, 2020, and 2021 were excluded from an analysis because it was COVID and it could have skewed the results completely. So we had access to the collision data, but we didn't have access. We didn't have the geocoded data. We didn't know whether collision X occurred at intersection Y or collision X occurred at the road segment Y. So we didn't have that geocoded data. All we had through the SGI, the electronic files that we had, was the collision data. We had all of the attributes, excluding the coordinates, which is the information that could help the city to geocode the data. And as I explained, the geocoded data is typically not being produced by different municipalities. So it's not a common practice to have that information. And as part of the Vision Zero program, we typically do not come up with actions for a specific neighborhood or a specific geographic area. We look at the entire city because this is a high-level program and high-level framework, but the actions at the end of the day are the ones that need to be in different areas. And if the city wishes, they can do additional analysis based on the geocoded data whenever that data becomes available to prioritize locations or neighborhoods in the city which they would like to implement. And all of the information was available. However, it was not geocoded. I hope I answered the question.
Mr. Amrani, what I heard was that you're using, in some respects, general. We had specific collision data. It wasn't geocoded to location.
For the chair, yes, that's exactly it. We don't have geocoded data. We had the entire collision data for the city, and all of the analysis is based on the available SGI collision data.
Thank you, Mr. Amrani. I got a bit of time left in terms of questions. This is my concern with this specific, and I'm going to save some time at the end to go a little crazy with Councillor Stevens and try something else. But I guess that the foundational elements from Vision Zero, vision strategies and actions, guidelines for an effective Vision Zero action plan state that there are foundational elements to the success of Vision Zero implementation, baseline best practices. When it comes to build a robust data framework, the data should answer questions. Are injury crashes more likely to occur in certain location at certain times of day? Are some demographics and road users overrepresented in injuring crashes? If so, who and where? And that's the equity lens. That's a requirement to the foundation. And what crash factors are prominent? Examples include behaviors, high speeds, left turns, lack of complete street facilities for people walking, biking. But that in data collection, the assessment process, those in transportation, police departments, healthcare can help ensure a more complete and comprehensive understanding of the data, because ultimately analysis of Vision Zero data should lead to the development of a high injury network that geographically identifies locations where investments in safety are most urgent, which in turn will drive your implementation strategy. So there's a little bit about my question, so I got half a minute left. Councillor Stevens, what do you think about, instead of a report, just creating the dashboard?
Could you repeat that, please? I just want to make sense of it. I maybe just hit it a bit quick.
We talk about this type of information, and we can put it in reports, and we hear it all the time. It's not overly necessarily consumable, would be the way I would say it. So we've talked often before about dashboards, whether it's on performance of the city or different departments. And so in this particular case, as it relates to Vision Zero, the development of a city dashboard to show essentially when the data is properly analyzed, that update can just go into, here's the reduction, here's the maps of where collisions are existing, here's where crosswalks exist, here's where the city has invested in traffic calming, in crosswalks, in et cetera. But that idea that we could use this because we don't have dashboards, and so this could be one of those kind of digital dashboards. You know, if you're thinking Q2 2026, I don't know, reasonable to develop a dashboard which shows here's where we were 2015 to 2019, here's where we were in 2020. Like we can actually upload the information to show progress over time as opposed to a report to council, because any one of us, any future council member could just simply look at the data and say, hey, this has improved, and request a report at that time as opposed to developing the report itself.
So I'd say go for it. That should be done. Now, I also know how the sausages are made around here. And someone in 2026 is going to stretch a great deal to fight against something similar and use the argument that there's not enough data because they really don't want people to slow down. Like, I know how this works. So if a report is basically a dashboard, that's up to administration on how they want to structure it. But I know how this process works. I'd be fine with a dashboard, but I know the theatrics that can come with that and whether or not people read it. If it's before council, it's a report, it's a serious issue, there's a recommendation, it appeals to the expansion of a Vision Zero framework that's much like we're seeing in Cathedral. It's a different political beast. So if I had trust in how the data for future councils was going to be used, super. I say there's nothing prohibiting that dashboard approach from being crafted, and I'd say if we need a motion to say that, let's do it. I also know that that's how the sausages are made around here.
You're going to close off debate. I'm just going to leave it with you to ponder.
Yeah.
But Councillor Findura has some questions.
Who's the cook? Who's the sausage maker? Yeah. To you, Mayor, to the main motion, I guess, no, this is just on.
We're still on the amendment, sir.
Still on amendment? Okay. It'll be a long night, oh boy. Okay. No, I'll leave it alone then. The reason I'm asking is, this is just on amendment, we'll be back to do main, we can do amendments, as many as you want. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevens, you close off debate.
Yeah, if I could, actually, I want to appeal to Councillor Mancinelli. Some of this stuff should be done anyways, but nothing can get lost in the wash with a motion like this. So you're right, we should always reflect, and I don't need a report to make decisions in real time as per the mayor's comments, but you and I both know that this directive is clear, it addresses some of the concerns we've talked about, it comes back to council. So down the road, when someone's complaining perhaps about a 30 zone and it's going to be the other collapse of their neighborhood, in 2026 we'll have something that can say with some definitive answers whether or not it does. So again, the reality is these reports actually matter and they do take resources, and in my experience we need motions to do that. So I'd ask for your support because this prevents people down the road from dodging tough questions that are politically sensitive because they're overwhelmed with evidence and they'd have to dodge a bit harder or make things up to prevent themselves from doing so. So I think there's better ways to present evidence. I think this is great. I think we have a tacit commitment from administration to work in real time with the data they do collect to perhaps expand these kind of zones elsewhere prior to 2026. Ask for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Clerks, could you start the vote on the amendment? Councillor Bresciani, please vote.
In favor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. You're on.
Mayor Masters, the motion is passed in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councilors Bresciani, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Sakidniak, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against was Councilor Hawkins, and Councilor Nelson has temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens, you're still up.
Thank you. I have a question both for Councillor Mancinelli and administration. With the changes proposed now, Victoria, Pasqua, and 15th, Victoria and 15th in particular are heavily utilized by pedestrians. So those are actually some of the streets of concern. Why those streets? And then at the same time, I'd ask administration, what would be the unintended consequences of allowing 50 on those particular routes versus a blanket approach? Maybe I'll start with Councillor Mancinelli.
Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
East-west passage and recreatability throughout the city is where those streets were recommended. Elphinstone, Pasqua, Victoria, always historically very, very busy streets. I know 15th doesn't quite hit the same pedigree, but once again, it's east-west passage in consideration of things like future construction, as well as commuting. If you have an entire area set to 30 kilometers an hour and people have to pass east to west through and start to encounter backup in traffic, without some type of a pathway to know where they can take their motor vehicle on a welcome route, they tend to go off like fireworks throughout entire neighborhoods. And I don't think that's what we want to recreate. To have a suggested path of travel for detours and for commuters, I think is wise for using our city, for all motor vehicle users in the city. I think it's also wise to have those habits built up for pedestrians to understand which roads will be the busier for cars and which ones are more pedestrian friendly for wandering around. Being a representative of a Northwest ward, I really wanted to cooperate and respect the users of the area they live in, their views on 13th Avenue, even though it's a direct connection to Louvain. But at the same time, as I've said, this isn't the only area in our whole city, and these expectations of safety in neighborhoods is something that every one of us is faced with every day. I don't know many residents that don't expect slow-moving traffic on a quiet residential street, and I get calls all the time. So if this is supposed to be an upcoming preview of how we're planning our city, I do know we have to move throughout our city, and that's why these streets have shown up in my recommendation the way they have.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair. So when I've got multiple traffic engineers trying to type and do traffic engineering on the floor of council, I do not recommend making changes like this. I think the implications would be that the 13th Avenue traffic would go to 15th Avenue or other east-west ones and cause increased traffic there, and those streets probably don't have the infrastructure needed until full Vision Zero gets implemented. So my recommendations would be if the council is not comfortable with the community safety zone, then don't approve it, but don't pick and choose streets on the floor of council.
If I'm not trying to put the councillor on the spot, but I actually enjoy this debate.
Can I answer that if you're going to ask me next? Just put it to me.
What?
Gentlemen, go ahead, Councillor Stevens. He's got the floor. Your mic may be on.
Here we are
but he's
chatting.
asking.
I'm gonna assume that you put this on the floor in good faith because you believe in the principles, and it's not just it's an awkward split the baby in half kind of negotiation where it dies and you think you win. What if it wasn't 30 but it was 40? And I hate negotiating with the evidence, but you're trying to find a balance, and I think many others are through the chair. If it was 40 as a blanket, would that kind of mitigate the need for the mixed approach? And then to administration, would there still be value in a 40 blanket limit in Cathedral to advance the same interests?
If I had to answer my portion first, if I'm allowed to. So I read the report. I confirmed with the delegations the 30-kilometer-hour recommendation doesn't come from any magic that happens when you go, other than the fact that the human skull has a greater chance of surviving at a 30-kilometer hit. So when we're talking school zones and safety, this recommendation that keeps on servicing across our country, across North America, the world, all has to do with the physical limitations of the human skull and the ability to get hit by a car. That's where it comes from. Not wanting to mess with all the recommendations for administration, I followed through the same way when we debated school zones. I followed through because, you know, I'm not the expert in the subject matter. Over and above that, I'd just like to point out that in our first exposure to this, it was also said that this wasn't an engineering recommendation. This wasn't based on the engineer's history or any other education. This was an off-the-cuff recommendation from administration, very short in duration and time thought out, and so I just wanted to mention that.
Councillor Stevens, I'm just asking, are you proposing an amendment to move all of these numbers to 40?
I'm not there yet. I'm not sure if I want to, but I maybe you can read between the lines of where I'm at, but in terms of thinking.
Try.
I haven't put it out there, but yeah, you're wise to where things are heading. Maybe just not by me. Thank you. The evidence. We've heard suggestions that we don't have enough evidence. Over the last 8 years, I've borderline harassed the traffic engineers at the city to a point where I started printing my own speed limit signs and putting them in neighborhoods. Everything I've done on this file has been from a genuine need as a parent, as a community member. What does the evidence say? Montreal, small centers. I've seen 30 zones like we're proposing in many jurisdictions. What do we know in terms of the evidence generally that would be a big surprise here in Regina?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'll start and just ask Ms. Kleem if she has any more details to provide. But the 30 or 40 or 50 kilometer per hour does come back down to the survivability if you're hit by a vehicle. So as mentioned in the delegations, we know that that survivability is significantly higher if you're going 30 kilometers versus 40, and especially versus 50 kilometers an hour. So that's where the basic recommendation comes from, and the reason why we have 30 kilometers an hour in front of council. I'll ask Ms. Kleem if she has any more details of that or anything else to add.
Ms. Kleem?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, this is Carolyn Kleem speaking. Just to add to what Mr. Doney said, I would say that in addition to the survivability at 30 kilometers an hour, another factor is the minimization of the risk of the collision to occur in the first place by improving the stopping distances that's required, particularly now as we're beginning to get heavier vehicles such as electrical vehicles or taller vehicles such as higher trucks. So that's something that also improves sight lines and that reaction time to actually come to a stop and prevent the collision in the first place, and then when the collision occurs to mitigate the injury and risk of fatality. In terms of the evidence around so Europe would probably be the best location to look at in terms of the effectiveness. 30 kilometers has been much more prevalent there as a speed limit to move to. In North America, there's been more of a move to 40 kilometers an hour historically, and more recently we're seeing more jurisdictions look to do 30. So 30 kilometer hour zones in Montreal, 30 kilometer hour zones in Toronto. Winnipeg is currently piloting a 30 kilometer and a 40 kilometer hour local area. I believe I saw Victoria looking to go forward as well. There's probably many other jurisdictions that are also beginning to move in that direction, so that this discussion about 30 for Regina really puts us on the forefront, I would say, of that discussion. And just to echo what Mr. Doney said, that any speed reduction will improve safety for vulnerable road users, but also drivers as well.
Okay, thank you. And to be clear, this is also, not just in this zone, but generally speaking, it's also accompanied by lighting, curb extensions, other traffic calming measures, and so on. So it's not just speed reduction, because we have that. You're also going to advance other measures in the short and the long term. Is that correct?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through, excuse me, this is Curtis Doney speaking. Through the chair, that's correct. The Vision Zero framework has multiple ways to improve traffic safety. Some of them are engineering, so physical things, but also with our partners that we talked about during exec committee. So there's multiple ways that we are looking to improve traffic safety. Speed reduction is one option that is part of the framework.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Administration, can you just comment, please, on Councillor Massanelli had said that it was an off-the-cuff 30 kilometer. Can you explain to us how this 30 kilometers came about and that it wasn't off the cuff just 30 kilometers thrown out?
Mr.
There was a
Doney?
lot of study behind this, there was a lot of reasons behind this. through the
Mr.
chair.
Doney?
Through the chair, so I'll give you some,
Thank you.
I don't think he said off the cuff. I think he said
He did.
in the last month is my recommend.
Did you say off the cuff?
I can say, I said it was a 2-year study, where in the last month, off the cuff, they made a recommendation.
There you go. Counselor. There you go. You're right. Correct. Counselor Nelson, you've asked the question. Mr. Doney, please answer the question.
so through the chair, the engineering team brought the Vision Zero framework to ELT in March, I believe, with the framework outlined and asking us to endorse it and bring it to City Council. The executive leadership team did that, and they also said, here's one action that we could put in front of council if they wanted to move in that direction and to implement an action within the Vision Zero framework. ELT looked at that, reviewed it, and thought, yes, the risk is worth the reward to try to reduce the speed to reduce any impact with pedestrian versus vehicle incidents.
So, thank you very much, that was very answered. Another thing that I learned, and I just, maybe administration can speak to, I don't think we have a police officer on the line, do we?
Yes, we do.
We do? Okay, then the police officer can speak to it. When I first got elected, I had the police put up a, where they detected how fast the cars were going, how many cars were going, so on and so forth. And they called it a ticketable offense when they were going 10 kilometers over the speed limit. So at 50, the speed limit's 50, they called it a ticketable offense when they were going 60 and over. So that they have their discretion. So what I'm concerned about, we have a 30 kilometers, or we have a 50 kilometer zone. Technically, people can drive 55, 56 in these narrow little streets. I personally go 35 on Victoria and Pasqua because it's just, that's what I do. But so as a police officer, can you address that concern? Because I'm sitting here going, if the speed limit is 50, tactically you can go up to about 57, 58 without a ticket. Can you speak to that and correct me if I'm wrong through the chair?
Sergeant Gordon?
Thank you for your question. Through the chair, yes, the general practice is police will use some form of discretion when they're running radar for a speeding ticket, primarily because like size of tires and all sorts of things can cause the speedometer in that vehicle to be different than what the speed actually is. And so a lot of times we try to give the benefit of the doubt to the driver. And so at about 5 to 10 kilometers over the posted speed limit, no matter what, your vehicle is showing you that you are in fact speeding. Having said that, when it comes to school zone enforcement, high pedestrian areas of the city that the city has identified as areas of concern, such as playgrounds, school zones, 11th Avenue, where you have a lot of foot traffic coming off of the Scar Street Mall, areas of that nature, that discretion is dropped dramatically. Just simply for the safety of those pedestrians and for the survivability rate increase should there be contact with a pedestrian and a vehicle. So although yes, there is some discretion there, it is lessened dramatically when it's in those areas that are identified as high volume or high risk.
Thank you for that. So in saying that, so Victoria Avenue, Elephant Stone, 15th Avenue, Pasqua, especially Pasqua, if that goes down to 30 and we're going 37, and I know I'm putting you on the spot here and I don't mean to, and if you don't want to answer this, that's totally fine. Would that be a ticketable offense through the chair? I know. And you don't have to answer if you don't want to. That's totally fine too.
The best answer I can give you is it would be very much discretionary on the officer.
Yeah.
I would suggest what would probably happen at that, just my best guess, would be a warning. Mm-hmm. At that rate, there may not be an actual fine imposed and a court date, but even at that rate, there would certainly be a conversation had roadside of the speed limit and why doing it is important.
And that's what I appreciate the discretion, because I understand, like on Pasco Street where it's open, maybe you wouldn't be as stern as say on 15th Avenue. But that's all, that's all the questions I have for you. I just wanted to make that clear to everybody, because I didn't know that until I had the speed on my street. So technically, when we go down to 30 kilometers, and I get it, you know what, I don't want to go 30 kilometers. I honestly don't. But for the safety and well-being of people, and I'm okay going 30, 35. I usually go about 35 on there. The roads are so bumpy. There's so many people going on. There's people walking by. I slow down. But the other person doesn't have to slow down. The other person that's not me can go 55. That's where I have a real difficult time here, and we heard today that it's upon discretion. So that's one thing. You know what, I'm just going to leave it there. I just wanted everyone to know that there is some discretion. It's not going to be 30, and you're not going to get a ticket if you're going 31. And 40, I have a problem with it going 40, because then discretion goes back up to 48, 49. It's not. And then if you keep it at 50, the discretion goes up to 60. So it's that little bit of discretion that I struggle with to say that we should reduce it or make it higher. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson. Councillor Findura, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Mayor. We are at the main motion with fuel adjustments here.
We're on the main motion.
Through you, Mayor, I believe and understand that the administration talked about is that if you restrict one or two streets, then we as humans are creatures. We tend to avoid certain things to get a certain spot, and then we're still behind schedule anyway. So, question and comments and conversation with the residents, just talking about the speed, and there's a lot of folks are for and against. I mean, everyone has an opinion. I was thinking about putting 30 kilometers just on 13th Avenue, so I don't think now hearing what the administration talked about, now you're putting restrictions, you're putting pressure on other avenues and other streets. But that was the one question posed to me to say, why not just the 13th Avenue at 30 at the beginning, at the outset of working on the cathedral. So questions to the administration, I mean, you've answered already. I'd like to hear it again, the rationale of what would that do by leaving just the 13th Avenue at 30. Mayor?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair. So we would expect that by putting 13th Avenue to 30, that we would increase traffic on the other east-west ones. So that would be 15th Avenue and Victoria. We'd have more traffic there going 50 or more, and so we would potentially increase the risk on those roads.
So then doing that, to your mayor, the risk is greater to other areas, to the surrounding area than, so actually not solving too much, just doing on one street. So for that, I think we heard the 40. I did think about 40 with some folks, talking about what we're doing, hearing administration and hearing about the, I mean, probably even the police will tell you that if you keep it under a blanket, there's no racing to another spot, there's no race trying to get across the street to this. So I'm thinking maybe to put an amendment to that. But before I do that, I like to, I know that maybe the 30 kilometers is the low-hanging fruit. The cost, we talked about that, is maybe not exactly what it could be. But I mean, we know that street lights, light is a good start on improving the sight lines and the visual things when you're driving and you're walking. And then traffic light, let's say slowing down that traffic from Albert Street to Elphinstone. That street is busy, there's no interruptions. So I see that. I understand the surviving a collision. I do. So I think, in my opinion, one.
Councillor Findura, we're basically at a
So I'll give 40.
legislative break.
So
if you'd like to
yeah,
pause
I'll do
it right now.
No, I'll do it. I'll just put it.
Oh, apologize, we have till 4:15. You never mind.
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead.
I said, what the, my clock is wrong. So I would like to put an amendment to add a blanket on the Vision Zero in a cathedral at 40.
All right, thank you, Councillor. We'll give Deputy Clerk a minute to
Okay.
put an amendment on the floor.
Good. It's more reasonable than anything else. Looks after the kids, keeps traffic there.
So Mayor, while the clerk is typing,
On the amendment, please go ahead.
just on my amendment, we always talked about balancing things. It's always important. I mean,
I apologize. You require a seconder.
okay, sorry. Okay, need a second.
Anybody second? Okay, Councillor Mole, here we are. Go ahead,
Now I
Councillor
can
Fandura.
talk. Thank you. So we've always talked about balancing things. Always, it's important to have a balance. Because if we're going to be matching 30 here and 40 there, when we talked about the school zone and speed hours and 7 days a week and different things like that. So I think, without confusing anyone, so the question would be for me is, now I know what there's 90% at 30 survival rate. That brings it down to what, 80 something for, what's the number through, Mayor?
Councillor Fandura, depends on which website you go to.
I don't know. Which car you gonna hit, yeah. Plastic.
It goes about 30%. At 40 kilometers an hour, survivability is about 70%, I think, is what Vision Zero says.
So I'll leave it at that, Mayor. I'm thinking 40, at least it's a blanket. We already have 13th Avenue from Elphinstone going to McTavish is 30. From Elphinstone down on to, I think, the 14th is 30. There's parks in the area, so we already have somewhat of a 30-kilometer zone already. So I'll leave it at that. Then anyone else like to add to this? 40 kilometers.
Council, if you could turn off for the main motion, and turn off your visiting lights, and if you want to speak to the amendment. Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like administration or maybe the consultant, if I can, through the chair to answer that. If I get hit by a car going 40 and I'm a pedestrian, what are the odds I survive that?
Mr. Omrani? Mr. Omrani, are you still present? Mr. Omrani, is it star 6? If you could hit star 6, we can't hear you right now if you're online to answer the question.
Come on.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'll give you the information that I have that I think is relatively consistent with what we've talked about. So driving 30 kilometers an hour, the likelihood of a fatality from a vehicle to pedestrian collision is only 10%. If that vehicle increases speeds to 40 kilometers an hour, the likelihood of a fatality is about 30%. And at 50 kilometers an hour, it increases to 85 to 90%.
Thank you. And do you know, through the chair, is that data the same for an adult as a toddler? Well, that was my next question.
Through the chair, I don't have that information, but I'll ask Ms. Kleem if she can give us a bit more details if she has it.
Ms. Kleem?
Through the chair, this is Carolyn Kleem speaking. I don't have it broken out nicely the way that is, but I do know that fatality rates are higher in elderly and children pedestrians overall.
Thank you. And then I want to ask, I'll call it a logistics question. I'm on Appendix D of the initial report from Executive Committee, the MAL, I'll call it. Looks like the longest East Road corridor we're talking about is 13th or Victoria. I know one has lights, one doesn't. Let's say I'm commuting in what's the added time to get from Louvain to Albert on 13th if I'm going 30 as opposed to if I'm going 40? Do we have that information through the chair?
Through the chair, yeah, I believe that was the information we talked about at exec committee, and I'll give you a number and just ask the team to verify. I believe it was 77 seconds longer if you're traveling at 30 kilometers versus the 50 kilometers an hour. Just ask the team to verify if that's correct.
So through you, Madam Mayor, this is Carolyn Cleem speaking. I just want to make sure I have these numbers right. I believe if traveling comparing 50 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour, the increased speed would be about 28.8 seconds, and comparing 50 to 30 is 76.8 seconds. So approximately 30 extra seconds between 40 and 50, or 40 and 30.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, it seems to me on the data, there's no bright line, right? It sounds like the data on humans as a whole is you're 3 times worse off to be a pedestrian getting hit by a car going 40 than 30. That seems significant to me. It sounds like 40 to 30, you might add 30 seconds to your commute from Louvain to Albert. That strikes me as relatively insignificant. I think you could parse that data further, you know, is 35 the right speed? Is 37 the right speed? Should kids wear helmets when they walk to school? Like, I don't know, you could get into the data in substantial ways. But it strikes me that 30 is sort of a fair, culturally normative speed limit at which to go when safety is a primary consideration. It strikes me that people sort of know how to drive 30. People are sort of accustomed to driving 30 at some points. And so I speculate that like adherence to the posted speed limit might even be better at 30 because that's a sort of normal sign that you see, you're accustomed to it. It's just like the entire walkable neighborhood is a school zone, is a park zone, which it kind of is in practice. So because there's no bright line, because 30 kilometers seems as good as any place to draw that line, because the data isn't calling out to us for a specific number, I'm going to be opposed to this and recommend that we do the 30. So yeah, I'd urge others to vote for it for compliance reasons and for safety reasons. And given that the cost we're speaking about is 30 seconds per daily commute, maybe twice in and out of the downtown, a minute per day for 3 times the survival rate seems pretty good to me. So I'll vote against. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor, to the amendment. My question to the administration is this. If you lower it down to 25, how does it affect the survival and injury rate?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I don't have that information, but every kilometer that you reduce would increase the survival rate.
How about 20?
Through the chair, it would increase the survival rate.
One other question. Is there merit in having one, leave aside the school divisions, is there merit for having one speed on all the streets in a particular area so as not to force traffic, say entirely onto Albert Street or something like that?
Through the chair, I think I'll answer it and see if I answered your question or not. We believe that there's merit in having a community safety zone at 30 kilometers because there's less confusion of should I go 30, 40, or 50, depending if you're going through a school zone or not.
Would that logic apply if the number was 40 in the community safety zone as well?
Through the chair, yes. So I think if you're going 40 kilometers an hour, of course, now you're slowing down for a 30 kilometer an hour zone as you are from 50 to 30 now.
Mayor, it makes sense to me that the same logic applies for consistency reasons and for reasons that drivers would become accustomed to understanding one speed limit except around schools and parks. I support this amendment. For 2 reasons. The first is that this is what they're doing, I think, as a norm in North America. I was just in London, Ontario. It's 40. I know there are some cities experimenting with 30, but I think there's a more general comfort level with 40. And I think that given that we're making, as the delegation said, a drastic change, I think we want to make a change that has a better chance of working than one that 2 years from now council will reverse. So for that reason, I support 40. I want to, for another reason, support it. There is a balance here. Don't get me wrong, I care deeply about the safety of pedestrians and cyclists. But I also know that in a city, you have to have traffic flow smoothly for all kinds of good reasons. If you don't do it, people will just start breaking the law. So it seems to me that we're looking for a balance that says, how do we maximize safety and at the same time, and this is an element that's been missing from this discussion, at the same time ensure that traffic continues to flow at a reasonable rate so that the business of the city can carry on. And so for those reasons, for that balance, I think 40 is a much more sensible number. I also think no matter whether the limit is 40 or 25 or 30, there is a responsibility on pedestrians and cyclists. And if we're talking young children, on the guardians of those young children, to teach people not to jaywalk, not to talk on the phone as you're crossing streets. And I think that the education factor in Vision Zero, together with the traffic calming devices, is hugely valuable. But in order to save Vision Zero, I think 40 is the right number. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any other member of Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to confirm, so at 40, there is a 30% chance of fatality is what we had said, 70% survival rate based on your information through the chair. Is that right?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, this is Curtis Doney speaking. Yes, that is correct. Vehicle traveling at 40 kilometers an hour, the likelihood of fatality is 30. Well, the opposite of that is the likelihood of survival is 70%.
Right. Okay. And can you respond to the concerns in relation to traffic flow? So what did administration, like when administration made the recommendation for it to be a 30-kilometer community safety zone, there are concerns that this will negatively impact traffic flow. What would administration's response to that be?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask the team to give some more details, and I can share at a high level what we analyzed is that through our traffic model. So it's a model that when we had 30 kilometers an hour, that there's still capacity on those arterial roads like Sass Drive and Regina Avenue. I'll ask Ms. Kleem if she has any more details that she can provide.
Ms. Kleem?
Thank you. Through the chair, this is Carolyn Kleem speaking. Mr. Doney is correct. So in the concern for ensuring that traffic still flows, traffic will flow at 30 kilometers an hour. It'll simply flow at 30 kilometers an hour instead of at 40 kilometers an hour or 50 kilometers an hour, whatever the prevailing speed was. We do know that some traffic may be deterred from using that. I don't anticipate it to be a very large amount, but we do know that with a full closure of 13th Avenue, there is sufficient capacity on Saskatchewan Drive to still allow traffic to flow, or Regina Avenue or another street that needs to go east-west.
Great, thanks. And we know that 77 seconds would be added to a person's commute at 30 kilometers an hour. Was it 30 seconds that would be added if this passes and it's 40 kilometers an hour? Is that accurate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is Carolyn Kaleem speaking. That is accurate. I believe it was 28.8 seconds.
Okay. And How long did administration spend working on these recommendations that the Vision Zero framework? It was a couple of years, is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes. The Vision Zero framework, we've worked with the consultant over a period of a couple of years, and so obviously there's lots of information there that talks about many different community projects and aspects that can be applied and brought forward. So yes, we've been working on this with the consultant for multiple years.
And you requested earlier that if council doesn't wish to support the community safety zone, then the recommendation would be don't support that, but don't change it on the floor of council. Those aren't your exact words, but that's what I heard. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, this is Curtis Stoney speaking. Yeah, so we have built a recommendation so that if council supports the Vision Zero framework, you can pass that. And if you don't support the community safety zones, you don't have to approve that. It's, in my opinion, it's not a one or all. You can pick and choose, and the recommendations are built that way.
Because the concern, I would think, would be that we may not have all the information as council members to make changes on the floor of council. Is that like informed decisions that?
Through the chair, yeah, I would not recommend city council make decisions or make changes to traffic engineering on the floor of council. If you want more information, I think we need to be clear on what you're looking for more information, because we've done a model that shows there's capacity, but if city council wants more information, just please be clear so the team can work on that and bring it back in the future.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to be able to support this amendment. With the original recommendations, we know that it added a little over a minute to people's commute time, and the survival rate went from 10% at 50 kilometers an hour to 90% at 30 kilometers an hour. If we change it to 40, we're down to a 70% survival rate, so 20%, that we decrease that survival rate by 20%. And, oh, it's my time?
The time is 3 minutes on the amendment, so you're out of
Can
time.
I say my last sentence?
100%.
Okay, thank you. And that we would add, just give me 1 sec, simply to save 30 seconds, you know, a little over 30 seconds. I would rather have that 20% higher survival rate. I think that's more important than the 30 seconds that, you know, we might add to save from people's commute time. Got thrown off a bit there. I think you understand what I'm trying to say. I don't support changing this on the floor of council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skiniak. We're at legislative break. I'll see you back in 15. Welcome back, Council. We're on the amendment. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So the concern I have with the 40, I actually don't think it's going to make enough of an impact. When we look at the implementation of trying to put in the signage and all of these other things, I often worry if we're trying to just mitigate to find a solution between what the community is saying, some want it, some don't, so we're trying to make it kind of come up the middle. And I don't think that's the way we should make decisions either. So I think if we're going to stick to the 30, we stick to the 30. I think we've heard from administration that if we're going to do anything, we should either accept the recommendations or reject the recommendations. I'm not a traffic engineer. I agree with administration that I've heard that there's going to be impacts if we close one road off. I do see it in my neighborhood when there is a school zone of 30, people will divert from that school zone and try and go on to the side streets. And that would be no different in this community as well. So I can't, I have a question though for administration. What would be to start as a pilot to go into the areas of Cathedral, put up those signs that SGI is offering right now, a lot with the blinking, they're solar, they've got the, especially and intensify the areas where we've had fatalities, to really focus in on those areas. I think every councillor's probably heard from the school zones in their area. I have numerous schools in my community. I could have one of those signs in every school zone, and I mean, because they ask for the same thing. So what would be the intent if we took out, didn't go with the 30, didn't go with the 40, and just intensified it in Cathedral right now as a pilot?
Thank you. Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, and so this is Curtis Doney speaking. And I think what Councillor Bresciani is referring to is implementing the Vision Zero framework. And so, assuming Council's okay with the overall Vision Zero framework, that's exactly what we will do, and there's budget tied to that. I'll ask Mr. Warren in a second to provide some details of what 2024 looks like for implementation, engineering implementation in 2024. And that's where I think it's really important to have the conversation about Vision Zero is a systematic approach. One approach is to reduce the speeds that we talked about, but there's many other things that we plan to implement with the support of council at budget time. So, Mr. Warren, if you could just provide a bit of detail of what's expected in 2024 for traffic calming measures or traffic safety improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Mr. Warren?
Thank you. This is Chris Warren, through you, Chair. So, as Mr. Doney stated, we've put forward a plan that involves numerous countermeasures, and as part of those, we know that there's many initiatives such as upgrading crosswalks, upgrading signage, traffic calming curbs, speed radar backpacks, LED school zone warning signs, school zone assessments, things like that. Numerous initiatives that we've identified that we want to implement and continue to implement and expand on in the community to really meet those goals of reducing these fatalities and severe injuries. So there are a lot of plans in place, and if you are looking for some more detailed information in appendix, I believe it's appendix appendix 2 of the consultant report, we do have a long list of those countermeasures, which also include the various metrics and targets that we're looking to achieve, and metrics that we're going to be evaluating to determine if these initiatives are successful, and if we want to continue to move those forward.
Thank you. I guess the question though is honing in on the Cathedral area where we've had these fatalities. Where do you see that work? Like that's why this has kind of come alive. So where do you see that work enhancing in that community?
Okay, through
the chair.
This is Chris Warren through the chairs. Apologies, I missed the intent of the question. So when it comes to the Cathedral neighborhood, and we've engaged with the Cathedral organization, we are intending to implement enhanced signage, enhanced crossings, pavement marking crossings, at the crosswalk, sorry, as well as traffic calming curbs at multiple intersections along 13th Avenue. So these are some of the things, some of the measures, infrastructure that we are going to put in place, as well as if this speed reduction is carried. But these things would proceed as part of our overall Vision Zero framework and some of the countermeasures identified.
Thank you. So just, I won't be supporting the amendment, but it would be my preference that we would look at some of these other ways to mitigate as we've heard from Mr. Warren, to see how that impacts and how that works in the community. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli on the amendment.
Thank you. Just want to pick up where Councillor Bresciani left off. I understand Vision Zero has lots of different facets of implementation. When we went through our recent budget for 2024 approval, were the components you spoke of being implemented this year in Vision Zero part of that budget?
Thank you. Mr. Doney?
This is Chris Warren through you, Chair. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Of that budget, the changes we're talking about over and above for the Cathedral area to do with the fourth point in this one 30-kilometer-hour zone or 40-kilometer-hour zone, what type of costs are associated with that particular change? And the reason I ask for some clarity is it's been noted that we're making changes on the floor of council. We played this game before with school speed zones. A little bit of weirdness with the time, and it was a $450,000 bill for the signs. So never went back to kind of reinvestigate and adjust. Kind of wondering what this type of a change costs off the cuff.
This is Chris Warren. Thank you for the question through you, Chair. So we've estimated the cost for the signage upgrade and installation for the 30-kilometer zone would be $15,000, and that would be a similar cost if we were to move forward with a 40-kilometer zone as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Just a comment. I've already stated my position on this whole matter. This is a political seat I sit in. Looks like we have a lot of different opinions on here, and I don't want to be seen as a liar, so I think I'm going to probably concede to support this amendment to try to get things moving forward, because I do see the value behind Vision Zero, but I didn't want to take away from my comments so far in this debate. Just wanted to comment that sometimes, you have to get agreement to get things moving, and that's why I'll be showing support. Although I disagree.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I think it's me. So after the April 10th council meeting, I went to the Vision Zero network, reached out to some other mayors of other cities. And I have a curiosity about the 9 components of a strong Vision Zero commitment. It's on the internet. I already read a little bit about it. But essentially they talk about once a community commits to a Vision Zero, which I think 2022, we made that commitment and we wanted a framework back. It should create an action plan to clearly lay out action steps, timelines, and priorities, include broader community and stakeholder input. I think to the concern some have, I think the whole point of it is that it's a shared responsibility. I think that the whole underscoring of Vision Zero is that it used to be that people are responsible for all their actions, and I think this is recognizing that sometimes people make mistakes and it shouldn't cost them their ability to walk or their life. But there's a Vision Zero approach which talks about evaluation using data. Then it talks about community and equity lens, and then it outlays foundational elements, and then it talks about community and equity and actionable strategies, and then implementation. It's Vision Zero approach from Vision Zero Network. And so I'm curious, maybe it's to Mr. Doney, one of the things they talked about is that a task force be created in the planning stage. Who is on the task force?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask the team to provide that detail so that we don't make a mistake, but there's definitely a large task force that's been put together external to the city and internal. So I'll ask Ms. Kleem to provide that detail.
Ms. Kleem, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is Carolyn Kleem speaking. So to develop this plan, the participants that we engaged with were city administration representatives from traffic, but also from planning. And then we also reached out to SGI, as well as the Health Authority, to community associations, and I might just defer to Mr. Wynn. I believe he has a couple of the other agencies.
So through the chair, this is Kevin Wynn speaking. So our stakeholders that we were engaged with throughout the process, we had members from CAA, SGI, Regina Police Service, Regina Fire and Protective Services, SHA, the MAD Association, CNIB, the Workers' Compensation Board, and the 2 school boards in our city. And in terms of establishing a task force, we would look to those members to join us over the next year or so.
Thank you for the answer, but in terms of the guide for the vision, strategies, and action, robust community engagement, and the task force was actually, brings perspectives during the planning phase, and it's supposed to include policymakers. Who are the policymakers that were included?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is Carolyn Kleem speaking. So the policymakers that we looked at were internal policymakers, so that would be looking at those that are looking at setting construction standards and specifications for new development, as well as policymakers through SGI with their regulatory connections to provincial legislation.
But we didn't map the data to know where the high injury areas were, is that correct?
Through the chair, so that is something we're working on with SGI for the future, but yes, their data that was given to us was not geocoded as the consultant mentioned.
Do we have any data on the equity element, which is one of the key components of Vision Zero, that an equity lens be applied? So because we haven't geocoded anything, we actually can't show an equity lens, is that correct? We don't have disaggregated data, essentially.
Through
Is that
the chair,
correct?
through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Kleem if we have any information about that, and if consultants online, if they could provide any information about that and what they've seen in other cities, if they've got that experience on the equity lens. So, Ms. Kleem.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, this is Carolyn Kleem speaking. When we looked at equity, one thing that we noticed is that the data that we have in terms of collision data, while the larger subset wasn't geocoded, we are able to manually go through and find location data. And so we do that as part of our network screening process, where we look at high collision locations or neighborhoods or corridors. And so when we looked at that, we see that that's not necessarily strongly correlated with our service request inquiries. So one of the approaches that we were focused on equity when developing this plan was to begin to not only focus our responsive nature on where SRs are coming from, but also to look at the overall data, as we know that some of our neighborhoods don't have the same engagement with city administration that other neighborhoods do, and we want to make sure that just because we're not hearing from a neighborhood, that when we recognize there is data of concern there with whether it's pedestrian collisions or overall vehicle collisions, that we're still going to be developing an action plan to target those areas.
Thank you. When you reached out to the other cities that have implemented Vision Zero, call it Edmonton and Calgary, that'd be our closest, some in BC, perhaps Ontario, what was their notion as it relates to 40 kilometer and residential versus 30? What were their feedback?
So through you, Madam Mayor, this is Carolyn Kleem speaking again. When we chatted with the administrative leaders for the safe speeds items within their Vision Zero plan, that leadership was very supportive of 30 kilometers an hour, but recognized the challenges that they had, and so provided information on the divided nature of the general public when it comes to that, and balancing safety and balancing convenience, et cetera. So we do know that most of them have started with 40 kilometers an hour, but they have shared with us they will continue to be looking for opportunities to implement 30 where most appropriate.
Thank you for that. And what are the, sorry, to follow up to Councillor Bresciani's, in specific to Cathedral and 13th Avenue, what are the what's in the budget this year for what measures are being performed outside of speed limits?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team if they can provide the details of 13th Avenue for 2024 construction.
I can take it. Through you, Madam Mayor, this is Carolyn Kleem speaking again. I don't have the exact ones in front of me, so I'll start and I'll just ask my colleague after just to confirm if there's more details. We have planned to do temporary traffic calming curbs at, I believe, 5 intersections along 13th Avenue. We also have signage upgrades at some of the pedestrian crossing locations, either adding in pedestrian crossing signage or enhancing what is currently there. We have pavement markings planned to be enhanced as well, and we are piloting the in-road sign usage, which is a new type of device for Regina that actually would be affixed on the center line. It's on a flexible post, and it reinforces the need to yield to pedestrians who are crossing. If hit, they're meant to go to the ground and then bounce back up again. So that would be a new thing. We've also reached out to SAS Power regarding lighting improvements, and we of course need to follow their timelines around that, but we are willing to support and ready to support that budgetarily if they are able to make some of those improvements this year.
I think I'm with Councillor Mancinelli on this. I don't want to hold it up, but I think in the language of a local resident, a drastic measure to drop to 30 seems like a bit of a stretch when we haven't brought people along. We haven't brought folks along. There's a best practice recommendation, so. Councillor Vendura, I'll be supporting your amendment. You get to close off debate.
No, I think I'm good. You heard a good response from the administration, where there was a discussion where a lot of the jurisdictions out through Canada or North America are doing 40 and they're contemplating maybe 30. So I think that's a pretty good balanced approach, starting somewhere. We know we have opposite thoughts and what individuals and what the community would want. And I think this will give us the balance. That's my approach. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you call the vote on the amendment?
Where to?
Now or later? Councillor LeBlanc? Your speaker. Okay, got it. Okay. Go ahead, clerk.
Mayor Masters, the amendment is passed in a vote of 6 to 5. Those in favor of the amendment were Councillors Hawkins, Vendura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
Thank you to the clerks. We're back to the main motion as amended. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. Assuming, maybe I'll ask first, can we vote on point 4 separately?
Absolutely, I'll separate the vote out.
Thank you. If this passes, what does administration expect the implications will be on people commuting through Cathedral? In particular, will fewer people commute through Cathedral if it's 40 instead of 50? through the chair.
Councillor, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Mr. Doney.
Through you, Mayor Masters, could I get a little bit of clarity on what has been passed and whether or not we're focusing on those roads that Councillor Mancinelli had suggested, or this is just the main motion?
We're back to the main motion as amended, which wipes out Councillor Mancinelli's amendment, replaces essentially that Cathedral become a community safety zone at 40 kilometers an hour.
Okay, thank you. And then just to repeat, this is Curtis Doney speaking, just to repeat the question from Councillor LeBlanc was, do we see an impact on commuters at 40 kilometers an hour going through Cathedral? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask my team to weigh in on that. It's subjective because now we're going between 30, 40, and 50. So what is your thought process on the impact of that?
Mr. Warren? Oh, Ms. Kaleem?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, this is Carolyn Kaleem speaking. So I think with 40 kilometers an hour down from the 50 kilometers an hour, the impact will be very minimal. As we indicated on 13th Avenue, it would be 28 seconds extra if someone was able to drive that today at 50 kilometers for the full stretch, and they drove it at exactly 40 kilometers an hour going forward. Obviously, on a practicality basis, there are other things that are going to happen along that corridor. Vehicles need to yield to a pedestrian that's crossing. They might be behind someone who is maneuvering out of a parking space, etc. The current speeds on 13th Avenue range from 39 kilometers an hour as an 85th percentile up to 53 kilometers an hour. So there is a portion of the traveling public now on 13th Avenue that is already driving 40 kilometers an hour. It will be no change for them. For those that are driving 53 kilometers an hour, if they wish to comply, they'll be having a 13 kilometer an hour difference.
Thank you. I guess I'd assumed one of the goals behind the fourth point was to push commuters coming into downtown in that region to take either Regina Avenue or Sask Drive. I guess I have... That's you. I guess I have two questions. One is, was that in fact a goal of it? And the second is that goal likely to be attained with the 40 instead of 30? Or proportionately lessened attained? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I'm going to provide an answer and then just look to the team to confirm. So that was not the goal of recommendation 4, was to change travel patterns. The goal was to reduce risk of fatality or injury if there's a collision between a pedestrian or a car. One of the implications might be people choose to travel in a different route, but the objective was not to have them travel a different route. The objective was to reduce fatalities and risk of death.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Seeing no other people, Councillor,
I need some clarity on, it was my interpretation that the amendment that was passed was that it would be 40 throughout Cathedral and remain 50 on the roads that Councillor Mancinelli had proposed.
No, that's not correct. So point number 4 has been amended to read. So essentially it wipes out the 40 kilometers an hour. Number 4 becomes to implement a 40 kilometer hour speed limit for the proposed community safety zone as outlined in Appendix D. So it's the entirety of the neighborhood at 40 kilometers an hour.
Okay, so.
Other than the school zones, clearly, yeah.
Right, so the main motion now reads 40 kilometer, that there's a community safety zone of 40 kilometers an hour throughout Cathedral, except, as you noted,
school zones.
School zones. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, and I'll just add, Councillors Kenyak. Councillor LeBlanc had asked that point number 4, which will now read 40 kilometers speed limit for the proposed community safety zone. We'll vote on 1, 2, and 3 together. We'll vote on 4 separately.
Okay, and so point 4 being the 40 kilometer community safety zone. So if that doesn't pass, point 4, then we have no community safety zone in Cathedral, or like at all. We just don't have one if point 4 doesn't pass now. Is that accurate?
I'm going to ask the clerk to answer that question.
Oh, thanks. If point 4 doesn't pass, Councillor Sikidniak, there is nothing stopping a councillor from moving a motion to place another speed limit in that zone, if that's what this is all about. Because if Vision Zero is based upon having this zone in Cathedral, there's not much point having a zone, a defined zone, if you don't have a speed limit, correct, Mr. Doney? Am I missing something?
Through the chair, so if points 1 to 3 are voted on and approved, then Vision Zero framework would be approved in its, in the entire framework. Number 4 is talking about the speed in the community safety zone. So right now, I believe it's set at 40 kilometers an hour, and so if you vote no to that, my suggestion would be that there would be no community safety zone, and that would just go away, and we would continue to implement the Vision Zero framework. If council wants a 30 kilometer an hour in that community safety zone, I would ask the clerk to provide direction on how you would get to there.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just to clarify, I was speaking in the terms of what I know is going on here. If you wish to move, if number 4 gets defeated and somebody wishes to revisit the 40 or the 30 kilometer or the 50, we'd need a reconsideration motion because those have been defeated. So procedurally, I was just jumping ahead because, yeah. So you can have the framework as it is, and then it would just be the way it is currently today, with no specified speed zone, just in terms of what it's already there.
Oh, here we go.
Just one moment. Councillor Skinner, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah. Okay, so just going down that pathway for a moment, point 4 fails. There's no community safety zone. In order to reconsider at this meeting, it needs unanimous consent.
That's correct.
Otherwise, to be reconsidered at a future meeting, just needs a majority.
Just a notice of motion, 2 weeks later, it comes back.
And
Oh, actually, sorry, have 2 angels, let's call them on my shoulders. Why don't we let the clerk answer this question?
I should have it right here at my fingertips, but I don't, but I'm going to find it.
But life's not fair, Jim.
Your mic's not on.
Sorry, Mayor, if you're reconsidering a motion at this current meeting, all you need is a majority of members. It is when you have to go through that 2-step process of either providing a notice of motion and voting it at a subsequent meeting, or if it's at a different meeting, you need unanimous consent to advance it quickly. In other words, majority vote tonight is all you need.
Majority
Right,
vote
yeah,
tonight.
unanimous, right, got it, yep. There you go.
I mean, I think I've made my position clear. Now I just have to sort out like all of the procedural elements of what we are currently doing and all the ramifications. So I'm going to try and do that before we vote. Someone please kill some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sikiniak. Councillor Zanuck, did you have a question?
Well, my point was just about what percentage of a vote we needed for reconsideration, but I don't know if I had questions just on the general stuff, but it's late, and so I think I'll just ask administration questions about traffic safety and how we deal with it overall through email.
Got it, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, you want to close off debate?
I sure do. I'd just like to ask a question to touch on. My condolences to the family. The deaths on 13th Avenue have been spoken about in these meetings quite a bit. Administration mentioned some plans and some investigations. I took the time to drive 13th. 13th Avenue has streetlights on both sides of it for the entire duration except for 4 blocks near the Safeway. And we've had 2 fatalities in those 4 blocks where there's only streetlights on one side of the road, on the south side. Administration mentioned a lighting review, but in just going through the area, it still has above ground power poles. The street lights that are available on the north side of the road are all attached onto the wooden power poles, except for the poorly lit area where the fatalities occurred. How quickly can they address the lighting problem on 13th? Is Sask Power address things quicker once there's been fatalities, or do we have to have a motion out to get the extra attention that this part of the street deserves for what's happened? Through the chair.
Who would like to take that? Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I'm going to start, but ask the team to provide some information that they can in the public about how conversations have progressed. So as mentioned, Sask Power is overseeing the lighting on the street, and so then just ask the team of what they're comfortable to speak of in public as far as what commitments have been made or what progress has been made in those discussions with Sask Power.
Point of order, should I take this in camera to be considerate of administration's ability to communicate? Should we ask for an in-camera component so we can have full information?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team just to provide recommendations. They'll share what they can publicly, which may be everything, but I'm just not clear.
Thank you.
This is Chris Warren through you, Madam Chair. So we do work closely with Sask Power in many of our infrastructure projects, and we are working closely with them on this one as well. And we do believe that there's opportunities for some short-term and long-term solutions when it comes to the lighting on 13th Avenue. So we are working with them to see, what are some of the short-term improvements we could make.
I just want to really pin this down. We've had fatalities. It's been in this meeting. It's been on the news. I had the pleasure of talking to our previous police chief. No drivers were blamed, but lighting and sight lines were questioned. Is this important enough that this is going to be answered in 2024 to make sure there's safety on 13th Avenue over and above inconveniencing and changing all the drive patterns? And is there something we should do politically and demand it if it's not? Through the chair.
This is Chris Warren through you, Madam Chair. As an administration, as a city, as an organization, we do recognize that this is an important aspect of enhancing the safety on this corridor, and so we will continue to work closely with Sask Power and advance these types of enhancements as quickly as we can.
Thank you very much. One more follow-up question. Another component to the lighting issue is the trees that the city owns along 13th Avenue. Looking at the portion of 13th where the fatalities occurred, the street lights on the south side of the road that are there are quite surrounded by trees and limbs, and there's not even any leaves yet. I'm just making sure, being that this was already pointed to, that this is going to be corrected for the safety throughout the summer.
Councilor Mancinelli, are you asking for the trim of the trees so that the light has more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And we don't even have leaves yet, so it was a big deal. People died, so I went and looked.
Through the chair? Yeah, through the chair. So I don't think we've got the forestry team here, but we'll definitely take that back to make sure that sight lines are as best as possible and any tree trimming can occur to reduce the risk of any fatalities occurring.
Thank you. I'd just like to mention in my comments that this isn't a race. These are big decisions. In today's debate, it came under information that this is a data-based report, but some really basic data like where we should invest first for the safety and where we've had the most problems aren't even being considered in the recommendations in this report. These are all spends. We're not really heavy with money right now. Once again, I'd like to refer this back to administration so they can incorporate the geo information into the recommendations in the report. And if we're going to start spending up and making changes in any areas, I'd like them to be data informed. And right now, as is evident from all the discussion today, data didn't inform the recommendation for point number 4. Data didn't inform where our actual collisions were or where we should be recommending changes to be made. It was informed by a friendly community association. And with that, I'd like this to be actually a data-informed report with those type of recommendations. So I'd like to refer it back.
Refer the entire thing back?
I don't know how else to do it because this room gets all sticky about reports and movement and everything else. Of course, I'm very alarmed about the whole 40-kilometer zone, cathedral zone. Vision Zero is supposed to be on the entire city, and all of a sudden we've just zeroed into one particular area. I know it's very important to that area, and I don't want to totally stall it out, but this has been said to be a data thought-out report with data-based recommendations, and every time we've asked for data, I haven't got it today, so I'd like some of that data.
City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. There's two options before you, Councillor Mancinelli. One is a referral, which would then require administration to bring back an entirely new report, albeit it could have many of the similar recommendations. Your other would be to table this to a future meeting and request that a supplemental report be prepared outlining the specific data, information, et cetera, that you're looking for.
I don't wish to make work. The tabling report with the extra information I think would fit, is the mechanism I need to describe what I'm trying to incorporate right now.
So,
yeah, I don't think this is a race. We've already talked about needing time to decide and how to affect things. So I'm just looking to stop and think for a little bit at best.
So Mayor Masters, with respect, if I could, request that Councillor Mancinelli just recite for the Deputy Clerk more of, just a few more points of what you're looking for, and then we'll confirm with Mr. Doney if he's understanding that, and we can go from there.
I guess basically I'd like to table this. I'd like to understand where the actual traffic incidents in our city occur, which neighborhoods. I would think that the highest frequency of traffic incidents should be our #1 investment. You know, we want to fix the biggest problems first. This report doesn't reveal that from the data put in it. The second point I guess I would make is how this would unveil through our city by what's been given to us as an example in the cathedral area. I want to know how we equitably implement that across North Central, Hillsdale, and all the rest of the areas where people want safety for their kids playing on the street, and how that would look like in the next 5 years as it rolls out. I'd also like to understand the effects of construction on people's traveling. I know that slowing people down will cause them to go slower and increase the time, but we're professionals in this room. We should have some type of an idea on how we're going to affect travel patterns by the decisions we make. And as a council, I should be able to weigh that information and see how it affects my decision. Those are the things I'm looking for.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask the team maybe just to clarify the data that was used for Vision Zero framework. I'm not aware of another framework that we put together that uses as much data as we have for this particular framework. So I just want to be clear of what data we have used for the framework, and then I can respond to Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you.
Ms. Kleem, please.
So thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. This is Carolyn Kleem. So I think there's maybe two parts, and that's where the confusion is lying. The overall framework document, the report that you have before you, was based on 2015 to 2019 data available to the city, particularly collision data around injuries, fatal collisions, and property-only damage collisions. That informed the larger recommendations in the report. At the same time, because administration requires City Council approval to change speed limits, administration had been looking at a safe speeds approach and what needs to change in the city, and had contemplated bringing a report forward to Council in 2025 on that topic. With the fatalities that occurred in the Cathedral neighborhood, we had begun to do some screening work on the data that we have that does have geocoded locations within it, and identified the Cathedral neighborhood as one of several concerning locations where we were having high frequency of pedestrian versus vehicle collisions. And that is what led us to bring this forward at the same time, recognizing there was some synergy in having the discussion about Vision Zero, which looks at safe speeds, along with the consideration of alternate speeds in a particular zone. So that would be the data, the larger data for the overall Vision Zero, and then the smaller data set where we honed in on the Cathedral neighborhood and opted to bring this forward at this time for your consideration.
Councillor Mancinelli, before you go forward, I need two things. I need a seconder and I need a date that you want this brought back. Is anybody willing to second Councillor Mancinelli's tabling motion? Councillor Bresciani, thank you. now you can follow up with when you'd like this brought back after. Would you like Mr. Doney to ask in terms of, because I think they're saying they use data that we haven't seen, and so, Mr. Doney, do you have an idea for when you could bring a supplemental report back?
Through the chair, so just going from what Councillor Mancinelli had asked for, traffic incident data is definitely part of the Vision Zero framework. Equity information is what Ms. Kleem had shared before about how we used equity to try to provide information, and then the effects of construction on, I think the concern is particularly the community safety zone is something that could be brought back. But I'll ask Ms. Anderson maybe just to provide a bit of a perspective. I'm not sure we have more data to provide at this point in time.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, and through you, Mayor Masters, I mean, what I would say, there's the data that they have spoken to. There have been 2 fatalities in that neighborhood recently. You cannot say that about any other neighborhood in the city. It is a very pedestrian-heavy neighborhood. You have residents and businesses who mostly want it. Then you have a councillor who supports it, following the Vision Zero principles and the clear evidence that slower speed limit reduces deaths. I don't know, we can't provide you with really anything else that's going to sway you one way or another, so you can ask us to do more work. I don't know what else we've got for you. So I would say based on what you have and what you know now, make a decision. We don't have anything else to give you.
Oh, I appreciate the answer. I'm not looking to be swayed. We're looking to make an investment in a neighborhood. This is supposed to be for things like pedestrian calming from traffic and safety, aware of the 2 deaths and also aware of the lighting problem and some of the police thought behind how those deaths happened. The data I'm asking is what affects the residents in my area in their everyday life and how this might move through. And once again, I'm not looking to stand in the way. I understand the importance of Vision Zero and pedestrian safety. I just also know this isn't a race, and this was really brought forward quickly on a point 4, which I don't think has really been taken up by the community yet or quite understood. And before we start spending to fix all the problems without analyzing all the geodata besides the 2 fatalities, I think that we have a job to have a little bit more thoughtful input, and that's why I'm looking for a table.
Councillor Mancinelli, could you look at what the Deputy Clerk has written out?
I was also wondering about a date recommendation. I'm not sure of the council availability, administration availability, of those things, so I look for a bit of information.
You're looking for the accident data from the time frame for the framework to be geolocated on a City of Regina map, am I correct?
Totally. We've compiled this under accidents. We've cited 2 accidents we know location, but we have hundreds and hundreds of accidents. We have no idea of location, and now we're talking about investing to fix accidents, but we're only talking about 2. That's why I'm saying that. And also, because this has been cited as the first neighborhood of many, if we open up this neighborhood with the speed zones as we've stated, I want to know what our city looks like after we continue down the road. And if we can't say that we can do it the same way throughout the rest of the neighborhoods, I'm looking for the recommendations that would make it able to go through all the neighborhoods so they're all even. And there again, construction, Sass Drive corridor is something we've talked about in this room many, many times. I have many, many residents who commute downtown every day, and knowing that I'm setting them up to stay out of a neighborhood and telling them to use a street that I plan on doing construction doesn't really sound like well thought out policy making, and I don't want to represent that way, so I'm looking for some information back on how I can be smarter.
Mr. Doney, with that further clarification on geolocating the traffic data, the collision data that we have for the 5 years, some indication of how it would phase in, and again, knowing that Sass Drive is going to be constructed over the next 5-6 years, where that vehicle travel moves, how long would you need to write a supplemental report on that?
Through the chair, the most significant issue here is that the traffic data that we're talking about is owned by SGI. And so we do not have the ability to direct their work, and their work is required to try to locate the incident. So I can't commit to when that part of the data could come back. If that's the critical factor, I can't make that commitment. The other two other neighborhoods, so this is not a framework where neighborhoods can choose whether or not they want a community safety zone. It would be driven by the data that we have in the Vision Zero framework. We've mentioned two other ones that are potential, but more data needs to be collected to see if it's going to have the benefit that we expect this community safety zone to have. So I would expect that work needs to happen over 2025 and could come back in 2026 as a larger community safety zone implementation across the city. The effects of construction on residents' vehicular travel impact over the next 5 years. So we've done that at a high level where we know that if, for example, 13th Avenue is closed, that there is still capacity on Sass Drive and Regina Avenue. We don't expect significant amount of traffic to take alternate routes. They will just slow down going through 13th Avenue, but there's capacity on Sass Drive and Regina Avenue. Every year that we have construction plans, we do modeling to see the impact that it'll have, and so at this point in time, we don't think there's significant concerns with construction. So that's my overall response.
We can't confirm a date. Can we confirm when SGI can get back to us?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask the team if they have any confidence in that, but it's not enough confidence for council to make a decision on, I don't think, but I'll ask the team about any recent conversations with SGI.
Mr. Warren?
This is Chris Warren through you, Madam Chair. So our historical relationship with SGI and the access to the data that they provide is typically, on an annual basis, is typically in that June and July timeframe. So that, in order to get the statistics for 2023, that's typically when we would need to wait until we get that information to inform that portion of the report. When it comes to the work that might need to be the work that might need to be done to get that geocoding into their data sets, that is just something we cannot speak to at this time without some further engagement with SGI.
And just to add on to that, I would expect it's significant work for SGI to try to go back in their historical databases to geocode accidents with locations, but we need to confirm that with them.
Would there be a police response to the accidents? Would there be a police response to the accidents?
Thank you for the question. Yes, given time, I can gather those statistics and present back. Through the chair, thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Gordon. Clerks, I'll call the question to refer 1, 2, 3, and 4 back to table to a future date with more information. figure it out.
It's still blinking. No, it's still blinking.
I think you're frozen.
Mayor Masters, the motion to table and provide a supplemental report has been lost in a vote of 2 in favor, 9 against. Those voting in favor of the tabling motion were Councillor Mancinelli and yourself. Voting against the tabling motion, Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mole.
Clerks, can you call the vote on 1, 2, and 3? Oh. You don't have very much time, sir.
Thank you very much. Sorry to stall proceedings. I tried the tabling motion because, as I've said, I don't think most people in Regina even realize what we're debating here and what's happening yet today by the responses from conversations and from appearing on a local radio show yesterday. I really want to be cooperative and support this. We are voting on this as separate votes, are we, Mayor Masters?
1, 2, and 3 together, 4 apart. Are you good with that? Okay.
Yeah, appreciate that. And yeah, I think Vision Zero would be great, but this isn't really the way I saw it rolling out.
We'll vote on items 1, 2, and 3. Recommendations 1, 2, and 3. One, 2, and 3. It's on the screen.
Mayor Masters, recommendations 1, 2, and 3 of the report have passed in a vote of 11-0, with all members present voting in favor.
Vote on number 4.
Is that what you want? Mayor Masters, recommendation 4 of the recommendation has failed in a vote of 5 in favor, 6 against. Those voting in favor of item recommendation 4 were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stevens, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mancinelli.
Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to move a motion that we reconsider Councillor Findura's amendment, which passed. I'm going to ask Councillor Zahidniak to take the lead on this, or get out of my ear.
Point of order, Councillor Mancinelli, yes?
I'm sorry, I kind of lost my way on this, on the way it went through in the discussions in the room. That last vote I had actually intended on voting yes to, even though I disagreed with it. that's on me. Can I change my vote out of my mistake or not?
Counselor, clerk, you answer the question.
On those rare occasions when a member has wished to change their vote because of either an oversight or a misunderstanding, it requires the approval of council to accept that.
It's happened before where you've been outside the room in terms of.
Yes.
One moment.
Well, between all the changes and stuff.
I think we take a recorded vote.
Does it change
It will change the outcome.
because it's 5-5, isn't it?
No, it was 5-6.
There's been a request from a council member to have a vote that he placed in error, as he stated. But in order for that to happen, there has to be an approval of council to allow him to re-record a vote. So to that end, if clerks could put up a vote to allow the vote for point number 4 to happen again, to allow Councillor Mancinelli to re-vote. Clerks, could you call the vote? This is allowing Councillor Mancinelli to re-record his vote. Just allowing Councillor Mancinelli to re-record a vote that he says he recorded in error. He's just asking council to approve, to allow a re-vote on the last issue.
Mayor Masters, the motion to correct an error in the voting has achieved the unanimous consent that it requires.
Clerks, could you call vote number 4? Sorry, shockingly, the deputy clerk's just going to need a second. Clerk has started it. Voting on point number 4 again. Councillor Mancinelli.
The re-vote on number 4 has failed. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against, Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
There you go. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Okay, so the reconsideration motion that I would propose, okay, is that we, we're back to the original report recommendation. I was trying to find it, but, so 30-kilometer safety zone in Cathedral. That's the reconsideration motion that I am proposing.
Seconded by Councillor Stanichek. And it's a vote. Thank you. Reconsideration.
Mayor Masters, the motion to reconsider in an initial or an earlier motion has passed in a vote of 7-4. Those voting in favor to reconsider a previous motion are Councilors Bresciani, Nelson, Standichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Moore. Voting against were Councilors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Got it. Councilor Zakidniak, make the motion for the original recommendation, and we'll get a seconder for that. We've done that for the reconsideration. Now we do it for the motion that you'd like to make.
Okay, sorry. Okay. All right, so yeah, the first one was just about whether or not, okay. So what I'm proposing is the original administration recommendation of a 30-kilometer community safety zone in Cathedral. Is that clear, or have we all
It's totally clear.
lost our
Councilor
way?
Standichuk, we got it. Clerk, start the vote. Wait, just a second. One moment. The motion to get 30 kilometers in terms of point number 4 is Councilor Zakidniak's motion. It was seconded by Councilor Standichuk to its Councilor Hawkins has done a referral motion on point number 4. No debate. The referral motion in specifics, Councilor Hawkins?
I get to make a brief statement supporting it as well. It simply refers back to the administration an opportunity to look at the question again. Why would that be justified? I don't think there's any elaborate reason other than to say council has flip-flopped and councilors have flip-flopped on this. There's clearly confusion. It clearly needs a sober second thought. The input on the administration into a sober second thought would be worthwhile, and I think we as a council deserve it. The public deserves that we do that. We should not be making a decision which has been referred to as a drastic change in these circumstances. So I move the referral motion to give us an opportunity to have whatever further input the administration wishes to give us, and to give us all an opportunity for sober second thought.
Councilor, if we're not asking for more information, it's not a referral, it would be a tabling to come back in 2 weeks. Is there additional information you're looking for?
I'm looking for an opportunity to get a sober second thought.
Yeah, so you want to table it then?
Yeah, or
Table it.
whenever.
Not a referral, table to next council meeting. Clerk, start that vote. Oh, I apologize. Councilor Hawkins needs a seconder. Yeah, Councilor Mancinelli, okay.
That's number 4, right? What are we doing this?
Just number 4. The
Number
other 3 have
4.
passed. Yes, the framework is passed. Again, the deputy clerk just requires one additional moment. One moment.
Mayor Masters, the tabling motion is passed in a vote of 6 in favor, 5 against. Those voting in favor of the tabling motion were Councilors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself. Voting against were Councilors Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
Thank you to the clerks for your unbelievable patience. One moment, please. Council, it would appear 14 delegations on the unanimously recommended accessibility plan. We'll get through as many as we can before our next legislative break. Could I call upon Mr. Jamie McKenzie, please, to come forward? Jamie McKenzie, you have 5 minutes to address City Council. And you know the drill. You state your name for the record, any organization you might happen to represent, and where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council.
Lucky I don't use paratransit to get home. Lucky I can drive home. I've been here since 1 o'clock, and someone with a disability, I sit here and I'm in a lot of pain right now. So it's like, I understand meetings can go long, but it's painful. But I'm here to speak on the new report. It's a great report, but you need to talk to the public more often. And in my case, someone should have reached out to me through a different department if they could and get my number, because my number was available through someone else. So there was a way to get a hold of me, so I didn't miss this chance to speak on it, because I'm legally blind and I can't see very well, and I can't see the agenda on the even on the computer. I can't read the agenda because I can't read. So there has to be a different way for people with disabilities through the City Hall to help us so we can read the agendas, because there needs to be change. If you want to make improvement in accessibility, you need to come out, make a way to make changes for us in disability community. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you very much for patiently waiting, and I think you may have inspired the City Clerk's office to determine that. I would call forward Dylan Morin. Dylan, I understand you have to go soon, so if you could come and present to City Council, state your name for the record, where you happen to live, and you'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council. They've got the middle one set up for standing, so if you want to move over to sit, just come to one of the ends. It's fine. There you go, sir. Go ahead,
You know
Dylan.
what? That's okay. I have about 15 minutes, so I'm in good shape. Anyway, my name is Dylan Morin. I provided you a script. I do want to speak on paratransit, and employment. So, I'll begin. First off, there has been a frustration from a lot of individuals that it's very hard to get paratransit. The travel training program has been doing a very good job, but I believe there is still more work to do. Work on education, work on expanding service hours, knowing about expanding Sunday service, harder wait times, times more often, the refusal rate to drop to 0%. Now, employment. I've been thinking a lot about employment and hiring people with disabilities, mostly with intellectual disabilities. Something that I would like to see, and I was talking with administration, is that I would like to see the city take the step in hiring people over the age of 16, those who identify with an intellectual disability in the special ed program. I would like to see the city take that step to work with both Regina Public and Catholic School Division in hiring individuals with disabilities. I think we could be the first we could be a role model for other businesses if this is implemented, and I've been talking with administration, and they pretty much agree. Accessibility events, I've heard a lot of concern around accessibility in events, which you will hear from future delegations, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Dylan Moran for presenting today. I don't see any questions from council. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we push that down? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Dylan. I understand we have Jessie Webb, who's available before she has to go. Thank you for waiting. All right, I need you to state your name for the record, an organization you represent, if any, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time they may have some questions for you. Welcome. Sounds good. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Jessie Webb. I do live in Regina in the Hillsdale area, born and raised here. I'm just here to talk a little bit about my experience in terms of accessibility in the city of Regina. Very excited to see the accessibility plans and some of the things that are included. And just wanted to give a little bit of perspective from my experience as somebody who is a wheelchair user. So I have progressive MS, which has left me in a wheelchair for the last 4 or 5 years. And so it's a fairly new thing to me, but I would say that previous to that, you know, I was aware of accessibility issues, but you just don't really see it until you're living it. So it really opened my eyes to some of the issues that we have in the city and how things can be better. And I'd say it also opened the eyes of my friends and family and my coworkers. So if you talk about things like sidewalks that are not in good repair, or snow not being cleared, or transit services, you know, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but it can be the difference between me getting to work, can be the difference between me getting to a meeting in a different office. So I work at SaskPower. You all know about the big head office building. I actually work in a second building we have behind there. It's only a block, but I won't try to get there by myself because there's a few patches of sidewalk that I need somebody to help me navigate around. So that means that I don't go, or I attend virtually, or just miss out on some events, and I definitely don't attempt to do that in the winter. So just little things like that, and that's only going a block. And it can even mean the difference between me being able to go check out Victoria Park at lunch, or just go for lunch with a friend. I also just want to say that I consider myself a privileged disabled person. I'm 47 years old. I have a career. I'm financially well off. I have a vehicle with hand controls that I can drive, so I don't need to use transit. I don't need to use parish transit. I have a parking spot at work. I have a lot of things that other people don't have. So I'm just here to kind of speak a little bit about my experience, but also to say that I have a pretty good experience of people that have had a disability all their lives, that don't have the same financial resources, they don't have a career already, and they just don't have as many opportunities that I do. So just wanted to share that perspective, and thank you for all the work that you're doing on this accessibility plan, and I just really hope that we keep moving forward at a good enough pace that we can kind of get ahead of some of these things. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jess. I do have a question from Councillor Nelson for you.
Sure.
Well, thank you very much for coming. It was great meeting you. We spoke briefly, and I know this is something that I've talked to my council colleagues about since I got elected, and I was just wondering if this is something that you would be involved with and that you would support, is challenging the council colleagues to be in a wheelchair for a day. How would you feel about being involved in something like that through the chair?
I think that's a great idea. I don't know if everyone would love that. We actually did that at SaskPower once. We had all the executives spend a day in a wheelchair, so just kind of opens your eyes to you know, how easy it is through doorways, or just get around the facility. So if you guys are up for it, I'd be happy to be involved.
Okay, well, that's a challenge I'm going to put out to my council colleagues. Just another question, follow up from that. So when the executive team did that at Sask Energy, Can you tell me the positive impact that it made for yourself and for your future with them, working with them? through the
Yeah,
chair?
this was actually several years ago, so before I was even in a wheelchair. But I think it really did, and I would say that not only that, but even me, being an employee at SaskPower, I joke sometimes that I'm the token wheelchair person in leadership, but it really does open people's eyes to, we've done a lot of renovations in our building, so things are very accessible, but there's still things, little things like the lobby, conference rooms don't have a wheelchair button on them, and they're quite heavy, so I can't get the doors open, right? And people don't realize that until they see somebody having to struggle, or they, do something fun like try it out for themselves. So it definitely has had a good impact.
Okay, we'll take that back and I'll send that out. Just a quick follow-up question. So, now that you're in a wheelchair, now that you know what it's like being on both sides, being an able-bodied, walking, and then being in a wheelchair, can you maybe just paint us a little picture of this? And I guess, sorry, you did. What I'm trying to get through is, we talked about it, just employment. Now, Mr. Dillon talked about that.
Yeah.
Do you feel, and I know my experiences with my daughter and her employment and struggles, do you feel if you were in the position that you were in, and I don't know if you can answer this, and I don't know if this is a fair question, but if you're in the position that you were right now, how do you feel your employer would have treated you from an interview spot of employment through the chair?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have some really good things in place where I work. I do, like I have said, I'm at this point in my career now, but I got here before I was disabled, before I had a visible disability. And I do think that, there's always the case of unconscious bias. And so, at SaskPower, we have a lot of diversity targets that we're trying to meet. And I think it's important that you make that extra effort to include people, whether it's through the interview process or adaptations at work. I know that we've done a lot in that space, and I'm sure the city has or is working on it, but those things are important so that everybody has a chance to get a good paying job that they enjoy.
Thank you very much, and I just want to thank you for appreciating the work that administration's done and this council has done to bring these changes forward and to go, we're heading in the right direction, and I thank you for appreciating that and coming here and speaking to that.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Ms. Webb, thanks for sticking it out. I would call upon delegations Elizabeth Blake and Sarah Turnbull. I'm going to ask each of you to state your name for the records. Where you live? Come on down. You run the risk of us breaking for supper and you're having to stick it out another half an hour. Please, come on up. Have a seat. Blake and Sarah, please come up.
And I'm one of many families within Saskatchewan who live with a disability. 30% of Regina citizens live with a disability. I support and celebrate the new City of Regina Accessibility Plan, its policies and procedures that'll make life easier for people like me. I am many things. I'm a retired teacher and I'm a grandmother of 5. One is Blake. I use a wheelchair or a scooter most of the time. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and that's a genetic disease of the connective tissues, such as tendons and ligaments. They haven't absorbed collagen all my life, and now they're falling apart completely. I've had about 10 back surgeries. I have 2 rods completely down my back. They're all fused, they're all caged. I've had to have my foot rebuilt. And with age, I'm literally just falling apart because the tendons and ligaments aren't holding me together anymore. So the accessibility plan is a big step to help improve services for my whole family. We moved to a condo because we could no longer mow the lawn and things and keep the sidewalks good in the winter. So having accessible playgrounds and parks will allow us to play with our grandchildren, especially me, and play with her. My power chair, my scooters don't work in wood chips. Sometimes I suffer from severe headaches and sensory sensitive times. I am here to ask the city councilors to include funds in the upcoming budget for these priority items to happen. Asking for funds to help 1/3 of the population who suffers with disabilities of some sort doesn't seem unreasonable at all, and it isn't a small request. Thank you for these actions for accessibility.
Thank you very much. Blake and Sarah? Blake, let's just get you done, okay? We'll do Blake first. Okay, here you go. Please go ahead. State your name for the record and what's your name? You have to say it to here. Remember? What's your name?
What do we have to say?
You tell them your name. Okay, Blake? Is it?
Blake.
And how do you spell that? Do you know?
B-O-A-K-E.
And how old are you?
5.
5. Yeah. Are you going to go to kindergarten in the fall?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you want to talk to them about today? You want to talk to them about the things you brought? We'll show them what you brought. What's that?
Wood chips.
Mm-hmm. And where are wood chips?
In parks.
In parks, yeah.
In parks.
Do you like wood chips?
No.
Why don't you like the wood chips?
Because when I call on them, I would get cuts on my hands.
So she just said when she called on them, you got cuts sometimes?
Yeah.
But does your wheelchair work in wood chips?
No.
No. What do you like in parks?
Well, I'm not wood. What do I have to say? Rubber. Rubber.
What does your wheelchair work on sand?
No.
Does your wheelchair work on stones?
No.
Does your wheelchair work on rubber?
Yes.
Yeah. And what parks, do you like the parks in Regina? You like parks here.
Yeah, I like parks here.
What was the newest park you went to which you really liked? Called Jumpstart.
The Jumpstart Park.
Yeah, and what was your favorite thing? Was it the boat? So,
It was the boat.
so the reason you like the accessibility plan and the reason you're here is why? More parks to play with your friends.
What did you say?
More parks to play with your friends?
More parks to play with my friends.
Yeah. So is there anything else you want to say to them or questions or anything?
No.
No? You're good? Okay.
Oh, I left my little cat over here.
Oh, your cat's here from last time. Oh, actually, you know what? She did want to say, she wanted to know who the mayor was. So, see, she's a girl. And she said, mayors can't be girls. And I told her they absolutely can. It turns out like they really can be. Yeah. Do you want to ask her about the wheelchair race? Do you want to ask her that? Yeah. Okay. And she also said she was going to ask you to do a wheelchair race, but I don't know if she's going to do it right now. We've had a lot of sugar and cake. Probably not right now, but we can talk. Okay. Thank you so much both for being here today. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to sit here. Okay. Go ahead, state your name for the record, please. My name's Sarah Turnbull. I live in University Park in Regina, and I have a family full of people with disabilities, actually including myself.
And I'm here today to talk for and advocate for the 30% of Regina citizens that do live with a disability. And we're here to celebrate the passing of this accessibility plan. And we're really happy for it, and we're considering it a big win. We love the policies and procedures which are within it and all the hard work that's been done. I think from here, just want to make sure that the budgets follow the plan. We did look at it, like, I shouldn't say we, I have looked at it, see the priorities, and really when you're doing your budget time, you want to keep that in mind, that this isn't just a little bit of people. This is a lot of people. This is 30% of the community who are taxpayers like anyone else. And as much as the policies and procedures are awesome, they do need your priority with your budgeting and your funding as well when you're looking at those items. And I know there's some add to it, but it's really not a lot when you consider what it's going towards. Policies and procedures are really good for moving forward and making sure things are done to a new standard, and that's really amazing. But we still have to deal with everything and all the infrastructure that is in place that doesn't meet that standard. And we do have to kind of go backwards. And so when you look at the proposed budget, there's funding for sidewalks and snow clearing, but then it kind of drops off because that's probably where the budget runs out. And so just looking into like the built environment and things to make sure that there's funds to continue those facility upgrades and make sure it's a priority and make sure you do that. I also wanted to talk a little bit about how much I really appreciate the work you're doing on the employment side of that. I went through your procedures. I don't know if anyone else has read it all, and that would have probably really helped me somewhat, because when we talk about 30% of the population having a disability, I don't think that people know about Blake, but they don't know that I also have learning disabilities similar to dyslexia and ADHD and all of those wonderful things. And I spent a lot of my childhood being stupid and smart and being very shameful of the things that I would say that people wouldn't understand, because I would use the wrong words for things, especially in writing. And it came up again and again in elementary school and then in high school when I was in International Baccalaureate, and then they took me aside and saying, you're saying some really dumb things for a smart person, or even being made fun of at my private employment, because they'd say, why would you say such a silly word when I just didn't realize it? And having the safety to come forward and feel secure with your own disabilities, like even right now, when this big massive group of people, you are afraid to say, I'm not smart, or this, but it's not that, it's that like there's differences, and that being able to feel brave and to secure to your employer about what's going on enables everyone to do better. It enables people to work together and feel better. And I am very highly educated, and I do work pretty good jobs, and I'm pretty privileged that way. And it's only now that I can feel safe talking to employers that I do need a little extra editing on documents, because I'll say the wrong words in the wrong places or the wrong numbers. So it is very impactful what you're doing. And there's a lot of people who you just wouldn't know, because invisible disabilities are masked. Medical stuff is masked. And a lot of those people aren't going to put up their hand and say, hey, me too. So creating a supportive environment helps all of us. You good? Sorry, you're finished? I think so.
Okay, thank you.
I know, I've never finished on time, right?
Councillor Nelson, we've got a legislated break that we're 7 minutes past. How many questions do you have? Quick, because I would like to get to this poor woman whose birthday it is, who has her other small children here, before we indulge, hopefully council will indulge so we can get through that one as well. So please go ahead.
Just a quick comment and a quick question.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that forward. I know myself, when I admitted that I had some my attention deficit disorder, our words get twisted. Do not get into politics. Second of all, Can you explain, just very briefly understand, because I don't think people get it unless we've lived in our brain. The words when they come out, I'll say John instead of Fred. I'll say.
Yeah.
So just give it, just a little picture of what it's like, because it's powerful. Thank you.
We all know I work in the architectural field. I know I have said, what was the one? I think I wrote in an email that they were rewarded a job instead of awarded. Little things like that. I think instead of helicopter pilot, I once said pilot parent. So there, another email I called the coach a couch. They're little slip-ups, and it happens a lot with grammar police and all of that little stuff. It gives me a lot of anxiety when I submit things. But the ability to feel safe and secure and rely on your employers does help you also say, hey, you might want to review this document before I send it out and work better together. And I think seeing that in employment and seeing my own point to this and having worked in public and private and all of those things, it just really struck me as a chord, as something you're doing well, and how nice it would be for people just to say, listen, I'm not good here. Can you help me out here, and I'll help you out there.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. His name is? Tyler. All right, Taya Thomas, come on down. Happy birthday. We'll try to get you out before we break. Please state your name for the record, which you already have, but we'll do it in front of a microphone. An organization you're representing, if any, and then where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes before council. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. Hello, I'm Taya Thomas. I'm here to represent many of the families within Saskatchewan who cared and supported for a person who lived with disabilities. I'd like to support and celebrate the new City of Regina's accessibility plan, its policies, procedures that will make life easier and more inclusive and accessible for everybody. My daughter, Mel Thomas, was a wheelchair user. Sadly, she passed away 4 months ago at the age of 13. I firmly believe she should have had access to all playgrounds. Due to some medical reasons, she would overheat, and I wish we had more shade closer to some of the play structures. I wish that all buildings were safely accessible. There are still places that are accessible, but not necessarily safe or practical. It was scary to go somewhere and realize what they thought was an accessible ramp was not something that should be considered accessible merely because they had a ramp. It has to be safe. Some sidewalks downtown are absolutely impossible to use. I wonder if there should be some signs or prompts on the sidewalks warning anyone who uses mobility equipment to avoid them, so they don't get stuck and need to ask for assistance from strangers passing by. I would like to thank the city for grinding down some of the sidewalks that were issued for anybody with wheels or just shoes who could trip over them. It would have been nice to have an accessible bathroom with an adult-sized change table and a lift at all community centers. Most days, we just go back to our van and change in there if we had 2 strong adults who were able to lift her up out of her chair. Otherwise, if it was just me with Mayal, we'd go home, end of day. I'm happy to compliment the sensory sensitive times businesses and some events have begun to offer throughout the city. It has made such a difference to our family. During the Queen City exhibition, we had the opportunity to go earlier than the public. My daughter loved it. Less crowds, less noise, and plenty of space to navigate. 2 years ago, the ride operators even let us ride the rides. They helped us get on the rides, and they would stop them at the first sign of distresses. I saw so many happy kids that day that normally wouldn't get the chance to try these rides. And this wouldn't have happened if that opportunity wasn't provided to us. I believe only selected groups were able to attend, and I wondered about the rest of the kids in the community who did not attend because they weren't in those selected groups. Would have been nice to see some other friends. I hope to hear that the City Council is able to allocate the funds necessary to make sure Regina's accessibility plan is successful and to become an example of why our businesses, workplaces, gyms, and I dare say schools should be accessible to all. Thank you.
Like, how quick is your question going to be?
2 seconds.
Go for it.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And just, if you would get a list of the sidewalks that you're talking about, and please email that to the city clerk's office. Council would really appreciate that, because we'd like to see that so we can make sure we get those sidewalks done.
Tell you right now, 1900 block Rose Street. There's that whole sidewalk. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, there you go.
Okay, thanks so much. That's all I
Thanks,
have.
Councilor Bresciani. Councilor Nelson, quick?
Just a quick question, or just a quick thing. Happy birthday. I'll celebrate with you tomorrow.
All right.
And thank you for being here, and thank you for telling your story about your daughter.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for attending today and being patient.
Right.
I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Thank you. Council, we're 13 minutes past. We were going to take a 30-minute break. Is 20 okay? 30 minutes, okay. 6:43, I'll see you, 6:44, I'll see you back here. Welcome back, council. I will call upon Delegation Sherry Hastings. Ms. Hastings, as you approach, you'll state your name for the record, any organization you happen to represent, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have some questions for you. Welcome. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Sherry Hastings. I'm not here on behalf of any place of employment. I do live here in Regina. I live in Glencairn, which is actually very close to the Jumpstart Park, which watched the construction happen of that, and very excited for that park in my neighborhood. I am a person with invisible disabilities and someone who has people in my life with multiple different disabilities that affect all of us in everyday life. I'm also a Wisconsin certified accessibility professional. And just for some background, at my previous job, I actually worked on the existing building accessibility audits, and the report that you guys have from those with the priorities, I was all part of that team that did the audits and wrote the reports. And I've actually also been a part of the City of Regina's adapted grant review committee for the past 2 years. So for all of that, my expertise is very much in the built environment. And so firstly, I'd like to commend and send my appreciation to the city for the work that's already been done in making our city more accessible, and very excited about the planning that is also to come. I appreciate the engagement with this community and those with real life experience, and know that that's an ongoing process. I'm here today to say that I want to make sure that with all the work that we've done, that is followed through with. I don't want to see a report sitting on a shelf gathering dust, even though I know it's a digital report, but you get the idea. This information that we've all collected is very valuable. As a side to that, some knowledge that I bring from doing those reviews, I would ask that as the City of Regina looks at all of those pieces and all the different departments that are involved, that those decisions and budget items are looked at as a whole entirety of the City of Regina, and not just, say, transit or facilities or sidewalks, that everybody comes together and it isn't, oh, that's not my department. It's like, oh, well, you're the City of Regina, so it is. And I want us to also keep track of stuff like parking meters, crosswalk buttons. We talk about sidewalk slots. I have a crosswalk that was installed at the school by my house. The button is actually really difficult to get to, so if you were in a wheelchair, you couldn't actually get to the button for where the post is. So just, I think I'm getting to education and training, and I think that if all of us knew the intent of why we ask for things, why the community asks for things, we talk about 30% of the community of our province, of our country having disabilities. That's a huge piece, and it's people asking for stuff so that they can do the exact same thing that other people are doing. It's not trying to be extra. It's that I want to go to a park with my friend. I want to go to the community center with my friend, right? And I want to go to a restaurant with my friend. It's anything. It's that if I want to go to a restaurant with my brother-in-law and my sister, I need to phone ahead to make sure that we can actually get into the restaurant. Not just for showing up at a restaurant. We can't do that. So going forward, I'd like to see the City of Regina commit to implementing that accessibility plan. It's not just the built environment. put the other items on it and budget for it long-term, and know that the new projects that we work on today and make accessible makes the sustainability of those new projects and those things going forward, because we're not spending money to repair stuff that's brand new. So just being aware of why things are needed and how it can make us be, you know, an amazing city going forward.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions from council, but I thank you very much for presenting today, and thanks for committing yourself to do the work.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call on Delegation Joel Sopp. Mr. Sopp, as you approach, I'll ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have some questions for you. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship, Councilors, Administration. I'm normally really good at speaking, but today I'm bringing notes, so forgive me if I'm not looking at you to address you. I'm going to read some notes. My name is Joel Sopp. I live in Cathedral, and I'm here representing individuals and families with disability, both visible and invisible. All of you know our accessibility warrior behind me, Blake Turnbull, but many of you may not know one of her biggest cheerleaders, aside from her mom, Sarah, was her Auntie Becca, my last partner. She can't be here today to advocate for Blake, or other people who will benefit from these varying accommodations we're discussing, because Rebecca passed away in October last year at 39 years old from brain cancer, so today I am Rebecca's voice. Rebecca Henriksen lived with brain cancer for nearly 15 years, and as a result, she experienced cancer fatigue. In the beginning, she worked full-time and rested at home, but it drained all of other areas of her life. It took a lot of humbling and fear for her to talk to her private sector employer about accommodations. She felt a lot of shame about her decreased abilities and worried about the loss of her job. Eventually, she had to do it. As her cancer fatigue increased, she required more rest. She had to decrease her hours, then she needed accommodations for lunch hour rests at work. As the accommodations increased, it made it harder and harder for her to maintain her work. It caused a change for Rebecca for employment from a private firm to the University of Regina, until eventually she had to medically retire. That was very, very hard for her. Although she never lost any of her knowledge from her brain tumor or any of her joy for life, accommodations were needed for her to work and to make a living wage. And that's why employment policies to accommodate are very important. As her cancer fatigue grew, she had to schedule her body's finite battery around her activities. That meant using mobility devices to get from point A to point B to enjoy herself at an event or in a facility. She would have loved to have an elevator to be able to water slide with Blake, Rowan, Sarah, and myself at Wascana Pool on a warm summer's day. And just the other day, I actually enjoyed a push on the merry-go-round at the Jumpstart Playground from Blake and her walker, and that wouldn't have happened without your hard work, so thank you so much for that memory. Not all the needs of accessibility may be as plain to see as a walker, or a seeing eye dog, or a wheelchair. There are those of us that have health issues and situations that are not visible to everyone. And our own emotions of embarrassment and fear and ridicule may be holding us back from feeling like we deserve accessibility or to even ask for help. Today, Becca and I are asking you to consider those people with disabilities that are both visible and invisible, who need this accessibility plan and accommodations to be funded and fulfilled by our City Council to move our city forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sopp. Councillor Nelson has a question for you.
Thank you very much for sharing that story. people just don't get it until they've lived it. And I get it. Knowing her and being with her, can you explain to council the embarrassment? Maybe give an example. I know I was embarrassed when people told me that the reason I said I had a disability was to get out of stuff or to get things. Can you explain to me how she felt? Because we need to hear it from other people. When somebody would make fun of her or say something, or if she misworded something, because I understand with a brain injury, that's what you do, is you misword stuff and you don't say it the way it's supposed to say, but it sounds right in your brain. Can you just give us a little idea of the life of that she went through?
Yeah, there was actually, from Rebecca's stories, a lot of, and I don't believe it was an intentional mocking, but a lot of mocking at work every time she would say that she was so fatigued she would need to take a nap. And people say, well, I would love to take a nap. It must be so nice to be able to take a nap. So she changed her verbiage to say that she needed a rest. And suddenly it was acceptable for her to take a break from work to go and have a rest, whether it was at work or whether it was to go home over her lunch hour and have a rest. So I think sometimes it's understanding the right kind of language, whether it's being educated in the language that we can use to explain our disabilities or our restrictions that we have, or educating people who don't have those limitations, so we can accept people with those limitations and some of the obstacles that they have in their lives.
And you talked about the water slide, because we all know our fight and the community's fight now to get this water slide. Can you just give us a little idea? Because I try to explain to people that if you said that, you know, the middle class white people could go down the water slide inside, but they can't go down the water slide outside, what kind of an uproar that would cause.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just explain to us what that would have meant for her to go down with her grandchild to the chair?
Well, with Rebecca, she lived in a condo just over here on Victoria Avenue, 2727 Victoria. I lived a block and a half away from her. And for her to have the energy to walk down to L's and get a ice cream together, and then even just to walk around the block and back to her condo, took almost all of her energy, that she'd have to ask me to end our date early so she could rest, and that would be our evening together sometimes. So for her to, she probably, with me aiding her, could get to the top of the water slide, but then it would be one trip down and we would have to go home for the afternoon. She'd be done. So for her to have that independence to be able to go to the top of the water slide by herself, and side by side maybe with Blake, that would just excite her, or even just to see Blake do it herself.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca was, she'd be at home right now recording this session to see Blake's face on the screen, and then she would send Sarah a recording to show Blake on the screen and how proud she was to see Blake standing up for herself. So, yeah, that's the kind of person Rebecca was. She found the joy in every moment in life. She never let her cancer or her fatigue control her, but she knew that her limitations had an impact on her life, but she knew how to manage it. So whenever there was a win for accessibility, she rejoiced. And yeah, she would have been on the merry-go-round with me when Blake was pushing us around.
Well, I stand here today and I promised you, we're going to do everything we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I don't see other questions from Council. Mr. Sott, thank you so much for toughing it out and hanging out with us. Appreciate it. I call on Delegation Andrew Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox, as you probably heard, you'll state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and then you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which there may be some questions for you. Welcome, and thanks for your patience.
How do I follow that? Sorry, guys. My name is Andrew Wilcox. I am here as a representative of Team Blake. I apologize if I go a little off the cuff. I haven't prepared for this, but I'll explain why in just a moment. Yeah, I came here as a representative of Team Blake because I'm lucky enough to have Blake and Sarah and Rebecca as friends in my life. I have seen fewer, there's a moment of joy like seeing Blake get to go up that accessible playground that was recently built, as though it was just like everybody else, was one of the most beautiful things I ever got to see. And one of the hardest things I ever got to see was to watch that kid, who was toughed out more than any of us can imagine in her short life, get stopped by a curb and cry. Because the curb just wasn't set up properly. It's heartbreaking. It's tough. It literally will tear you apart. And Blake faces things like that every single day. Some things that are wonderfully accommodated for her, and some things that really just are not. And accommodation is great. Accommodation is wonderful. Accommodation is the first step. But that's not the end goal. People with disabilities shouldn't feel accommodated. They should feel a part of the world just as much as everybody else. People with disabilities feeling accommodated is great for all of us to feel like we did the right thing to make them feel accommodated. But creating a world where everybody feels like they're a part of it, no matter what, their disability or anything else that makes them different, should be, at least in my belief, the goal of everyone, and especially the goal of the governments that serve us. Now, when I say I didn't prepare remarks, it's because I know when I came up here and sat, you went and thought, wow, look at that handsome, well-abled human being. I'm one of the people with a somewhat invisible disability. I was born with one leg shorter than the other. I have a lift in my one shoe. That lift in my one shoe stops me from having a slight swagger, as many people used to call it, that has caused me to be clumsy all my life, made fun of all my life, but never looked at as enough of a disability to be, shamed at or treated a certain way. It's always been looked at as, oh, that's just clumsy Andrew. I'm also an individual with ADHD. I'm also an individual with a condition called bilateral monocular dysplopia, which I don't think I've ever said it completely right once, but what it actually equates to is essentially double vision in each one of my eyes. So it's wonderful to see all 40 of you. I also have a deviated septum. I also have alopecia. I also have several other little things that I don't want to go all day to go through. I have a problem sometimes with my grip. Essentially what it equates to is every time I write an email, it's harder to write an email than anybody else. Any time that I try to have a conversation, it's harder than having a conversation with anyone else, or at least any average-bodied person, and nobody would know. I've hidden these things for decades from employers. I had a slight stutter. I had to work really, really hard. I had to work really, really hard at everything in order to spend over 15 years in media and doing my job. I became very good. I've hosted hundreds of shows and hundreds of events, and half the time I can't even read correctly all the lines on my cards. So this is why I didn't prepare notes for you guys today. A lot of disabilities are not visible, and a lot of disabilities don't start out being that bad. For me, most of the time, it wasn't a big issue. I tripped more than most people. I was usually messier than most people because things would fall through my hands. But as I've aged, they've become bigger issues. Last year, I threw 3 discs out of my back because my entire back and legs have been out of alignment my entire life. And without regular physiotherapy, which I don't have, I've never in any job that I've had enough coverage to give me the treatment that I've needed to have year round. So I always had to save until near the end of my benefits, just in case I had a bad enough episode that I was disabled to the point where I couldn't stand. So last year I lost my job and didn't have any benefits. I threw my back out, threw 3 discs out in my back because it's broken. And I couldn't walk. And I was very, very well aware of the issues that come with our curbs and our streets in Regina, because some of them didn't work. I tripped over one in an A&W parking lot and landed on my knees. Hurt my back and had to crawl to my car, which was half of the parking lot, I was in shorts, and I cut up both my knees and both my hands and dragged myself into my Jeep in order to drive myself home. It was the most embarrassing moment of my life, and I'm very grateful. Only about 4 people in A&W and 1 car passing by saw me do it. And now I just said it on this.
Mr. Wilcox, you're past 5 minutes.
Okay.
So if you could wrap it up, that would be wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just want to add to the voices that have said this up before, is that, accessibility is incredibly important. It continues to get incredibly important. And even if we don't face it currently, there's good odds that as we age, we're going to face it even more. So when we vote for accessibility, you might not just be voting for accessibility for that 30% that you know right now deals with it, but you might be one of those people in 20 or 30 years that needs it as well. Because I was one of those people that never thought I would need it, and I do quite often.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Nelson has a question for you.
Just a quick question. Thank you for coming here, and thank you for telling your story. Helps us paint a picture of what life is like sometimes. You spoke briefly about the accessibility becoming, it should be just a normal thing. And I keep going back to that it's like, well, you built stairs for the water slide, why wouldn't you build an elevator? And you built the doors this way, so why wouldn't you build them this way? I'd like you to tell council, and I'd like you to tell administration, and I'd like you to tell anybody that's here listening to this, what it means to you having a disability when you're the afterthought. How does that make you feel, through the chair?
Okay, so I'll give you guys an example of what happened to me last year. I've unfortunately, because I lost work, had to go to Fort McMurray to get some work. I had to fly back to Regina. On the day that I went back, my back was so bad I couldn't stand, so I requested a wheelchair to get me to it. First time in my life I ever had to request a wheelchair. It was so embarrassing to me to have to do that. I know it shouldn't be, but it was. And when I requested that wheelchair, they were not prepared for that. I was supposed to have one when I got off the plane in Calgary. They didn't have it ready for me, and I was supposed to have one when I got off the plane in Regina. They also didn't have it for me, and by that point I was so annoyed I didn't want to wait for it. With 3 discs out in my back, and every time I took a step, it was like taking a knife that was like electrified and shoved into my back left. I was so annoyed because I only had 10 minutes to get to the Cessna that they basically send you out in Fort McMurray to get from there to the other terminal. I ran basically with that pain every single step. Yeah, it's embarrassing, it's painful, and it's an example of, well, that shouldn't even have been an accommodation. It should have just had chairs prepared. When I was there was 3 other people who needed chairs at the Calgary stop, and they didn't have any of them ready for it. And you just go, guys, like, I shouldn't feel like I'm putting people out anytime. Once again, it shouldn't be about making us feel better about accommodating other people. It should we should be setting the standard. We should be creating the norm as government so that nobody ever feels like they're different in these senses.
And I just want to leave on a positive note. Express the thank you to administration for doing all this work. For you, how does that make you feel to know that, you know what, we're going to take a stand, we're going to listen, we're always going to do better, we always can get better, but just how this makes you feel to say that, you know what, we are going to do this and we're going to really work hard to move this forward.
Guys, I am super stoked with what you guys have put together with this. I think it's incredible what you guys are doing. I honestly do. I don't know as well as Sarah does. She knows all that stuff a lot better than me. But every step forward is a very important step, and you should be very proud of doing that. Now, put an elevator on that water slide, please, because it's ridiculous to not. Because all it takes is one person to slip, and then they can go up that elevator. It's not just about individuals like Blake. It's about anybody who's in a tough spot for a little moment being able to take that elevator and make their life just a smidgen easier on that day so that they don't feel like they're a little bit different. You guys are taking a great step today. You guys take great steps every day, man. I'm incredibly enamored by what you guys do. I couldn't do it myself. You guys go through a lot to do this. So thank you guys for all of your hard work, and thanks for making this thing happen today, because I know that you guys are gonna, right? Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Awesome.
much.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you very much, Mr. Wilcox. Council, we were going to have some virtual, I'm going to come through and convert them into communications to receive and file. So we have communications on item CR 24-39. I need a motion to receive and file the following. CP 24-38, Andre Nogue from Age Friendly Regina Steering Committee. CP 24-39, Amanda Little from Regina, Saskatchewan. CP 24-40, Jimmy Schimmel from Regina, Saskatchewan. CP 24-41, Jessica Frotton from Regina, Saskatchewan. CP 24-42, Jade Delisle from Regina, Saskatchewan. CP 24-43 from Terry Sleva. CP 24-44 from Trish Bazniak. And CP 24-45 from Blake Lamontagne, all over Regina, Saskatchewan. So can I have a motion to receive and file? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. We'll now consider item CR 24-39, the Regina Accessibility Plan. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, since this was an executive committee, could I please ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be very brief. We had many delegations and a thorough discussion on the Regina Accessibility Plan at our executive committee meeting. The critical point was that it forms a framework which will now guide our actions in this area going forward, a major step forward. I'd ask simply Council support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Your light is on. Councillor Bresciani moves, seconded by Councillor Nelson. Thank you so much. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So first off, I just want to say thank you to the staff for doing all of this work. It started a while ago, and I also want to acknowledge the advisory committee, the Accessibility Advisory Committee. The work came out of that area and then came to council. So I want to acknowledge the work that was done through the engagement, all of the work that today I think we can really, really be proud as we move forward. It's a great news story for our city as we move forward with the corporate accessibility plan. This plants, I think, the foundation of where do we start today. There's a lot of work yet to do, but this is the beginning. And I think it actually empowers all of us to work together, to embrace, to look at different abilities and how do we now accommodate. When we, one of the biggest pieces I think is to take down those barriers. And we only understand that, and we heard that from the delegations today and tonight. And I want to say thank you to the delegations for waiting all half of this day since the meeting started. You are our champions in our community. But there's one thing that, Regina, I think, as we prioritize accessibility in our community here, it is time. It is absolutely time for us to do this. To have a vision across this province, actually, to be barrier-free. And I think that there is lots of work yet to do. I want to also, one of the things that I really think are very important is to recognize that individuals with disabilities, they play an integral part in our community. I myself also have a daughter with disability. She can't wait to get to work. She's blind. She doesn't have Braille. But you know what? To be part of a community, it doesn't matter if she's tired, if she's sick, whatever, she wants to go to work. That employer has made accommodations for her. And she feels like she's giving back to her community. They want to be just like anyone else. They don't ask for anything extra. They just want to be able to work, to be able to play, and to be able to live in our city. I'm getting goosebumps because it's been since last term to this term that we're actually seeing the change. I want to say thank you to my council colleagues, Councillor Nelson, advocates to get our city moving, and to Ms. Anderson and the staff here at the city. We've got hiring to do. Look, I know we're going to move on that. The only question I do have, and this I do have, is regarding the funding. And I just want to ask just a little bit about how will that be prioritized and how will that come back to council, through the chair.
Who am I going to? Mr. Lacey's not here, so Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. We did try and highlight in one of the appendix of the report what we would prioritize for future years, and also try to highlight which ones we could just do with existing resources, which ones would require additional funding. As with any new asks, that will come forward at budget time, and we'll do like further refinement on that list to further prioritize all of those, because we realize there's lots of stuff on there. So I would say that for council and resident information for now, look at that appendix for what we're saying. If we could, we would do all of these things in 2025. We will bring them forward as part of the budget conversation, along with further prioritization of those.
Thank you. Would it be fair to ask administration every 2 years, or many of us don't know what the next term holds, and would it be fair to ask to have a report come back every 2 years to find out how we are doing with our accessibility and hiring, training, recruiting, accommodations being made, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, absolutely. We are in the process of implementing a clear tracking of every one of these kind of major initiatives that are longer term. We will also in that be tying it to funding, frankly, because for some of these initiatives, we've talked about how this accessibility plan, much of this isn't new. We know that if there was more invested in clearing sidewalks and those sorts of things that we have brought ahead before. So I think for this one, I would see it as here's the progress made, and here's the investment that you've made into moving those things forward from a financial perspective.
Thank you. And the last question I have is, in regards to the reports that come to council, I know that we've added the environment. I know we did that a couple of years ago. Do you feel that we could add accessibility on the reports that come to council, so we know that things that are being looked at are actually, so if it's from a building perspective or if it's whatever, and some might just have NA because it's not applicable, but then we do know that it is on the lens, and I'm not sure if that's something that is a takeaway or it can be done. Through the chair.
Through Mayor Masters, we actually already are required to bring an annual update to council, and so really by approving this framework, it actually gives us better direction and better reporting in what we bring to you each year. So that's already in place.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll just rephrase the question. So as we get our reports, like every executive, when administration writes the reports, I guess, if it be and you can tell me because it may not be in order, but from if there's, like, we've got environment, we've got impacts, we've got those kinds of things, is there something in there that would highlight like what's been done from an accessibility either, and some may not, so I don't know if that is warranted in there, to ensure that it comes through the lens of transit, any kind of programs through the city, through the chair. Mr. Slater.
Mr. Slater, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Yeah, currently in our reporting process, we do have an accessibility impact lens that we use. So report writers, when they're when they're framing their response or they're framing their report or what they're bringing forward, they're to use sort of an accessibility lens, and any recommendations that they're making, they're to consider what those recommendations, what impact that will have on the accessibility. So whether it's communication or built environment or recreation, or so we currently do that practice within the report.
Councillor Brasciani, you're out of time on your introduction. You do get to close, but I just didn't want to.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
That was my last question. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Council, there was a bit of a mix-up in terms of a call-in number. We had received and filed. Oh, okay. Never mind. Councillor Stadnicek, you had a question for administration?
I do, thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So we have this, I want to first of all say that I strongly support this report, and I think it's very thorough and it's done a very good job. So once this passes, if it passes, it will guide the city in terms of how we do things. I am wondering how it might, some of the standards and the goals, how it would apply to any of the contractors that do work for the city, any of our external organizations. Like I'm thinking about REAL, it's got a separate board, but does it have any impact or influence on anyone else doing work that would be considered somewhat city work?
Who wants this one? Yeah, they're all looking at you, Mr. Doney. Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through you, the mayor, I'll start. And so, yes, this this report will influence our design standards, and so the city, I would say in all cases, dictates what is designed. And so whether it's sidewalk, ped ramps, or other accessible items, the city goes through that design process, and the contractors then follow suit and build what we design, or what is designed part of those standards.
And through the mayor, and regarding some of our external agencies like REAL, or because sometimes you hear about there might be some issues at the REAL district, or, and again, I recognize that there's a separate board, but that still does it also apply to that facility?
Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say, I mean, they are an independent municipal corporation, so they do follow their own guidelines. I would say that we are obviously in close contact with them, and I know that there is a very recent example of a concern of someone that was actually speaking here today, of challenges that they're having at one of the REAL district properties. And so staff from the city are actually meeting, I think, with REAL staff next week to work through that. So I would say that although they're independent, we do work in close collaboration, and we actually do work on those facilities as well. So I would say we can't bind them to the city of Regina's actual framework, but they have accessibility standards as well, and when something is flagged through us, we absolutely meet with them, and they're very amenable to working with us on making improvements.
Okay. The communication section of the report does at times talk about language, and I know that the report's also used an intersectional approach to be more inclusive. How does it work? Like I've noted, I will say that I was at the RPS stakeholder breakfast, and they talked about a new tool that they have where it's communication cards. If they can't communicate in a particular language with somebody, they at least have a communication card. Is language besides Braille, is that something else that might be something that we're looking at through this lens, or is that a completely different area that we'd have to be looking at, any language barriers that people might have?
Shayna Stock, go ahead, please.
Shayna Stock speaking. Yeah, I'll start by saying that I know in our recreation facilities, we do have some of those tools with visual tools to help communicate with folks, whether that's a language barrier or whatever the barrier is there. And can you repeat the rest of the second part of your question?
Well, just
Sorry.
that if you see language as falling under this plan, or if it's part of a broader discussion about how we make sure that we're inclusive and that we can communicate in different languages to people.
For sure. I think there's another action within the plan that's related to developing a communications strategy, an accessible communications strategy. So while this plan is really focused on the barriers that people with disabilities and older adults are experiencing, I think there will be lots of overlap with the needs of people who speak English as a second or additional language. I don't know if Ashley Nemeth wants to add anything about the communications piece and how a communication strategy might help support people with language barriers.
Sure.
Ms. Nemeth?
Ashley Nemeth speaking. Language is really important when we talk about accessibility and inclusion. So it's not just about Braille or the language. It's ensuring that people can communicate in whatever way is comfortable for them. So through this plan and through our communications policy, it won't only speak to the type of language we use, you know, around how we identify individuals, but also how do we communicate, you know, with them and ensure that they have the ability to communicate with us. So that is something that falls there.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stanishuk, Councillor Nelson.
Couldn't let this go without asking a question. You talked now a bit about standards and what's acceptable in coming into the city by our builders and so on and so forth. So it raises the question of so the job goes out for design, it comes back. What's the difference between before and now? Is that too, I'm just trying to, so what we accepted a year ago to what we accept now, is there a standard now that is, this is what it was, this is what it was? I'm through the chair.
Administration? Shayna Stock, go ahead.
Shayna Stock speaking. I'll start and then others may have additional comments, but there is an action in here to develop a universal design policy for the city that would be overarching across all departments, and then various departments or business areas would need to review their standards and policies and make sure they align with that. I think that's work we still need to do, but it's in there that we will do that work.
Ms. Nelson?
Okay, I'm just,
Councillor Nelson?
is that, I wasn't sure if there's anyone else going to talk to that. Okay. So what will happen is when the design comes in, there'll be I'm just trying to figure out what's the difference between then and now. So, so now are we going to be like Rick Hansen gold standard, or are we going to be this? Like, I'm just trying to figure out, or are you still working on it? And that's fine if you are. I don't know. I'm just asking. So.
Mr. Downey.
Through the chair. So yeah, I would just echo what was mentioned, is that it's a work in progress. So this gives us the framework that work needs to happen. And so whether it's from our building design standards or our roadway standards, there's hundreds of different standards that need to be looked at and reviewed. So definitely a work in progress. This is the starting point to go down that path.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. This has been coming from a little girl that had to sit in the car with her uncle and eat from the restaurant food in his car because we couldn't get into restaurants, to now it's sitting here, we're talking about it at council. This is pretty darn cool, you guys. And if we could hold this out for 4 more hours, I could be celebrating this vote on my birthday, but I won't do that. So thank you very much, you guys. And council colleagues, wow. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I see no further questions from council. Councillor Bresciani, you want to close off debate?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Clerks, can you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion passes in a vote of 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Council, I know it's been a long day. We've got some bylaws and a couple things that we really need to get through, and we can leave a couple items to the end to discuss whether or not you want to deal with them. But right now, we'll consider item CR 24-38, 2024, the municipal and school board election report. And I'm just staring at Deputy Mayor Hawkins as I'll be asking him to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to introduce this very briefly. This is simply a bylaw that sets out the rules that need to be followed for municipal school board elections.
Thanks. Can I have someone move the report? Thank you. Councillor Stevens and Councillor Fendura. Councillor Stevens, did you wish to speak to it?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
So on the municipal election, just making sure I'm on the right report. Okay. I actually have an amendment, and hopefully this can be like super simple one way or another. The deputy city clerk has it ready, so she'll put it up there, but this relates to in the possibility of a tie, that our current provision is that we would resolve a tie by drawing names from a hat. And I just, first of all, and so sorry, like what my amendment is that would be, a tie vote would be resolved through a by-election instead of drawing names from a hat. And so, you know, I can explain, but I know I'd need a seconder to first get into all that.
Councillor Zakiniak, have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Okay, and so now I get 3 minutes?
3 minutes,
Okay.
go for it.
So I guess I'll start with, has there been a tie before in that we can recall that has happened in Regina?
Municipal elections. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. To my recollection, no, and I have asked staff to look into it historically, and we have not found anything,
Okay.
going back as far as records that we have.
Right. Okay, so it's a rare occurrence that there would actually be a tie vote. And I know the rationale that I heard last week was, well, it would be expensive to run a by-election. That may be true, but because we expect that this is something that would rarely or never occur, I am proposing that we follow proper democratic principles and host a by-election rather than drawing names from a hat. I just can't get behind, as a counselor, that situation occurring and that we would choose by drawing from a hat. And I wouldn't be able to get behind that as a resident either. So, I mean, I can keep it pretty simple. That's just my opinion. I think that would be the appropriate process, the appropriate democratic process to follow if that occurred. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. I have a couple questions. I don't see any other lights on. To the city clerk. What's the cost of a by-election?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I can ask Ms. Gentili to answer this, but my recollection from the most recent by-election that we had for a separate school division trustee was in the neighborhood of $50,000. But I stand to be corrected on that.
Thank you. This is Christina Gentile. Through you, Chair, the public school board by-election that was held in 2022 was roughly $83,000. And that doesn't include a communication budget.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. What we're passing today is simply for the next election, as this is a procedure that every council will go through before the next election.
Yes, Mayor. The only distinction here is that this would be set in the bylaw. So unless the bylaw itself was subsequently changed, the provision to change this to a by-election on a go-forward basis would remain that way until such time as the bylaw was changed.
Thank you. Is $83,000 in the budget for November 2024 election in the event of a tie?
No, our budget is basically status quo, largely from 2020, and we did not factor in the potential of a by-election.
Thank you. Councillor Moll, go ahead.
Just a question on the motion. So if there's a tie, I'm assuming this by-election would only be the two people that are tied, right? Cool.
Thanks very much. Councillor Skiniak, go ahead and close off debate if you like.
To the clerk, you noted that it would have to be put into the bylaw to have an impact beyond this election. So later on today, we will be passing the bylaw, and so if it is embedded within that bylaw, then it would be in effect for our municipal elections unless it was changed again. Is that accurate?
Yes, and yes, through you, Mayor Masters. So just to clarify, first of all, it should ideally be changed through this report, which then provides the requisite direction to the city solicitor's office to write appropriately. Having said that, the bylaw is going to be discussed next. There's always an opportunity to make an amendment at the second reading stage. That is not the preferred outcome in any way, but it can be done, but it may, right, like, so we have the wording, but it's, again, it's the policy decision that's up to council.
Yeah.
Every other jurisdiction does it this way.
Yeah, so I'm prepared to, as noted, the wording is ready to change the bylaw so that it's not in effect just for this election, it's in effect going forward. And so I'm prepared for, not just for the report, but to make the changes to the bylaw so that this is now how we would, moving forward, address a tie. And so while, again, whether or not we have this in the budget, like, I highly doubt, considering it's never happened before, that it's going to be happening in this election. But we have to deal with variances in our budget on a regular basis. To me, this is what I think would be an appropriate democratic way to address a tie. And because it would be just the two people who tied, then you would give the opportunity to folks who voted for somebody else to decide which one of these two people would I want to represent me instead of a hat making that decision. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks. Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the amendment has passed in a vote of 7-4. Those voting in favor were Councillors Nelson, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mole. Voting against the motion or amendment were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much to the clerks. All right, I think I need to come back to this. Okay. Oh, sorry, apologies. Yes, I'm back to the main motion. Councillor Zakiniak, did you want to, oh, okay, Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Did you have
main motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's motion now as amended. So Councillor Bresciani, you had your light on?
Yeah, are you done?
I'm good, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I have a question in regards to the donations. So I have a question that, right now, if with donations, you submit it after the election. Is it a month after or however? I guess the question I'm asking is, is there a lot of changes to seek if it was to be asked that at least it could be submitted a week or two in advance of the election? So that would give voters an opportunity to see where donations are coming from, that kind of thing. And I think it's transparency because at the end of the day, if it's submitted a month after, then the election's already gone and done. So I'm just wondering, has that ever been done in anywhere else, or is it, and how, is it, or is that guided by some, I don't know, is it law? And yeah, just like clarity.
Thank you, Mayor Master, or through you, Mayor Masters. With respect, Councillor Bresciani, the expenses that candidates for council can, and their contributions are governed by the municipal election expenses bylaw. first of all, I can't speak legally as to whether it would be legally appropriate or there'd be a requirement to say who donated in advance. Because you have to keep in mind that the current regulations state that if a candidate for council, any donation up to $200 does not have to be made public, and $500 for the candidacy of a mayor. I think what you might run into is a lot of games being played that you would find 5 of your friends and in each donate $199 and there's 1,000, but it's not going to be reported. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, I'm just saying, and I don't know if Ms. Williams, our city solicitor, knows anything else about the legality of requiring a donation to be made prior to that, because again, it's not my place to opine, but I mean, it starts to then question, people will say, well, so-and-so donated so much to the campaign. This isn't like the United States where people publicly say, look, I gave someone $100,000, where's my payback? But that's part of the reason why there is a threshold of the publication of amounts.
City Solicitor, Shannon Williams?
The current bylaw, sorry, this is Shannon Williams speaking through the chair. The current bylaw requires that disclosure is made after the election. That's the way it has been. I think that is just the way it has always been done. I don't know that there's a different legislative reason why that's been done, but I think it is, as the city clerk has indicated, that for some of those reasons, in terms of transparency and in terms of making sure that things are done sort of from a very foundationally ethical basis, that we have done it as that requirement sort of immediately after the disclosure period ends. So I would have to do more research to see if there is, one, other jurisdictions doing that differently, and secondly, if there's any other legislative requirement as to why it's being done that way. I don't know that at this point. I could certainly look into that a little bit deeper and see, but it's the way the current wording is in the bylaw right now, and it's the way it has been, I think, historically done that way as well. So I don't think there's anything historically that's been done differently, and I don't think there's any other jurisdictions that have done it differently either.
All right, that's all I have then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just have a question following from that, because so why is there a thing that says under $200 you don't have to claim it? And why is there a thing that says under $500 you have to claim it? Like, why don't we just tell everybody who gave us $1 and up, through the chair?
Again, through the chair, I think the reason for that is just for simplicity and ease. It was just simply because people do make some donations. It's very common practice, I think, in most elections and in any type of government function, that people make some donations to individuals to make sure that they have the ability to run an election. They've set a threshold that has been a threshold that's been sort of that same amount for years. It hasn't changed significantly for many years. I don't think there's any other reason other than that. That if it goes beyond that, then there is a requirement for disclosure. But they've always allowed a nominal amount for people to make donations to support a candidacy of their choice. I don't think there's any other reason behind that that we're aware of. There's no.
But that goes back to transparency. So if you have nothing to hide, and the donors that donated money to me, we have nothing to hide. So why wouldn't we just say everything? Through the chair, and I know people were saying, well, you can just donate $199 like 20 times, and then then there's, like I said, there's no transparency. Nobody knows who's donated to me that gave me 6 times $199. Just using that as an example, not saying that happened, but.
Right. Through the chair, I think if it's the same person making several donations of $199, that would trigger that requirement for that disclosure to be made, because it would be over the $200 threshold. So if the same person was donating that 6 times, then that would trigger the requirement to disclose who that is. It's if an individual or one person has made that donation under $200, that's when that threshold isn't triggered. But if it's the same person making several, it triggers it.
I see. So it's the same person, but if they use their 10 children that gave you $199. Tricky. Just wondering. So would it be a big deal, like, if we did just say that all donations have to be disclosed? Thank you for that word, through the chair.
Again, through the chair, I think it may only be, it may be sort of an administrative burden to have to require people to disclose every $5 donation that's made, or for tracking, even for those purposes. I think that's part of the reason why there is a bit of a threshold, in order to ease some of those types of administrative burdens that would also be placed in having to track every dollar that's donated. Again, I think this is more of a council decision. It's not part of the report, not part of the bylaw, so if that was something that would be changed, again, there's...
So it'd be a bylaw change, it's not like this is Election Canada states this or whatever. This is just a bylaw change within our bylaws.
My understanding is that this is something that's put into the bylaw that we have currently, that's before.
Thank you.
Before
That's all I
council.
have.
Thanks very much. Councillor Zakiniak, you want to close off debate?
No, thanks.
Okay, all right, clerk, start the vote on the motion as amended.
Mayor Masters, the report as amended passes in a vote of 11-0.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on right now because we've got to get some bylaws passed. We'll consider bylaw related to the previous report, bylaw number 2024-25, the Election Bylaw Act. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Hawkins to do first reading of the bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Stanichuk, the bylaw 2024-25 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. Clerk, can you start the vote?
She's got all the wording, so.
Mayor Masters, the vote for first reading passes 10-0, with Councillor Nelson having temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
All right, thanks. Just to be clear, the bylaw will change after second reading, and we go to, so we're going to do second reading. Deputy Mayor Hawkins is going to do second reading right now, and then we go into the motion to change the bylaw. Okay, Deputy, go ahead.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2024-25 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakiniak, I think you need to make a motion with the language change for the bylaw.
Okay. Yes, I have, unfortunately, I have some exact wording to read out, including punctuation, so bear with me. That council approve an amendment to bylaw 2024-25, being the election bylaw 2024, to strike out all, comma, 2024. Am I good, or do I need to start over? Okay. To strike out all of section 12 after the heading and substitute the following wording. 12, if, comma, on the summing of votes, comma, 2 or more candidates for a vacant office have an equal number of votes, comma, the returning officer shall resolve the tie vote using the process outlined in section 141.1 of the Act. Period.
We'll put it up shortly.
Okay.
Sorry, can Councillor Zakiniak get a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor
Just for
Nelson.
clarity, because I just had a question. So this is the wording that was suggested to support the motion that I brought forward in the report. And so this would put it into the bylaw so that, as Mayor Masters noted, it's not just in effect for this upcoming election, that this is now our process that we would use to resolve tie, like the unlikely possibility of a tie vote.
Until such time as it's changed. And so essentially, striking out the tie by a hat poll, the motion that just passed is they hold a by-election, and so now it's fit in. This is just a replacement within the bylaw, so we can pass the bylaw, so the clerk's office can get on with it. Okay. And seconded by, did I say it, Councillor Nelson? Yeah, Councillor Nelson. Okay. I'm assuming clerks can just start the vote, please. All right. Just on the amendment.
Mayor Masters, the motion to amend the election bylaw has been passed in a vote of 10 to 1. Voting in favor are Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Stanichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Sakidney, Mancinelli, Moore, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against was Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to do voted on second reading as amended. Clerks, please.
Did I? I meant to say kidney. Mayor Masters, second reading as amended has passed 11 to 0.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you do consent for third reading at this meeting, please?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. The council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-25, going to a reading at this meeting.
Thank you. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent required to proceed to third reading has been achieved.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, can you please do third reading?
Bylaw number 2024-25 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, third reading has passed 11 to 0.
Thank you very much. Council, a couple more bylaws, one small motion, and then we'll just talk about what we table, okay? So we're now going to consider CR 24-40, the Regina Property Tax Bylaw 2024, and the Education Property Tax Bylaw. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, could you please introduce?
Seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. The bylaws number 2024-13 and 2024-16 be introduced and read a first time.
Oh, no, we're not on the bylaw, we're on the report, sorry.
Apologize, it's not the bylaw. We're on apparently a report that, just to authorize the report. Go ahead. It's the item just before it, 24-40, the Regina Property Tax Bylaw 2024 and the Education Property Tax Bylaw. There's a report.
I have no recollection of this report.
Neither do we.
I'd ask council to approve it.
It's a new package. There we go. From executive.
Is it okay if I do it?
Yeah.
All right. The City Council instructs City Solicitor to prepare the necessary property tax bylaws for consideration by City Council that include the municipal mill rate, the other taxing authorities' mill rates, and the business improvement district's mill rates as outlined in Appendix A and the mill rate factors outlined. These are all the things that we previously proved. And, yeah, it was apparently presented to Executive Committee. So I need a mover. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. You can move that. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Zakidniak. Any questions? Clerks, can you start the vote on the report?
Mayor Masters, the motion has passed in a vote of 11 to 0.
Deputy Mayor Hawkins, here's your cue. You're going to do the bylaw readings.
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, the bylaws number 2024-13 and 2024-16 be introduced and read a first time.
Very much. Clerks, call the vote.
Mayor Masters, first reading is passed 11 to 0.
Thanks very much. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you do second readings of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Nelson, that bylaws number 2024-13 and 2024-16 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, second reading has passed 11-0.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you do consent for
you.
third reading?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councilor Kidney, that the council hereby consent to bylaws number 2024-13 and 2024-16 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Clerk, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at today's meeting has been achieved.
Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you do final reading?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councilor Mancinelli, that bylaws number 2024-13 and 2024-16 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Clerk, start the vote. Yeah, I'm going to.
Mayor Masters, third reading has passed 11-0.
Thanks very much. We'll consider item 2442, which is nomination of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities FCM Board of Directors. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you introduce the report?
I'll be very brief on this. Executive Committee in private session discussed the appropriate procedure, and this motion is now before council.
Thank you very much. Can I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councilor LeBlanc, seconded by Councilor Mancinelli. Any questions? Seeing none, clerks, can you call the vote? Councilor Kenya?
Mayor Masters, the motion has passed 11-0.
Thank you very much. One moment, please. Council, we have two more reports. One of them is CR 24-30, the Regina Traffic Bylaw 9900 amendments. Mr. Doney has advised that if that gets tabled, that's he can live with that. And then there's another one, which is the 24-33, the amendments to the Code of Ethics Bylaw. Just looking for a sign from folks. Do you want to go home? Do you want to battle through? Do you want to table them? Councilor LeBlanc, go ahead.
I think we should battle through the Code of Ethics because if it passes, it has this long procedure before we actually see amendments.
All right. All right. I got a motion to table. Councilor Hawkins requires a seconder. Councilor Mancinelli seconds. Can you call the vote on the tabling of the Code of Ethics Bylaw?
Mayor Masters, the tabling motion has been defeated in a vote of 3-8. Those voting in favor of the tabling motion were Councilors Hawkins, Findura, and Mancinelli. Voting against were Councilors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Sakidniak, Moore, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Excellent. Councilor, we'll now consider item CR 24-33, amendments to the Code of Ethics Bylaw 2017. This item was tabled at the April 10th, 2024 meeting of City Council. Councilor Stevens, could you please introduce the report?
I don't know. Let's get this machine to work for us. Sorry, the Code of Ethics amendments. This was discussed at length in a private session. I would actually ask administration to walk us through the nuances of how this process works. Is a review required? What's involved in that process? And what are the implications of any kind of change we might implement?
City Solicitor Shannon Williams?
Yes, thank you through the chair. Again, Shannon Williams speaking. So, we may not have the interpreter anymore, but.
They checked out.
Yes. So the process is, as has been discussed in the past when we talked about this, I think there was a couple of different options that were put forward for how this process may unfold. The decision from council was that it would be dealt with internally by having separate meetings held, separate private meetings, I guess, I would imagine, held at times that were convenient to council for us to walk through some of these provisions in a fashion that made sense, and so dealing with some at times, and then as those were dealt with, we would make those amendments to the bylaw as they were dealt with. So we would probably be incremental amendments as we worked through some of those, some of the changes. So although the city solicitor's office is happy to sort of help as we go through that process, a lot of those changes are going to be really at council's will. So what council's willing to do, we've made some recommendations based on best practices in other jurisdictions and what other jurisdictions have put in their code of ethics bylaw, and have made those suggestions in the report that's been before you. And so it would really be whether or not council wants to adopt those into their own code of ethics bylaw, and we would happily walk you through that process and just give you that information in terms of what's there and why those things are in other ethics bylaws. There are some things I know we discussed in a previous meeting about some of the code of ethics changes that would impact on the election. Some of those things have impact just in terms of how things may be handled throughout the election. There's different nuanced provisions within that code of ethics bylaw that would have an impact there. So those were some of the things that I think had initially been put forward as some of the first items we might want to help walk through, because they would be the most impactful in terms of the election that's coming up in November. So,
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead. I apologize. I need a mover. You'll move. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Please go ahead, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Just a question through the chair. If we pass the process as outlined in the recommendation, is this likely to come back for approved changes to the Code of Ethics before the election?
Through the chair, I would say that would, I think that would be the intention, that some of those changes would come back and hopefully be made before the election. I can say that it's all dependent upon how how amenable and how quickly those discussions unfold, and how fast we can get some of those changes put into the bylaw. But I mean, it's possible if we initiate these meetings very quickly. So it will be very dependent upon when council is available to start that discussion. So if it gets put off too much longer, then I don't think the process will be able to be put in place before the election. But if we can get started, very quickly, there is still, I think, some opportunity for that to happen.
Thank you. Maybe I just flag, I hope it does get done before the election. I'm hopeful. I don't think this is something we should push to the next council. I was just struck in reviewing the report, page 2, under issue. It says this sort of genesis of this was January 29th, 2020. Maybe, I don't know, maybe someone can speak to, they were trying to do the thing before the 2020 election that we ought to do now. So it just has the sense it's been sitting around for a while. And so I understand it's not fully in administration's control whether it comes back before election, but my hope in supporting it is that it does, and then the next council can just have a modern code of ethics when they come in rather than dealing with that. So happy to support it and look forward to efficient meetings with the external lawyer.
Councillor LeBlanc, I'll just have the clerk, because the clerk did flag this for me today as well,
Sure.
in terms of the workshops. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. As the city solicitor has indicated, there will require a number of workshops and the speed by which this goes through is completely incumbent on your availability. Next week, I will be bringing a very short report to you outlining some of the very large pending reports that you have to deal with before June 30th. And so when that time comes and you start getting calendar invites from me, please do not throw things, because this is at your direction. And so the availability and the speed by which you address these issues and some other major reports that you have directed Ms. Anderson and admin to come back with prior to June 30th, that is on you, and I'm just doing my best to keep the calendar moving.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And Councilor LeBlanc, I think, if I remember the discussion correctly, we thought even if you break it out in chunks that we could advance it in portions as well. Councilor Mancinelli, you want to speak?
I do. I totally think that I have a responsibility to put input into revising this code of ethics. But my question is, we're 3/4 through this term. There's been all kinds of outside the lines coloring by this council on all kinds of matters. The very day after we talked about the ethics we should have in the code of ethics, there's a big leak out to the media by one of us. I find it very disingenuous to pass a list of rules for others to follow when I've had to go through the type of council we've gone through. Is there an ability for us to put our input in, make the best recommendation, and leave it up to the fresh council who haven't maybe made the trespasses that we have to adapt and put it to law, because it would be maybe more holistic, full of integrity piece of legislation to pass without some of the backstory that we have?
Well, I'm going to toss it your way, Ms. Shannon Williams.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I think this report is really a council-driven report. So it's a report that the council had requested and asked for at one point, many years ago now, really, and it's come back before. So what council wants to do with this is really up to council. And if there's recommendations that want to be made, and you want to start that process and then have some of them be affirmed by a new council, that's up to you. We can do it that way. I think the recommendation that is before you right now, and I think what was talked about at the last meeting, was that the internal legal division would work with this council through a series of workshops to work through some of those amendments. That was sort of what I think the intention was at the last meeting. If that's changed and council wants to do it in a different way, that's up to this council to direct us, and we're happy to work through that. So
I guess the experience this council's had should inform the recommendations you're going to put out, because there's no other councillors in Regina that are going through things to give you those recommendations. That's a given.
Yeah.
And I guess at the end of that, we'll come out with this golden list of rules that a good councillor would follow, and we're all going to put our hand up and say, that's the way I act. And what I'm saying is, I don't think we should have the privilege of making that vote by the way we've acted, and that should be the next council to adopt the best practice. Do I have to put a motion out to have that, or is that something we can adapt?
Councilor Mancinelli, this is about the process. I think
I understand.
the issues you're raising could be dealt with.
What I'm saying is, if I'm going to put my input into a process and help bring it to fruition, I want to make sure that people voting on it don't have a solid record in their term and are able to actually follow through the best practices we recommend.
Clerk has a response.
Thank you. What I would say to that, Councillor Mancinelli, is that through the discussions and through the development of bylaws that you would have to pass to change this, you could also at that time make an amendment or make a motion that one or more, all of them, would come into effect post November 13th election.
Yeah,
I mean,
just think
but that would be the time to do it, not now, I don't believe.
I believe it's disingenuous to say best practices after operating for this long and then put it to someone else to do, is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Yeah. It sounds like it comes through in the process that can be worked into things, and I can cooperate through getting there, and I'm happy to do that.
Okay. Perfect. Councillor Stanachek.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. This is a question probably directed to the clerk. There are two there are two separate policies that are referenced in this, so I just wanted to have clarity, and that is the Regina Council Support Policy and the Elected Official Travel Policy. Now, there were some discussions that they would also be updated, and I just wanted to have clarity on that, if that is something that your office is working on, if it's part of this or separate.
It is part of this, through you, Mayor Masters. Yes, we will deal with it through this, Councillor, because it touches so many aspects of the overall intent of the ethics bylaw that's where it's best dealt with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay, so I just want to say that, I firmly support us moving forward with this. I understand the points raised by Councillor Mancinelli. I think we have the benefit of seeing, first of all, this has been proposed for years now, and it keeps being pushed to some date in the future. And I think, in my perception, what we've seen is some of the repercussions of not having a strong enough code of ethics bylaw in this term of council. There's gaps that have, whether knowingly or unknowingly, resulted in occasions where people's code of ethics have been questioned, whether that was intentional or not. And so I think there's a strong rationale to improve our code of ethics in all the areas that have been laid out by administration in this report that we've been sitting on for a couple of years. And what we have the benefit of is learning from the experience that we've had and all of the issues that have occurred, and knowing why these recommendations might make sense, why other municipalities have stronger code of ethics than we do. If we do some of this work and then push it to a new council to make a final decision, new council members won't have the benefit of having had that experience of understanding the rationale for why these changes might be important. And I know that when we first considered this, or when I first saw it, earlier on in the term, it felt more overwhelming, like this 12-page report, and I didn't completely understand the rationale in the way that I do now, having lived through some of the issues that have occurred. Like now I completely understand, wholeheartedly support it. A new council won't have that benefit. That's why I think it's important that we do this work and do as much of it as we can before the next election. Thanks.
Excellent points, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Berchiani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakiniak has said very similar to what I would want to say. In 2016, in our previous term, we had discussions. We wanted to get this changed because of some of the issues that had come up then. And it came to the end of the term, and it was just like this one. Everything gets put on the back burner, and okay, now nothing is done. But we discussed it back in that time, and for good reason. For some of the things that are raised today are still the same issues. The other point I want to say is I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel here. Saskatoon, other cities have done it. It's not rocket science. We're not some other city that, we can look at what they've done. The other piece of it, I actually feel better doing this at this council level, because who knows who's going to get elected in the next time. I actually felt uncomfortable looking at this and making these decisions, because I'm thinking, well, when you're talking about, I don't know, benefits or whatever you're doing in there, someone said, well, how can council make that policy, because it's about them and their interests and all that. Well, now we're going to make that, but who knows who comes in next term. So I think that's even better. And I think it is, I would agree with Councillor Zakiniak. If it was in place and a really good training base at the beginning of here it is, very clear, I think it's imperative that we do it now. And I know it's a lot of work, but I think it is up to us to do it for the next council. Thank you.
Also excellent points. Councillor Blanc, do you want to close off debate? You're good? All right. Clerks, can you call the vote? Councillor Moe, I think you're tuned in online. Can I have a verbal?
Yes, Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Masters, the motion is passed in a vote of 10-0 with all members present voting in favor and Councillor Hawkins having stepped away from the meeting.
Council, just on a technicality, can I get a motion to table CR 24-30, the Regina Traffic Bylaw 9900 amendment? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc and Councillors Bresciani. Any opposed? Thank you. So tabled. Can I have a, wait, one moment. Do I have anything else? Okay, sorry, Council. Yeah, I was going to say, look, you can I have a motion to adjourn? I got one. I got Councillor Stanichuk, who went real high with that hand. Any opposed? Yeah, Regina Stanichuk. Any opposed? No? No one? All right. Thanks, folks, for hanging out and getting those last bits done.